Second part is here guys, so like now, for more daily updates and more parts. Chapter 51 continue. Yen said. Now that there are resources, then he has to start practicing. After all, what is the so-called pharmacy pipeline? His purpose for doing this? It's all about making money and buying resources for yourself. Now that there is, then there is no need to stay here and do research for the time being. After all, there is a system in place, and these studies can be carried out at any time. That's it. Avril happily left the laboratory with Yen. After returning to the residence, Avril didn't make any strange requests this time. I went straight back to my house to practice. Yen returned to his room. Directly took out all the cultivation materials. Then the mycelium was spawned and began to devour these cultivation materials. With so many materials, it seems that the ability can be greatly improved. Yen said happily. Then began to improve the ability. Ding, you have swallowed a lot of evolution potions, and now you can improve 4 abilities. Accompanied by system prompts. Yen recalled his abilities. Then came the idea. Start closing your eyes and concentrate on the lift. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Essential Enhancement has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Essential Change has been successfully strengthened, you have obtained an additional form, and the name remains unchanged. 35. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Bioengineering has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Will Evolution has been successfully strengthened, the evolution probability has increased, and the name remains unchanged. 35. 66. Accompanied by system prompts. Feel the change in yourself. Yen nodded in satisfaction. The degree of essential strengthening has doubled compared to the previous one. In other words, in the case of using this ability, the toughness and strength of your own mycelium are also doubled. As for the change in nature, for Yen, this ability was one of his cards. Unless he has to, he will not use this ability in front of others. And the function of this ability is exactly as the name suggests. Change the nature of your own existence. Now he is flesh, which is matter. After using this ability, he can become a pure spirit body, or an illusory spirit body. Of course, his symbiote will also change. Now that it has been strengthened again, he has also awakened the flame elemental body. Directly into elemental creatures. There's not much to say about bioengineering. That is, when he creates new biological machinery. Higher efficiency and precision. As for the improvement of will evolution, when he wants to awaken a specific ability in the future, it will have a multiplier effect. It feels good to be well resourced. Especially, this is just the beginning. Feel the change in your abilities. A smile appeared at the corner of Yen's mouth. At the same time, pure spiritual power fruits were swallowed into the belly. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Absolute Sharing has evolved into Perfect Sharing. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Low-Level Intellectual Brain has evolved into a Intermediate Intellectual Brain. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual Communication has evolved into Spiritual Understanding. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual Detection has evolved into Spiritual Radar. 0. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Paralyzing Curse has evolved into Stiffness Curse. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Blinding Curse evolved into Lost Curse. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Sleeping Curse has evolved into Stunning Curse. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Corrosion Curse evolved into Dissolving Curse. Ding, congratulations to the host. Accompanied by constant prompts from the system. The ability to curse the sequence is also continuously strengthened until the last curse ability enhancement is completed. The system suddenly pops up again. And Yen also felt that his abilities had undergone tremendous changes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, all your curse abilities have merged and evolved into abnormal state curse. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have awakened a new ability Curse of Luck. Curse of Abnormal Status. When the ability is activated, a specific curse will be given to the opponent according to your will. Curse of Luck. After the ability is activated, the enemy's luck will continue to decay, and will reach the maximum value after 24h. This windfall is truly amazing. See the description of your abilities. Yen exclaimed. The curse of abnormal state will not be mentioned. This curse of luck is absolutely powerful. Because whenever it involves the ability of such an ethereal thing as luck, there is nothing wrong. There are still a lot of resources left. As for the ability of the flame sequence, magma mushrooms purely give my spores a form that can absorb the power of magma. But considering the limitations of the environmental terrain, there is no need to upgrade for the time being. And the ability of life burst, the more spiritual power you use, the greater the power. When you really want to use it, you just need to spend more spiritual power, so there is no need to improve it now. 35. Not to mention flame immunity, this is the ability brought by the godhead. Even if I want to improve, I can't do it with these resources alone. Yen muttered. After some comprehensive consideration, Yen decided to skip this sequence. And then, control sequence. 99. Yen picked the fruit of spiritual power one by one. Without hesitation, it was delivered to the mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Eternal Sleep Bun has been successfully strengthened, and it has been incorporated into the ability Essential Enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Hibernating Parasitism has evolved into Homogeneous Parasitism. 35. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual Parasitism has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Mind Control has evolved into Mind Manipulation. 66, 99. Mind Manipulation. Yen's eyes widened in disbelief. Control and manipulation seem to mean the same thing. But it's not the same thing at all. Immediately, Yen hurriedly closed his eyes and carefully felt this ability. Immediately found that it was the same as what I thought. He has gained the ability to manipulate his spiritual consciousness. Although it cannot reach the level of modifying memory, but it can forcibly change some of a person's subconscious, including part of the subjective consciousness. Even personality can affect. Although it can't be done now, with continuous strengthening in the future, it should be possible to modify the memory. And just now, this ability is absolutely amazing. Yen exclaimed. One's own ability really starts at the very end. And then it gets more and more outrageous. From the beginning a delicious raw mushroom, not right but spores. It can't grow mushrooms without itself. Until now. Possesses multiple attributes. The various abilities are perfectly matched with each other. And some abilities are ridiculously strong. Yen can't even imagine that this is only 3 months' time. Next, what's left? Devouring and Phantom Spirit? Yen was lost in thought again. Devouring the series, now it seems that there is nothing worthy of improvement. And the Phantom sequence? Although he woke up for more than a month. But the ability to use this sequence has never been used. The reason is simple. He hadn't come across phantom creatures. Nature cannot communicate with it. Not to mention contracts. And want to find phantom creatures. Then there is only one way. Go to the phantom world. But even the powerhouses of the human race have smashed through the dream spirit realm. It is appropriate to transform the dream world. But facing the illusory spirit realm, that is a completely unfamiliar territory. Including the literature, there is very little introduction to the illusory world. Even the way to get in doesn't have an exact way. It seems that only through some accidental dimensional cracks can we go in and find out. There are only a few people who go in and not many who come out. Even if they did, they didn't have any progress in their investigation into the illusory realm. Even they themselves felt as if they had disappeared. But the consciousness is still there, and finally came out in a daze. It's not just humans. All the heavens and all races know almost nothing about the illusory spirit realm. Except for the existence who was born in the illusory spirit realm, but was only entangled in the human race, the spirit lord. The phagocytosis sequence doesn't need to be strengthened yet. Then the rest is used to strengthen the phantom sequence? I don't know if I can awaken the ability to enter the illusion world. It's pure gambling. Yen muttered. Then there was 3 seconds of silence. With a helpless look on his face, he knocked on his head. System, help me calculate. Yen said speechlessly. What are you thinking about? The system does not need to be in vain here. Ding, the deduction begins. Combining the host's phantom state ability and the dream world entrance data in the deduction. Ding, because the illusory spirit realm belongs to the upper plane of the dream spirit realm. The current state of the host makes it difficult to awaken the ability to open up planes. But combined with the existing ability phantom communication, the ability to summon phantoms can be awakened. It is expected to consume all the remaining cultivation resources. Do you choose to awaken? 35. The system prompts. I haven't seen a real phantom creature yet. Since it can be summoned, then naturally. 95. Yen returned expectantly. Then began the final awakening enhancement. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have awakened the new ability Phantom Summoning. Ding, congratulations to the host, your abilities Phantom Summoning, Phantom Communication and Phantom Contract have merged and evolved into Phantom Altar. Illusionary Altar, allows the host's consciousness to temporarily enter the illusory world, communicate with creatures in the illusory world, and can be summoned to sign a contract with it. Merged and evolved again. Today was really lucky. See the systematic introduction. Yen said excitedly. Although the Phantom Altar only combines the first 3 abilities. But it also has one more ability, which is to let his own consciousness enter the illusion world. The Phantom Summoning can only be summoned randomly. Especially, Yen can feel it. This Phantom Altar has huge potential. Keep going up. Maybe you can awaken and open up the ability to enter the illusion world. The resources are now exhausted. Just give it a try, this Phantom Spirit Altar. Yen stretched out his hand and summoned many mycelia. Looking forward to his performance. And next. These summoned mycelium. Directly on the ground intertwined and condensed. Finally. A 1-meter-long square altar was presented in front of Yen. The shape of this altar is strange, but it gives people an ethereal feeling. A power that Yen was familiar with was constantly radiating from the altar. Yen observed for a while. Then he stretched out his hand and placed it on a small platform above the altar. Moment. Yen's consciousness began to change. His thinking seemed to be infinitely higher. Then instantly teleport an infinite distance. He seemed to see everything in the world. But in the end it turned out to be empty. Wait until you come back to your senses. He found himself in a hazy mist. Familiar feeling, this is the illusory spirit realm? Yen looked at the surrounding mist curiously. He tried to take a step forward. But the body began to spin in an instant. Only then did Yen realize. His own body did not come to this world. This is just a projection of his own consciousness. The reason why I felt standing just now was because I subconsciously thought so. But in this world, there is no distinction between up and down, left and right, east, west, north, and south. So consciousness projection, just about to move. Immediately it spun up and down. What a magical world, I can't seem to feel anything. Yen muttered. Then he manipulated his consciousness and started to move forward. But it was a whirlwind again. This feeling reminded Yen of his car sickness in his previous life. But familiar with it for a while, Yen has also figured out how to properly move forward in this world. But just when Yen successfully left the distance of about 100 paces beside him, suddenly, a behemoth whizzed past. Looking at this giant whale, but with a very strange body, Yen was instantly surprised. Because of this monster, he didn't see how it appeared, nor how it disappeared. It seems that the existence of the other party has only a short life. Just to pass by itself. Wrong. It's not in this dimension. 55. What I observe now is still an illusion. 35. Suddenly, Yen seemed to understand something. He closed his eyes and began to mobilize his own power. This was also the first time he used the ability Essential Change. Directly transform yourself, including the spirit, into a phantom body. Next moment, Yen opened his eyes again. Everything has changed. The original thick fog disappeared. In its place is a colorful world. In this world, he could see countless colorful illusory creatures swimming. In the distance, there are illusory existences that are like planets and pure colors. Then he turned his head. He saw the huge creature that just passed by him. Maybe try. Yen's thoughts moved slightly. Immediately followed up. That phantom creature like a giant whale. After wandering around in the distance, he also turned back and ran into Yen. 17. The world doesn't know anything about the illusory spirit realm at all. Not to mention phantom creatures. Yen had no choice but to spread goodwill and communicate amicably to greet each other. It seems to understand Yen's kindness. The giant whale-like creature immediately emitted an invisible long cry. This is not a sound, but a fluctuation of illusory power. This fluctuation is like Morse code. If you can feel it, this long humming sound will immediately appear in your mind. And Yen didn't just hear the voice. He also felt the curiosity from the other side. It seems to be asking, who are you, where are you from, how have I never seen a creature like you? I'm from another dimension, of course you can understand it as far away. 35. I want to sign a contract with you, and if you have an idea, you can make your request. Yen tried to communicate. Buzz. The giant whale-like creature continuously uttered a long cry. Then the body flipped and swam, and kept going around Yen, circle after circle. I also want to go far away. No one communicates with me here. If you can take me out, I am willing to sign a contract with you. Yen kept muttering. A little bit of analysis of each other's meaning. In the end, Yen looked happy. I didn't expect this phantom creature to agree. At the same time he looked around. Really? As said by this giant whale-like phantom creature. The other phantom creatures here are particularly weak. Wisdom does not seem to exist. Anyway, no matter what other phantom creatures are, can sign a contract with this giant whale-like phantom creature. It was enough for Yen. Then I'll call you Xiaoling. Yen stretched out his hand. Touched each other's body. An indescribable soft touch came. And this giant whale is also very excited to make a long cry. It was at this time. Yen can feel it. He established a special connection with each other. After the contract is established, Yen's thoughts moved slightly. Next moment. Opening eyes. Yen saw the altar in his room. Follow the illusory contract, and you will come across the border. Come out, Xiaoling. 99. Yen's palm did not leave the altar. Instead, he chanted a spell. All right. Actually, don't forget it. But Yen felt a sense of ritual. And if you recite mantras, you can also strengthen your subconscious. Let yourself better call the other party out. That's when Yen felt that the spell was a little shameful. The space above the altar suddenly fluctuated. Immediately after, a small whale the size of a slap jumped out using space as the surface of the water. Shrinking a little bit? Yen looked at his contracted creature with a puzzled expression. The phantom world is so big. Why is it the size of a palm now? Just when Yen wondered, Xiaoling first swam around happily for a while. Then he seemed to sense Yan's doubts. Just open your mouth. Originally the head was only the size of a thumb. But at this moment, it directly became 3 meters in size. And obviously, that's far from the limit. The other party seemed to be just telling Yan in this way. It can get bigger. Understood. I'll take you for a walk next. Anyway, there is no one else on this planet except for the 5 members of our division. Yan whispered. If it were elsewhere, he would definitely not easily take this contracted creature around. But this planet belongs to their lineage. When others are coming, he can also perceive it in advance through the formation of the planet. Certainly. Phantom creatures are really invisible to ordinary people. Don't talk about letting Avril stand in front of him now. Even if Lu Ruhua came, it is estimated that he would not be able to discover its existence. But what might be felt? But without the power of the phantom, it is still impossible to see it with your own eyes. But for Yen, the odds of continuing to be found are slim. With his cautious character, he will not let Xiaoling appear in front of others. That's it. Yen took this contracted creature and played happily for a while. The main thing is that the contract the contract signed with him, is not that kind of mandatory. The role of this contract is to establish a connection between the two. If you don't treat it well, you may not be in a bad mood that day and may not respond to Yan's call. Looks like 3 hours, that's the limit. See the little spirit disappearing back. Yan muttered. After all, it is a call to cross the big plane. The foundation of the opponent is still in the illusory realm. Therefore, he cannot stay in this world for a long time. But 3 hours a day is enough for Yan. After all, according to the contract to get the news, the giant whale-like phantom creature he signed, although it cannot be measured by the human power system. But it is absolutely powerful. On the endless battlefield, it is possible to turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. The resources are gone, and the contract has been successfully completed. Then study the medicine? Back in the room, Yan fell into deep thought. In the past, he had a rambunctious personality and had nothing to do when he had nothing to do. If I have nothing to do now, I can't sit still. Because of the characteristics of his idea when he was promoted to gold, he was more inclined to make continuous progress. Learning from Lu Ruhua before was a kind of progress. Now, just when Yan hesitated, the ring vibrated suddenly. After Yan opened it, he found that it was a message sent to him by the college. Dear Yan student, as a new gold-level superhuman, we sincerely invite you to participate in the various activities of this college, including but not limited to, the Top 100 Academy Competition, the Babel Tower Challenge, the Arena Point Battle, the Academy Mission, etc. See this message. Yan suddenly became interested. Lu Ruhua had said this before. Maybe you really should check it out. Think so? Yan started to inquire again. What activities are most profitable? Although Tiangong College does not recruit too many students every year, but accumulated, the overall number is also quite a lot. Therefore, Tiangong Network also has a forum-like place where students gather to chat. Yan inquired here for a while. Finally found the answer I was looking for. The most generous reward for students is the Tower of Babel. But if you want to enter the Babel Tower, either you are one of the top 100 students, or you are in the points arena, and you can accumulate 1000 points. But the top 100 students are all at the diamond level. Although the Golden Way diamonds are tied for the second largest stage after black iron to silver. Gold could also theoretically beat diamonds. But that's just theory. Yen hasn't swelled to the big stage of platinum, to challenge the diamond level powerhouse. And the top 100 list is not just a challenge. As with the Babel Tower, the arena points must be at least 1018. To participate in the points arena battle, but also a certain number of points. And to get points, you have to complete academy tasks to get. After this set, it has the taste of the unscrupulous game of the previous life. After Yen understood the process, can't help but start ranting. It's really a piece of cake. But what Yen didn't expect was that this rule was changed just after he entered school. Even Lu Ruhua didn't know. Because she doesn't need to care about these things at all. For other veteran students, it doesn't matter. Every once in a while, the academy adjusts some rules. And this set of rules seems to be quite normal. Everything is gradual. It's just that no one can think of it now. These seemingly normal adjustments are all due to some huge planning service. Then let's look at the mission first. 99. Completion of ranting. Yen opened the task web page to start viewing. There are always many in there. Mainly divided into 3 categories. Tasks issued by the academy elders and tutors. Tasks posted by some trainees. As well as the tasks officially released by the school. The first 2 are private tasks. Therefore, they are all helping with experiments, planting flowers and plants, or need help in other areas. The school's official mission. Most of them are based on endless battlefields. The rewards are extremely rich, but the mortality rate is also extremely high. Even each task, the mortality rate will be marked. Half is 20%, but it is also the least profitable. Some are as high as 50%, and the income is obviously many times higher. The Shattered Starfield recruits fighters. Kill 30 enemies of the same realm, or insist on 2 months as the completion of the task. An enemy that is 1 level higher than oneself will be regarded as 10 of the same realm after being killed, and the task will be completed directly if it is 2 realms higher. The basic rewards of the task are 50 arena points, 5 bottles of evolution potion, 5 bottles of high-level monster blood, choose the type. Note, the quest rewards are not online, the more kills, the richer the rewards. Current headcount, 49/50. 35. Looking at recruitment information. Yen found that this task was quite good. Although the reward is nothing to him at all. But compared to other gold-level superhumans, it can be said to be a good income. As for other tasks, the rewards are lower. And the point of this mission is that the reward is unlimited, and he can kill as much as he likes in exchange for the reward. At the same time, the number of people recruited is only 1. Sign up now and the mission can start immediately. Unlike other tasks, the distance between people is far away. So think about it. Yen received the task directly. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the mission, Shattered Star Territory. The number of people in the current task has reached the requirement, and the task will start immediately. Please go to the Falling Rain Star Plaza to gather within an hour. Along with the tips of the Tiangong Academy network. Yen simply packed up and left. There is actually nothing to fix. Mainly left a letter in the room. Then he left without closing the door. He believed in Avril's character. After a training, absolutely find yourself immediately. To keep her from worrying. That's why Yen left her a letter. Here comes the raining star. Yen came to the square. Immediately saw the task assembly. Mainly that large line of characters floating in the air. It's hard for Yen not to notice. Hey? You're here too. After Yen walked over, a vigorous female voice sounded. Yen looked at it and immediately felt familiar. After thinking about it for a while, I remembered. This is not the short girl during the assessment. It seems to be called All right. Yen admitted that he forgot. The main opponent is really not worth his memory. But Yen didn't forget it all. He remembered that this short man was also named Yelai. No, you don't know me? I actually wanted to thank you for coming. 55. If it wasn't for you, everyone would be in danger. And the power you made me feel has also become a pressure, which has stimulated my potential, and now I am successfully promoted to gold. Ye Wenqiu looked at Yen gratefully. Then he said proudly. Congratulations then. Yen said something vaguely. This woman is actually very cute. Too bad we don't have rabbits. Not his kind. But the matter of the spirit master was that he deliberately taught the other party a lesson. Didn't expect it to work. By the way, isn't your junior sister here? Ye Wenqiu looked behind Yen and continued to ask. Yen shook his head. That's a pity, I still want to see how her cultivation is. 35. Ye Wenqiu said with a look of regret. In fact, I want to show off to Avril. Just 1 month after entering the school, it broke through the gold. She felt that Avril was definitely not as good as her. Although the reality is true. But Yen felt that it was only a matter of time. Wait until Avril breaks through gold. This short man still couldn't beat Avril. If she can defeat Avril at the same level, Yen will really admire her. Continue to chat for a while. The short girl also noticed that Yen didn't want to pay attention to anyone. So he didn't bother Yen anymore. Because people haven't arrived yet. So Yen can only continue to wait here. 10 minutes later. Yen turned his head subconsciously. Then a space portal opened in the square not far away. A familiar breath gave Yen an unexpected look. Then he saw Wei Na walking towards him with a smile on his face. I didn't know there were acquaintances. Yen was a little surprised. At the same time, he looked at Wei Na with a fixed gaze. Until the other party walks in front of him. This was a sigh. I haven't seen her for a month, and this woman is actually golden. Of course that's not the point. Mainly because it grows too fast. Originally, the rabbit was not small, but now it can be said to be a complete adult. Of course, her temperament also brightened Yen's eyes. An elegant, soft, natural, and noble feeling. It made Yen feel both comfortable and awe-inspiring. Wei Na is like an approachable and gentle big sister, but she is full of majesty. Sure enough, fate will always make us meet. And after a month of not seeing you, you have changed a lot. Wei Na also looked up and down Yen. Feeling Yen's faint dusty temperament, he couldn't help but sigh. Yen replied. He is nothing more than a little stronger. The woman in front of her. It's like suddenly getting older. Of course it's not about getting old, it's about maturity. I see that you feel more and more withdrawn, this is not good. By the way, you have entered that teacher's door, and I will join in with you too. Wei Na said with a smile. An air of caring emanated. But Yen gave him a blank look. You just say it because you want you to have no friends. 55. I don't despise you. Yen said directly. During Wei Na's conversation just now, he could feel the pull of a special force. But he was suppressed. But the people around don't seem to be feeling so well. Many people are attracted by Wei Na's beauty. But just now they all frowned. Obviously, Wei Na's special power brought them some trouble. In other words, Yen could communicate with her face to face as if nothing had happened. Hehe, you saw through it again. Wei Na smiled awkwardly and said. Since you don't dislike me, let's continue to form a team for this mission. Okay. Wei Na hugged Yen's arm. A pair of emerald green Kazlan eyes looked at Yen. Yen immediately nodded in agreement. At the same time, there was a happy look on his face. The pursuit of life is nothing more than this. No, it's still more important to practice. But don't be fascinated by women. Yen was relieved. The attitude of a sage faces everything around him calmly. In particular, the envious glances cast by other male students. Very well, everyone is here. I'll talk about this mission first. Another half-hour passed. After the number of people came, an elder who led the team appeared and began to speak. The mission location of this mission, the Shattered Star Territory, has a strict limit of 280 real power. Below gold, and above diamonds, cannot enter it. 35. It's not that there are any special rules in this area, it's a rule that is shared by all ethnic groups. The purpose is to let people of different races enter it to fight and train each other. Although the endless battlefield is lively, the strong clear each other's weak. But the human race and other races also need some of these places to cultivate talents. 35. Therefore, in this kind of place, you don't have to worry about being caught by a strong person passing by. No race dares to break the common agreement of all races. But don't take it lightly, because the human race can be said to be the most hated race on the battlefield of the heavens. Because of our innate ability, symbiosis. This allows us to have a variety of abilities, as well as bloodline power, which even includes most of the 10,000 races. Thus, those hostile races may still be fighting each other in the last second, but the next second after seeing the human race, they often choose to join forces to deal with the human race first. And for this mission, you can play freely, as long as you don't run away, you can even hide for 2 months. The leader of the team said a lot in one breath. Although rather verbose. But that's the point. It is especially useful for people like Yen who are on a mission for the first time and who basically ask 3 questions. Well, that's all I have to say. I should send you off now. The leader of the team said. Then a huge aircraft flew over in an instant and stopped on top of everyone's heads. Immediately after, a light flashed. All students including Yen was instantly teleported into the aircraft. Target Shattered Star Territory, activate. Accompanied by the voice of the elders. The aircraft changed immediately. Directly condense its own power and open up a dimensional tunnel. Ding, please be careful. This channel is the 9th channel of the Dream Spirit World, the 7th fork, and the private route number 531. The estimated flight time is 5h, please be patient. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the aircraft. The aircraft that was still slowly driving into the dimensional tunnel. Next second. Straight to full power. Start to quickly shuttle in the dream world. It's so beautiful. Looking at the scenery of the dream world. Yen exclaimed. Although not the first time we met. But he was still attracted by the sight. Dream world. Always bizarre, but beautiful. Of course it's not all good looking. Maybe I didn't notice it when I came last time, or maybe my realm wasn't enough. This time. Yen besides seeing beauty. Also saw the existence of similar filth. But he understood immediately. That's not filth. Rather a nightmare. After all, in addition to beautiful dreams, there are also uncomfortable nightmares. And he also noticed that some creatures in the dream world were eating something. Guess correctly. It must be eating dreams. When the time comes, you must enter the dream spirit realm to see for yourself. Instead of just passing by now. Yen said secretly in his heart. For him, the dream spirit realm was really alluring. Those monsters in the dream world, if you catch them and absorb them. Your own spiritual power should also be able to grow rapidly. Just when Yen was admiring the scenery of the dreaming world. Time also flies by. Wait until Yen recovers. The aircraft has arrived. It's peculiar. Watch where the aircraft landed. Look around and look at the distance. Yen immediately understood why this place was called Shattered Star Territory. Because here, there is not a single star. Some are just debris of various rocks. And a large boulder. And the aircraft landed on a huge meteorite. Nearby, you can also see a huge fortress. No wonder this task requires gold, after all, silver has to breathe. The body is in the universe without oxygen, and it can't bear it for a long time. Yen exclaimed. Then, together with Wei Na, follow the leader Zhang Lao to leave the aircraft. Head to a nearby fortress. Elder son, you are too timely. The next battle is about to start, and there is just a shortage of people like you. 35. Not yet at the gate of the fortress. A middle-aged man ran over excitedly. Grabbing the hand of the leader Zhang Lao, he said excitedly. Although the people who come, are almost all gold. But he knew that this was a student from Tiangong Academy. All are top talent. Not to mention that everyone can leapfrog battles, at least one-on-one can be invincible when facing people of the same level. And some of them are really geniuses. Not only leapfrog battles, but even 1-on-5. This kind of genius is rare elsewhere though. But every time people from Tiangong Academy come, there will be 2 or 3 of them. It's just a training ground, what are you excited about? The number of people is not enough, the big deal is to close the door and not fight. Elder son said with a look of disgust. To be honest, this area has no value at all. Of course that is now. It used to be very valuable. Until a certain battle completely shatters the planet, there is no value here. But even a piece of wasteland. At that time, all the tribes did not want to leave. But the high-end combat power is useless to stay, after all, there is no benefit. So the high-end combat power was withdrawn, and the remaining mid-end combat power continued to fight to the death here. After a long time, simply discuss it together. Think of this place as a training ground. And because there is no value here, the way all ethnic groups hone their students. Rewards are given based on the number of kills. So basically, once a war begins, the personnel from multiple parties will quickly contact each other, and it will be a big melee directly. Of course, the human race often faces a situation of 12 N. If I don't fight behind closed doors, they'll have to strip me alive. And now the war is going on, the number of people is not enough, it is estimated that there will be heavy casualties. So thankfully, elder son, you brought people here. The other party said with emotion. How long until the war begins? Elder son asked. Just now. On the Wanzhou side, many people began to wonder. It's just about the final blowing of the horn and the official battle. The other side explained. Then what nonsense, just blow the horn and start the war. All the students follow the orders and rush to me, just kill one when you see one. Elder son said irritably. The crowd was speechless. However, there are also students who seem to have known this would happen. Very neat and straightforward to leave. Yan also chose to leave when he saw this. Go to the depths of the battlefield. And Wei Na followed Yan closely. Is this the battlefield? Just left the fortress not long ago. Yan saw a large corpse. Some are from the 10,000 races, and some are from the human race. And these bones are almost not complete. It can be seen how fierce the battle broke out here at that time. Let's help you out. Yan sighed. Wave. One after another flames swept over. Burn these bones to ashes. Then move on for a while. Yan suddenly understood. Why are those corpses floating in the universe? No one manages. Because look around. All corpses. Countless. And further afield, there are occasional battles. Alt. Just as Yen was observing the battlefield. Suddenly, a voice appeared in my head. Ding, welcome the human race member Yen to join the Tiandao network, 9. Your identification ID is RZ3838438Y, 35. Ding, the individual information database has been established. Ding, while collecting information, your ability is, ZZ. Warning, unknown error occurred. Deity. The target individual is not accepted by the will of Tiandao, and the Tiandao network is starting to be recycled. 99. Ding ding ding. An emergency occurred, and the Tiandao network failed to recover. Found an intruder. 66. Ding. The God-level deduction system successfully captured and integrated the Tiandao network. 35. From now on, the host can use the functions of the Tiandao network and will not be tracked and marked by the Tiandao network. Followed by system prompts. A smile appeared on Ye'an's mouth. Tiandao network. He was all too familiar with this term. Because it is out of the shield of the human race network, it will automatically access the Tiandao network. In the Tiandao network, everyone's description is the same. This is a game-like network. And this network has pros and cons. It is possible that due to the mission of Tiandao network, a lot of enemy intelligence and even powerful forces will be obtained. But it is also possible that Tiandao network will suddenly expose your secrets to the enemy. Now his system has actually integrated the Tiandao network. And it also eliminates the drawbacks of the Tiandao network. Then, next, you have to experience this so-called Tiandao network. Thought here. Ye'an showed excitement. Then he thought of something. Looking at Wei Na on the side. I saw Wei Na's face was normal, and it didn't seem that she was given by Tiandao network. Are you all right? Ye'an looked at Wei Na and asked in surprise. Wei Na looked at Ye'an suspiciously. Tiandao network, are you not connected? 35. Ye'an was also very puzzled. Tiandao network. Oh, I remember. 55. I really didn't have access, what are you talking about? 35. Wei Na looked at Ye'an with a look of surprise and asked. Ye'an complained helplessly. Heart is also emotional. This woman is really outrageous. The Heavenly Dao network is actually ineffective against her. I see you. Fate is doomed. 39. You can't escape. Just when Ye'an lamented Wei Na's special. Suddenly, a very dreamy voice rang in his mind. Ye'an looked back subconsciously. Through the vast, hazy universe. He saw, one blindfolded. A beautiful woman in a white dress stood there. Ye'an looked at each other in surprise. You and I are destined to meet soon. Son of men, I see the end of your destiny. The dreamy voice appeared again. At this time, Ye'an looked through the hazy vision. I saw another tall giant. Then there's the horned demon. A cloud of black mist. And various other beings. This is, all races. Ye'an said in surprise. The next moment, the hazy vision suddenly disappeared. Ye'an blinked suspiciously. What were you thinking about just now? Never mind. Let's do what we like to do together with Wei Na. Chapter 52. Are you sure that the army of the 10,000 clans is coming here? Fragmented star territory. Ye'an took Wei Na and lurked inside a huge meteorite. Now in the area of 10,000 meters, his mycelium lurks in every piece of gravel. But, an entire hour passed. He was stunned that no enemy appeared. Really looking forward to it for so long. It's a pity that he believed Wei Na's words just now. Eagerly preparing for a sneak attack. Well, don't worry, I feel right. Wei Na nodded confidently and said. Ye'an nodded when he saw this. At the same time, the hyphae continue to spread out silently. In this hour, Ye'an also learned about the situation here through Wei Na. Shattered Star Field itself is a huge planet. Because the strong men of all races are fighting each other on it. Eventually the planet shattered. This formed the chaotic star field. So, the surrounding space is actually filled with thin air. Although breathing is not supported. But it allows the sound to propagate effectively. So Ye'an was puzzled at first, how could they talk to each other in a vacuum? Are you sure, you're really right? Another hour passed. Yan looked at Wei Na and asked. Wei Na is still full of confidence. Absolutely, you can rest assured. Yan looked at Wei Na and decided to choose to believe her. Another hour passed. At this time, Yan's mycelium had already occupied a radius of 100,000 meters. In order not to be discovered. So his hyphae are not directly related. It is still hidden inside these rubble. Relying on each other's perfect sharing, they communicate with each other through spiritual power. Another 2 hours passed. At this time, Yan had already occupied a range of 500,000 meters. But in such a large area, he did not find a single enemy. Occasionally I can see myself passing by. At the same time, he was keenly aware. All gravel. In fact, they are all moving towards one area. Guess correctly. If everyone blocks for a long time, the gravel will slowly gather together. Eventually reunited as a planet. But unfortunately, there are a large number of people from all ethnic groups fighting with each other every day. The aftermath of various abilities interfered with the gathering of these rubble. But it doesn't matter if the planet can recover automatically or not. Yan just wants to know now. The enemies of all races, will they still come? Don't worry, don't worry. I only observed them coming this way before, and I didn't judge the distance. In less than a day, they must. Wei Na said embarrassedly. Yan looked at Wei Na. A moment of silence. You didn't say it sooner. But, according to what she said, one day, you can just wait by yourself. Anyway, nothing to do now. But, it's terrifying to think about. How far did this woman sense the enemy? Even if all the enemies are gold, they rush over at a relatively normal speed. Times of day. That's a pretty scary distance too. A gold-level superhuman can actually sense such a long distance. It's amazing. If you're bored, how about we play a game? Looking at Yan's helpless expression, Wei Na said with a smile. No, I'm afraid of causing death. Yan immediately refused. Wei Na, who just took out a plate of flying machines from the storage space, looked confused. In the next flight of chess, will there be lives left? Okay, I get it now. He must feel that playing games is easy to be careless. In case of being attacked, it would be troublesome. Is he worried about himself? Wei Na suddenly realized. She knew Yan's ability, he couldn't die here with Ben. So Yan is absolutely not worried about his life. So that's worrying about her. Well, let's set the trap seriously. Wei Na nodded and said seriously. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. What? What trap have you set up? Yan looked at Wei Na. Couldn't help but blink. A look of doubt. Cough, this is the arrangement. Wei Na blushed. Waved. A trail of green vines spread out. After occupying a large area around it, the vines disappeared immediately. Yan carefully watched the process of Wei Na's ability to use. To be honest, this is the first time he has seen, Wei Na stimulates the ability similar to the use of the symbiote. Only before, except for her smile to influence people, an Avril who subdued monsters and even degenerates easily. All that remains is that keen insight. But none of these abilities can show what her symbiote is. So, your symbionts are plant type? Yan asked curiously. No, these vines are just abilities. Wei Na shook her head. It's not the plant type that can spawn these vines. Could it be that, like me, it's also a fungus? No. Yan fell into deep thought. But Wei Na just smiled at this. There was no intention to tell Yan about her symbiote's intentions. Since Wei Na didn't want to say it, Yan didn't even think about it. He didn't bother to ask. But what made him curious was, where did these vines go? Not just a blindfold, Yan could feel the breath of the vines at first. Now even the breath is gone. Even where the vines originally existed, pieces of meteorites could drift past. It seems to have really disappeared. It's amazing ability. Yen couldn't help sighing. Although he uses illusory power, he can also achieve a similar effect. But obviously, this ability of Wei Na has nothing to do with illusory power. It is relying on other abilities to conceal these vines. That's it. Both were ready. It has been silently waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Ding, you have received news from Tiandao network. 5 hours later. Yen is silently spreading the hyphae while using the hyphae to scout other areas. Suddenly, the sound of the system sounded in my mind. News from Tiandao network. Yen checked it out with curiosity. Then I found out that it was a SOS letter. A large number of people from all ethnic groups assembled, and battles broke out with us near the coordinates of XXX, XX, XX in the Shattered Star territory. If you receive news, please come and support. 35. Looking at this coordinate, Yen fell into contemplation. Then through the system, the map planning of the Tiandao network was opened. Enter the coordinates. The target area is precisely located immediately. With the help of mycelium, at full speed, about an hour's journey. This distance. Say close. Not too far to say. Yen thought about it, and immediately decided to get up and check the situation. What's wrong? Watching Yen look like he is about to leave. Wei Na thought Yen couldn't sit still anymore. Didn't you sense that there was a fight over there? 59. Yen pointed to the approximate direction of the coordinate location and said. Wei Na closed her eyes and felt it lightly for a while. Then he opened his eyes, nodded and said, that is another 10,000 race troops, and there are many compatriots of the human race. But the difference between the numbers between the two sides is at least 5 times more. After Wei Na finished speaking, she frowned for a while, and immediately added, we are the one with fewer people. I know. So I'm going to go to support. Anyway, the traps here are ready, and I can attack without the same people. And it's going to take hours to stay here. 39. Yen said. By the way, I asked Wei Na if she was going. Of course I went. I'm useless here after all. 5. Wei Na said. Yen nodded. Waved. A few rubble nearby immediately grew a lot of mycelium. Wrap Wei Na firmly. Awesome, no, you're ready to go. Feeling the suspicious gaze from Wei Na. Yen's face was not red, and his heart was not beating. Waved. Many hyphae also wrapped themselves around. Quickly drag the two together into the distance. Teacher, that Yen has gone to the Shattered Star territory. Wang clan's side. At this time, inside Tiangong College, the vice dean came to the old dean and asked. Already notified. Then you can go and take a look. 55. If they abide by the rules of the Shattered Star territory, then you don't need to do it. If you don't follow the rules, the Shattered Star territory doesn't need to exist. 35. The old dean said in a low voice. Understood, teacher. The deputy dean nodded and chose to leave. Wait until he then opens the dimension tunnel and prepares to leave Tiangong Academy. Still couldn't help but turn around and glanced at the old dean's position. Oh, why? How can you send news to the enemy and deliberately call people to bully your own students? The vice president sighed. Although he felt that there was no need to put pressure on the Yen to practice in this way. But he had to listen to the old dean's words. Even if he refuted it, he didn't have that ability. Hopefully this time the opponent is weird. 95. Otherwise, if the rules are broken, in the chaotic sea of stars, it is estimated that the little guy will survive. The vice president sighed again. Then step into the tunnel. Countless times faster than an aircraft. Directly in the flesh through the dream channel. Passing by, passing by. Seniors are disturbing. Halfway through the shuttle. He suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him in the depths of the dream. So quickly stopped. Bow and bow. After feeling the eyes disappear. It was a relief. Continue on your way. Great God, I have received the message. That human genius left the academy and went to the Shattered Star territory. The black figure knelt down reverently. Next moment, a voice came from the black fog. Don't break the rules at will. 35. But, if his talent is worth enough, then there are no rules. 66, 99. Understood, great God. The black figure said reverently. Then the figure disappeared. Everything is at peace. Although I have seen pictures and videos. But it's the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. These heavens and thousands of clans, one by one, look more unique than imagined. With the help of mycelium, Yen quickly approached the position of the battlefield. Another 10 minutes to go. This came to the vicinity of the battlefield. Looking at the 10,000 races fighting each other in the distance, Yen not only expressed emotion. Don't say that, even though you look so handsome. But in their eyes, you are like a toad. 99. Wei Na looked at Yen with a smile and said. Yen shrugged helplessly. Because Wei Na was right. There are many races in the world, and the aesthetics of many races are very strange. Only those, the higher beings of the humanoid race. Aesthetics are more similar to humans. Such as elves, angels, gods, and some abyss demons. The reason why the abyss demons are part. Because they are either handsome and beautiful, or they are a complete mess. Aesthetics are also erratic. Help me. Just when Yen and Wei Na were standing on the periphery to observe the situation. On their side, an injured student ran over with all his might. Although Yen was not impressed with him. But the ring in his hand came from Tiangong Academy. Since it was his own, Yen waved his hand without hesitation. A mycelium flung past. Directly trapped the enemy who is chasing down. Is this the grey feather? Yen hooked his hand. The mycelium pulled the other party directly in front of Yen. Looking at this person with a bird head, a right leg without a hand, but a special race with a pair of grey wings. Yen observed it. Then I remembered what the other party's race was called. It's the grey feather. 35. At this time, the student who was rescued by Yen nodded and said. You were hunted down by a race of less than 50 people. After confirming that it is the Grey Feather clan, Yen looked at the other party with contempt and said. It's not that he's used to looking down on people. But the people of Tiangong Academy are the most talented beings. One-on-one can be bullied. This is definitely a shame for the academy. I killed myself just now, and their family has 10 gold names. 35. So that the spiritual power is depleted, and the injury is serious, so I have no choice but to run away. The other party explained a little embarrassedly. He originally wanted to seriously refute. But after thinking about it, Yen can subdue a gold with just a wave of his hand. With only 10 Grey Feather clansmen, Yen would definitely not have any difficulty in killing them. Really have to seriously refute. Instead, it's really embarrassing. Just rest here slowly. 35. As soon as this mission starts, you have completed 1/3 of it, so there is no need to rush to death. 5. Yen glanced at the other party and reminded. I know. By the way, thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay this kindness. My name is Yuzan, I don't know what your benefactor is. Yu-san said sincerely. Yet. Yanzu. Yen thought for a while and replied casually. He was too lazy to continue the relationship with the other party. The reason for taking action to save people is also because this is the battlefield of all races. Although Yen's philosophy is that people he doesn't know have nothing to do with him. But in this kind of place, they are both human races, and they still have to help when they encounter them. Yanzu. I got it. Yu-san looked at Ye-an's disappearing figure. Said inwardly. Next, you are in charge of control, how about I in charge of killing? 35. If we join forces, the merits will be distributed 5:5. He casually crushed the enemies of the Grey Feather clan. Ye-an looked at Wei Na and suggested. It's okay, but I think it's more efficient for us to be separated. Wei Na thought about it and said. Although she also really wanted to fight with Ye-an. But in terms of efficiency, the two of them together are a waste of combat power. Efficiency. Listen to me, we'd better cooperate with each other now and kill one by one. Sometimes being too efficient is not a good thing. 35. Ye-an reminded. On such a chaotic battlefield. You are doing too well. It will definitely be the target of public criticism. Although everyone here goes together, Ye-an is not afraid of anything. But it's always good to be low-key. You really think about it enough. Wei Na naturally understood what Ye-an meant. But she always felt that Ye-an was a little too cautious. With the strength of both of them. In this area, absolutely indiscriminate killing. What do you do quietly? You have to give others a chance to hone your skills, right? Ye-an said with a smile. Not much explanation. Although Wei Na is more inclined to let go of her hands and feet to kill the enemy. But in the end, he chose to follow Ye-an. Well, our people are concentrated on the left, so there is less pressure there. So we went to the right and relieved their pressure. Of course, there are many enemies on the right, so you can get better military exploits. Ye-an analyzed. But at the moment when his voice fell, a light flashed instantly. Wei Na also immediately stretched out a finger, blocking Ye-an's body. And under her fingers, a sharp long sword began to tremble wildly. Ye-an could feel the power that was accumulating in it. Seemingly wanting to break through Wei Na's shackles, Ye-an's head was cut off with a sword. But Wei Na's tender finger. It seems to be an absolute barrier. Finally, the long sword collapsed and fell piece by piece. It also failed to break through the limitations of Wei Na. I haven't even started yet, but others have been thinking about it. Ye-an raised his head. His eyes were fixed on a figure in the distance. At that moment, not only Wei Na reacted. Naturally, he could see clearly. But he felt he had no need to resist. So too lazy to dodge. Unexpectedly, Wei Na took the initiative to stop him. And this time, the other party also noticed that Ye-an was looking at him. Coupled with his attack, Wei Na was easily blocked. So without any ambiguity, he turned around and prepared to escape. This skilled action. It seems that this enemy has done this a lot. Long distance attack, if you can't, just run away. Killing enemies is like drawing a lottery. And also to ensure their own safety. Definitely a veteran of the battlefield. Want to run? Try you first. But unfortunately, this time he faced Ye-an. Even if there is a lot of distance. But Ye-an was just a look. The opponent did not move directly. The body is soft and floating in the vacuum. The effect is pretty good. See this scene? Ye-an commented with satisfaction. Just now he used the drowsiness ability in Curse of Abnormal Status. He had used this ability against monsters. The effect is good. But haven't used it on anyone yet. Although, the target this time is not human. However, the individual strength in all aspects is no worse than that of half the golden superhumans of the human race. Therefore, it is also a good experimental target. Deprivation. See the enemy fall asleep. Wei Na stretched out her finger and pointed to the other side. Next moment. That Ye-an didn't know either, specifically the enemy of that clan. The flesh withered quickly. Eventually it becomes like dead wood. At the same time even mental strength. It also fades away quickly. Incredible. Seeing this scene, Ye-an praised Wei Na. I didn't expect this woman to have such a terrifying ability. Directly deprive each other of their lives. And Yen doesn't know where this deprived vitality is going. It seems to have disappeared out of thin air. It's the reverse of the plan. Facing Yen's praise, Wei Na said it was very useful. He looked at Yen happily and said, "It doesn't matter, just take it if you have military exploits." Yen replied. Then look to the next target. Continue to use the curse ability. Only this time it was no longer the curse of sleeping, but the petrification curse. Of course, this petrification is not to turn the enemy into stone. Instead, it makes the enemy's body stiff as a stone. An upgraded version of the curse of paralysis. And the lucky one chosen by Yen. 0. In the moment of being cursed, the body straightened immediately. Then stay in place without moving. Even the pupils and eyes were firmly fixed. If it weren't for the powerful vitality of the gold level. Now the other side is in this state. If you change to silver, you will soon die due to the stagnation of bodily functions. Also this time. Don't wait for Wei Na to make up for it. Yen immediately summoned the mycelium and quickly extended over it. Immediately wrapped the other party and swallowed it into the illusory stomach bag. After all, it is a gold-level existence. The flesh and blood essence in the body is very rich. If Wei Na shot continue to deprive vitality, at that time, Yen will not be able to absorb the essence of flesh and blood. Those two humans are so strong and their methods are so weird. We'd better stay away. Twice in a row. The 10,000 clan members around noticed Yen. Although human beings are easily dealt with by all races united. But Yen and Wei Na's powerful means. Most of the Wanzhou members gave up the idea of resistance. Just take a shot, and instantly kill two existences of the same level. No one is willing to provoke this kind of enemy. Unless you push them too hard. Otherwise, they would definitely not be willing to shoot Yen easily. They all ran away. See this scene? Yen said unexpectedly. He also thought that these other races existed. After seeing the strength of himself and Wei Na, will unite against them. Wasn't expecting to be shy. Maybe the abilities we use are too weird for them. Wei Na smiled and said. Yen thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. One action, one thought can kill the enemy of the same realm. Everyone is afraid to face estimates. Even if they want to join forces to kill themselves. But no one came out on top. Because that's almost mortal. But it's better. Anyway, my purpose is to fish. Yen whispered. The purpose of his coming here is to see how strong the enemies from all races are. I can see it now. Same realm. You and Wei Na are absolutely invincible. Then you can do the right thing. After all. In this chaotic star field, the lowest level enemy is also gold. The highest is diamond. Therefore, in his eyes, where is this enemy? These are all cultivation resources. He naturally has to follow the usual practice and harvest it well. So take your time now and wait until the mycelium has fully spread out. Do it again. Although the existence of diamond level, the combat power far exceeds that of gold too much. Yen wasn't sure how to deal with it. But it's pretty good to be able to harvest gold level enemies. So next. Yen took Wei Na to slowly waste time here. 5 hours passed quickly. Although Yen has been suppressing the strength. But every time he and Wei Na shot to kill the enemy, they never failed. So much so that in the case of extreme fishing, Yen and Wei Na have still completed the basic requirements of this academy mission. Just as Yen was thinking about whether to continue releasing water. When pretending to be in a state of deficient spiritual power. Suddenly someone took the initiative to attack Yen. We have neither injustice nor enmity, why are you attacking me? Yen turned around instantly. He looked at the shadow behind him. The next moment, the shadow suddenly stopped. A dark brown face was revealed. And a pair of golden vertical pupils. Yeah, sorry. A woman with cat ears nodded immediately. There was even some guilt on his face. It turned out to be a cat ear girl. Yen just noticed that someone was teetering behind him. But never thought, it turned out to be the legendary cat spirit clan. It's really cute. Wei Na on the side also nodded and commented. Tata, what are you thinking? It was at this time. A roar came. The cat-eared girl, who was still apologizing with guilt, suddenly showed a look of awakening from a nightmare. The body instantly turned into a shadow. Withdrew to a place 20 meters away from Yen. Mind manipulation works pretty well. Yen saw each other's performance. He smiled and commented. Human, actually fooling me, damn you. At this time, the cat girl just now stared at Yen angrily. His throat was also roaring like a wild beast. Next moment, a black figure flashed by. Another cat spirit attacked Yen. Immediately afterwards, the cat girl also rushed over. 18. Yen stood on the spot and didn't move. There are only 2 pop sounds. The 2 cat spirits were directly swept away by Yen's mycelium. That cat girl was better, because Yen didn't kill her because she was cute. Just spitting blood. And another cat spirit clan, because it is male. So most of the bones of the body are directly broken. Even at the gold level, his vitality is strong. But this level of injury, if not treated in time, it won't take a few minutes. Might be dead. Just as Yen continued to prepare for the strike, a black aura swept over. The 2 cat spirits all disappeared in place. When he appeared again, it was 100 meters away. And beside these 2 cat spirit clan, there is also a group of cat spirit clan people. Human, dare to hurt my clan. A huge momentum spread out. That is beyond the existence of gold. Let nearby whether it is a human being, or a member of other races. They all stopped their movements and subconsciously wanted to look here. It turned out to be platinum. Many people saw this scene. Suddenly frowned. Originally, this battlefield was full of gold. Although the human race was suppressed by the alliance of all races, it was at a disadvantage. But not unstoppable. Unexpectedly, another platinum came. Now you can think about how to run fast. But escaping in front of the cat spirit clan is basically certain to die. So just hurry up and shake people. So most people secretly communicated with the Tiandao network and sent messages to the surrounding human race. But kind of news. Random and regional. If there is no platinum nearby, then you can't expect the platinum in the distance to receive the news and come to help. So there is a last resort. Fight to the death to kill this platinum. As long as you can kill the opponent, even if the loss is more. At that time, many people will be able to evacuate safely. That's why I've said it all. Why do you take the initiative to attack me without any injustice? I was forced to fight back. Just when everyone else was panicking. Yen retorted with a chuckle. So that's the case, then I'm wrong. No, damn human, actually interfering with my thinking. Platinum is platinum after all. Yen's mind manipulation just started in less than 3 seconds. Automatically fails. Then guess, am I the only one disturbing you? Yen replied with a smile. Next moment. This cat spirit clan's platinum suddenly realized that it was not a second. Behind him, a gold level cat spirit clan stretched out its sharp claws towards him. Pfft. Next moment. The sound of sharp claws piercing through the flesh sounded. However, it wasn't the platinum level cat spirit who was attacked. It was the golden cat spirit behind him. Pierced by his claws. I didn't mean to attack you. The gold level cat spirit clan explained with a look of despair. Although he was influenced by thinking. But what he had just thought was a joke. Rather than attacking your own people. You slowly recover, and I'll kill that despicable human." The platinum-level cat spirit frowned and said, "I just realized how powerful Ye'an's thinking is. Made him a little too sensitive. Fortunately, the cat couldn't die, it was just a little bit more injured. So, why are you killing me?" Ye'an said with a helpless expression. "Pity. This time the other party is prepared." His mental manipulation was almost useless. "Human, shut up!" the platinum-level cat spirits said angrily. Next moment, he raised his hand. Many black breaths circulated, attacking Ye'an and Wei Na in all directions. "Congeal." Wei Na saw this. "Extend your hand." Within 1 meter around her and Ye'an, an emerald green barrier firmly guarded the two of them. The aura of those black chi kept attacking the barrier, leaving a trail of claws after another. But no matter how attacked, just can't break through. To the end, the black aura was almost exhausted. The other party may not withdraw this attack method. Seeing this, Wei Na also withdrew the barrier. "Awesome, this is all blocked." 99. Ye'an praised. "Just attack, with his defense is absolutely irresistible." Wei Na easily blocked it. "Look. Even if he doesn't do it, Wei Na can definitely beat this platinum-level cat spirit clan with ease. Damn humans." The other side, the platinum-level cat spirit clan couldn't help scolding. Own a dignified platinum. It was impossible to break through the defense of a gold-level human being. If this is spread out, it will definitely be ridiculed by the clan. Then, he immediately launched an attack. Town. Ye'an was about to shoot when he saw this. Wei Na took the lead. I saw her softly spit out a word. The platinum-level cat spirits who turned into black shadows and prepared to attack. In an instant, he was firmly held in place by an invisible force. His body was trembling visibly. It's not out of fear, but because of the incomparably powerful force exerted on him, so that the body can't bear it gradually. Come on. 35. After suppressing the opponent, Wei Na did not continue. Instead, he said to Ye'an, "It's not that she doesn't have the means to kill the opponent, but she knew that Ye'an needed a fresh body." Ye'an nodded. "You are welcome." With a wave of his hand, countless mycelium quickly swept over. In the end, the other party was firmly wrapped into a huge spherical shape. Then the hyphae gradually subsided, and the platinum-level cat spirit clan has completely disappeared. Did he escape, or did he die? Definitely dead. It's not that you don't know his methods. None of the enemies who were killed before have a body. Everyone saw this scene. They were amazed. Ye'an and Wei Na are two powerful and strange beings. Naturally, they had noticed it long ago. It's just that everyone felt that Ye'an and Wei Na's methods were powerful. But there must be great limitations. Therefore, although the two can shoot the enemy in seconds, but the efficiency is not high. But no one thought of it. The dignified platinum was also easily defeated by the two. Everyone, please note that the 10,000 clans have united to invade our frontline area. Please hurry up and come to the rescue. Warn. Attention everyone. Just when everyone was surprised, suddenly, I received news from Tiandao network. What's the situation? There is another army nearby. We're all playing hard here. Is this going to send us to death? Many people complained. Honestly, it's a few hours. If it weren't for Ye'an and Wei Na, the pressure they brought to the heavens and the tribes was not small. So many enemies did not dare to provoke the human race. They are now estimated to be severely damaged. It's finally here. Seeing this news, Ye'an showed a smile. Then he looked at the members of the heavens and the tribes present. There was a clear look of ill will in his eyes. Now the big fish is finally here. He doesn't have time to make trouble with this little shrimp. But it would be a pity to let these enemies go. So, Next moment, Wei Na shot immediately. An emerald green energy ripple spread out. Hundreds of enemies from all over the world were present. They were suppressed in place. Well done, now you won't be afraid of a fish slipping through the net. Yan praised again. Then waved. Countless mycelium spread out instantly. A few breaths. All suppressed enemies around. All were tightly wrapped by Yan's mycelium. Everyone, please come and support, just leave it to us here. 35. At this moment, Yan smiled at the others and said. People at this time. See Yan and Wei Na's means. Shocked and speechless. Unless they really feel it. Yan and Wei Na's auras are at the gold level. They all doubt whether these two are diamond level bosses. But there are also people who are full of doubts. You two are so powerful, why didn't you start earlier? But doubts are doubts. People are now willing to help them, which is a great blessing. No one is really stupid enough to run over to ask Yan why he was fishing. Thank you two seniors. 99. Among the present, the students of Yutiangong College thanked them. Although he is not sure whether Yan and Wei Na entered school earlier than him. But people are so powerful. That is his senior. Seeing this, the others also thanked them and left. Wait until everyone leaves. Yan then proceeded. All things melt. Moment. All the mycelia that wrapped the people of all races began to shrink rapidly. Till the end. Mycelium recedes. All the enemies were also gone. Only in front of Yan, two spiritual fruits were born. Try it. Yan picked a spiritual fruit. Hand it to Wei Na. In a sense, it is also the fruit of life. Wei Na took the fruit unceremoniously, looked at it carefully and said. It's not the life fruit of the human race anyway. Yan added with a smile. Certainly. This is taking into account Wei Na's statement. For him, it doesn't matter if he is human or not. All the heavens and 10,000 races, everything in the world. For him, it's all nourishment. It's just that he is a human race, so he won't take the initiative to attack his own people. Unless the enemy. Sure enough, the battlefield is the fastest growing place. Pick another fruit. Yan felt the spiritual power contained in it. Cannot help but sigh. The spiritual power contained in this fruit almost caught up with the resources the college gave him. If you count it, the one he gave to Wei Na. That is definitely over. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability mental manipulation has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. 39. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability mental manipulation has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability mental manipulation has evolved into mental rewriting. 35. Swallow the fruit of spiritual power. Accompanied by constant prompts from the system. Yan's ability has also finally evolved. It's just that there are too many skill enhancements. Such a huge spiritual power. After only strengthening it 3 times, it was completely consumed. Finally I can rewrite my memory. Although the rewriting conditions are a bit harsh, the effects in other aspects are far stronger than before. 35. This promotion is not a loss. Feel the change in your abilities. Yan said happily. The battle just now made him realize the power of mental manipulation. Therefore, only the ability of mental manipulation is improved. The results were not disappointing. After the ability evolution, he finally obtained the ability to rewrite the memory that he had long wanted. Your way of improving yourself is really comfortable. However, the strength of the body and the fit of the symbiote are very demanding. At this time, Wei Na said aloud. Yan turned his head and found that Wei Na's temperament became more obvious at this moment. The breath is also thicker. Then Wei Na let out a sigh of relief. The temperament exuding from his body suddenly restrained a lot. eventually become normal. I don't know if it's a requirement for you. But to me, it's not a requirement at all. Yen replied. His current body has been homogenized with the strength of his own symbiote. When your symbiote is improved, your own body is also improved. As for fit, that's not a problem anymore. 100% fit. Except for the god level, and some demigod level existences. No one fits better than him. For me, it's a problem for now 5. But a small amount of improvement is fine. Wei Na thought about it and said. That's not bad. Yen looked at Wei Na and said. Now he is more and more curious about what Wei Na's symbiote is. It doesn't seem to fit well. But Wei Na just gave him a gentle smile. Apparently not telling him what to think. Yen himself has too many secrets that he doesn't want to tell people. Therefore, there was no forced questioning. Then let's go back and help now. All right now. Wei Na took the initiative to propose. There's no need to go back. I'm here, and the effect is the same. Yen shook his head and said. Then waved. Many mycelium entwined each other and condensed into a small platform for the two to sit down. You can experience it too. Yen, who was just about to enter the mycelium perspective, looking at Wei Na, who was sitting next to her. He stretched out his finger and touched Wei Na's forehead. Perfect sharing. For a moment, a lot of information melted into Wei Na's forehead. Then a lot of information quickly disappeared. Only 4 vision pictures were left for Wei Na to watch. These 4 horizons. There are 3 fixed viewing angles with different angles. The last one. It is the picture Yen can see. It's amazing, I can feel what's going on in the distance. 35. But it's the first time I feel like I'm in it. Wei Na couldn't help but exclaimed. At the same time, he glanced at Yen vaguely. At the time of the assessment, she always felt that someone was spying on her. But never found out who it was. So much so that she felt she was hallucinating. Although Avril revealed Yen's behavior last time, she was still dubious. Now the evidence is solid. I can be 100% sure, it must be what Yen did. Fragmented star territory. Deep. In the rear of the army of 10,000 tribes. There are 10 figures, closely following the rear of the army. Heavenly God race, Abyss Demon race, Shadow Demon race. Excluding the human race, we have a total of 6 of the top 10 races. And all are diamond grade. The result is to deal with the gold of a human race. An Abyss Demon with wings and red-faced fangs said. He shook his head with a sneer, causing dissatisfaction from the surrounding people of other races. Really? The strong alliance of the younger generation of 10 races is to deal with a small gold. It's not good to spread it out. But this is also a task, something that cannot be done. We don't mention this, just hurry up and complete the task. The devil of this Abyss Demon has to laugh at himself. Shut up, if it's not a mission, I'll kill you right now. At this time, the handsome young man from the Celestial clan snorted coldly. If you have the ability, you can try it. I miss the flesh and blood of the Celestial clan very much. The demon of the Abyss Demon race said with a smile. The two were at each other's throats. But they were very tacit and didn't really do anything. Although he is only a gold, he is worth our joint efforts. Otherwise, when he grows up, there will be another top powerhouse in the human race. 39. And the most troublesome kind. Of course, it's going to be troublesome now. At this time, the Shadow Sha clan said. I know. And I don't mean to mock you again. I mean, humanity must die. The demon of the Abyss Demon race said coldly. Thousands of years ago, their Abyss Demons directly regarded human beings as cattle and sheep raised. Now, the human race kept pace with them. Even if it wasn't for the all races to unite to suppress the human race. The current human race may have surpassed the Abyss Demon race and the God race. completely topped the throne of all ethnic groups. But even if the human race was suppressed, it was making continuous progress. Usually they receive a lot of tasks to assassinate the geniuses of the tribe. Now it's even more for a gold-level rookie. It takes 10 of them to join forces. According to the guidance of fate, the army will be attacked next. And when the time comes, I will also find the location of the target. But I seem to see the danger, but the danger just flashed by, I can't really see it. I don't know if it will happen. At this time, a woman wearing a blindfold and wearing a gorgeous white dress spoke lightly. It is normal to be in danger, although our level of strength belongs to the top existence in the Shattered Star territory. But the human race is not without diamond-level existence. At this time, the people of the Shadow Sha clan opened their mouths. 6699. The woman in white did not continue to speak. But her behavior revealed a trace of concern. She wants to keep looking at the future. But right now, a fight broke out suddenly ahead. An army of 10,000 members of gold and platinum was ambushed. The battle has begun, you quickly check the opponent's position. The youth of the Celestial clan urged. The woman in white nodded. Then he raised his hands, and then slowly returned to the cage and crossed them in front of him. I saw, he was there, he was on the battlefield. 35. The specific location is. No, he is everywhere. He's anywhere on the battlefield, he's in every rubble. He's right next to us. The woman in white said excitedly. It is even necessary to subconsciously attack its surroundings. Because when she sees it more closely, the more I felt an unparalleled danger and terror. You weavers, are you always so crazy? The youth of the Celestial clan frowned tightly. But still shot to suppress the opponent. Let her continue to go crazy. Thanks. Finally, the women of the Spirit Organizing clan quieted down. After she calmed down, she continued, I just lost my way. Because I watched too much, my whole body was covered by a sense of crisis, and my body couldn't help but act instinctively. 5. What did you see? The youth of the Celestial clan asked. It's nothing, it may be that my abilities are suddenly confused. I'll look again. The women of the orbs wanted to speak out. But thinking about it is a bit weird. The gold level of that human. How can it be everywhere? So she used her powers again. Be prepared to take a hard look at the future. But the picture is still the same. She saw a vague figure everywhere. The voice of fate told her that this vague figure was the one she was looking for. But this time, she was prepared, and she did not fall into madness. Instead, keep exploring. Especially when he saw countless white silk threads on the battlefield. She suddenly felt. Perhaps through these things, find the location of the other party. The truth was exactly what she thought. When she searched through the white silk thread, the figure became clearer and clearer. She was also in the dark and sensed a special position. This is definitely the target's true hiding place. The women of the spirit organs showed an excited look. Just go one step further and explore. She can find the exact location of the target. However, just as she took the last step, suddenly a lot of information flooded into my brain. For a moment, she saw all things in the world, all creatures in the world. And mountains and rivers, sun, moon, and stars. In these countless pictures, she saw a natural and appropriate female figure. That figure gave her a gentle and appropriate, yet majestic feeling. Then when the initial feeling dissipates, everything turned terrifying in an instant. The gentle figure just glanced at her. She felt that her life was passing by. Your own soul is melting. No. Don't, I didn't mean to offend you, no. The female body of this healing tribe knelt down directly, and at the same time trembled weakly. She prayed frantically, begging for mercy frantically. No matter how other people call, you can't restore your sanity. What happened? The other races were completely stunned. This person has not yet been found, and he is completely crazy on his own side. This is kind of weird. Just when the other 9 were suspicious, the women of the spirit organizing race suddenly regained their senses. Point your fingers in one direction. In the end there was no movement at all. Her soul died. The soul of the spirit organizing race is very wonderful, I would definitely enjoy it before. But this time, the demon of the abyss demon race shook his head. She must have seen something she shouldn't have seen and was killed by backlash. If he eats the soul of the other party, also saw things that shouldn't be seen, I guess it will be the same. The last thing she meant was to let us go this way. 99. The goal may be in this direction, shall we go? At this time, the people of the Shadow Sha clan opened their mouths. The remaining 8 looked at each other, finally nodded and decided to pass. Although the death of this Hilling clan is strange, but they were also ordered to die. The genius of this human race must be dealt with at all costs. So no choice at all. It's just that they didn't expect it. The one from the spirit organs, who pointed them in the direction, was not Yan's location. But I want to tell them to leave quickly. Continue to stay in the Shattered Star territory. Will die. Just now I always felt that someone was spying on me, why did it suddenly disappear? Yan at this time, while manipulating the mycelium to fight, while muttering, I had a feeling just now, but suddenly it's gone. At this time, Wei Na said, maybe it's the powerhouse of the human race, checking the situation on our side. 5. Yan thought for a while and said, the rule here is that shots are not allowed, but it doesn't say that investigations are not allowed. Because of this, there are strong people in all ethnic groups. They probe each other's situation, get the news and then issue the order. Tell yourself what to do. It's like commanding an army. It's just not mandatory here. When you receive an order, you can ignore it completely. But most people are still willing to follow the instructions. After all, if a plate of loose sand is scattered, it is easy to be directly exploded by the enemy. It should be the powerhouse of our human race. However, our ambush seems to be useless, this time the enemy is a bit difficult to deal with. At this time, Wei Na said. The vision shared to her by Yan. She could see that most of Yan's current methods didn't work. No problem. Anyway, it has already played its role. Yan said lightly. Wait until the army of Wanzhou enters the range of his mycelium. He immediately launched an attack. Unprepared, he did kill a lot of enemies. But the army of all ethnic groups is not vegetarian. Immediately organized a defensive counterattack. After using his curse ability once, he will be purified by the enemy if he continues to use it. The same goes for the spiritual rewriting of the new evolution. It was a huge success at first. But then the enemy directly applied the defense mentally. As a result, his spiritual rewriting was completely useless. And the puppet he summoned was quickly eliminated by Wanzhou. The spiritual power of the Shattered Star territory is no better than that of a normal planet. So he didn't call out too many. Otherwise, how many enemies there are, how many puppets he summons. It can definitely consume the enemy alive. Now except for the ability of the fire sequence that doesn't want to be exposed. Also parasitic is not used. Qian Zhao, but the ability to parasitize is not a rare ability among the 10,000 clans. Naturally there are ways to cope. Therefore, Yan is not in a hurry to use the parasitic ability. Wait until all enemies are infected with his spores. It's not too late to activate the ability again. Next, Yan delayed for another hour. After all the members of the human race arrived, they started a frontal battle with the army of all races. Yan immediately activated the parasitic ability. A large number of spores grow rapidly in Wanzhou's body, madly absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the enemy. A time. The entire army of all ethnic groups was sluggish. Wait until they react and clean up the parasitic spores in their bodies. The human race army had already taken advantage of this opportunity and killed it happily. It is good. Reward 500 for military merit. Your Tiangong Academy has really produced an amazing student. No wonder you, the vice president, came to protect him in person. At this time, on the fortress on the outskirts of the shattered starfield, a muscular man saw this scene. Immediately, he patted his thigh excitedly and said, "It's just that he did not shoot his own, but the deputy dean of Tiangong Academy." And the vice president also took a breath of cold air. When he grows up, with his abilities, on the frontal battlefield of the heavens and the 10,000 clans, it can definitely relieve the great pressure. 95. He alone is much more powerful than an army. The big man continued to sigh. Then he picked up the glass and took a sip of wine. Then he continued, "Brother Ren, how about we have a discussion? You throw him into my hands, how about I train him myself?" "Ahem, Brother Lu, I'm here to protect the students. Not for sale." 35. The vice president shook his head and refused. "Ren Jingsha, are you trying to learn from me?" At this time, the big man suddenly threatened. "His teacher is our academy's tutor Lu." 99. "You sure?" Ren Jingsha replied. "What teacher Lu?" 35. You mean, that notorious Lu Ruhua? What is this? I'm not afraid of her master coming. Although her lineage is a little troublesome." The big man thought about it. "Also, he is the person my teacher wants to cultivate himself." "Are you sure you want to?" Ren Jingsha said quietly. Cough cough. "If you didn't say it earlier, I didn't expect his old man to be interested. But just because of this, he is not worthy of the old dean's training." 35. "Tell me about it, what's going on?" The big man heard the name of the old dean. Immediately withered. "Just kidding, except for the gods of the human race. In terms of seniority and reputation, including strength, no one can compare to this venerable old dean. He dared to rob people, it was purely courting death. Just take your time." 35. "And I can guarantee that this kid will definitely give you the whole big news," Ren Jingsha said with a smile. "Big news? How big can it be?" the big man asked curiously. In his opinion, Yan's gold level strength. To be able to have such a performance is enough. What's the next big news? It's the same sentence, just look at it. Anyway, I can guarantee that this news is absolutely huge. Ren Jingsha pretended to be mysterious. Think about Yan's performance in the assessment place. He can be 100% sure. Yan is definitely not a quiet master. He will never give up without taking everyone into account. That's right, Brother Lu. You made the group turn around and head towards Yan's direction. Then Ren Jingsha seemed to think of something. Speak up. Cause, it's not like you don't know the rules of the Shattered Star territory. And you're sick. Those little beasts of 10,000 races are all diamond level. You cultivate students like this, I'm afraid you don't want him to die. The big man shook his head and refused. This is the sphere of influence of the human race, you shot, and it is not murder. No one will notice the powerhouses of all races, and even if they notice, there is nothing to say. 99. As long as Yan's life is safe, you don't have to worry. He'll be all right. 35. Ren Jingsha persuaded. No, if such a good genius dies in my jurisdiction. The old dean absolutely ripped my skin off. You're going to die, don't take me with you. 55. The big man still shook his head and refused. Don't worry, you can't die. 99. His source talent is the type of immortality and rebirth. And that's what my teacher meant. Otherwise you think I am willing to let such a good genius take risks. 35. Ren Jingxia snorted. Not dead? No wonder the old dean has a crush on him. He has such a powerful ability, coupled with the characteristics of immortality. Definitely worthy of the old dean's training. But are you sure this is what the old dean meant? 99. The big man confirmed it again and again. I'm going to lie to you, I'll be a bachelor for the rest of my life. Ren Jingxia gave the other party a white look and said. You were destined to be single. The big man muttered. But still chose to shoot. Fragmented star territory. 9 people from all ethnic groups. Follow the direction indicated by the spirit organs before they died. Gone for a long time. Not only did they not find Yan's figure. It is getting more and more remote. Just when they scurried like headless flies. Suddenly I noticed a figure flashing past. And this figure is very similar to the portrait of Yan that they have seen. Chase. Everyone immediately chased after him. The man who could show them the way is dead. Now meet the target character and say something that can't make Yan run away. Otherwise, after Yan hides. The shattered star territory is so big, they may not be able to find it. However, what they didn't expect was that, no matter how they chase, can't keep up with that figure. If not, the other party is not there. They are all suspicious. A group of diamond-level existences failed to catch up with a mere amount of gold. That's it. Full chase for a while. Finally somewhere, the figure of Yan stopped. Then they found out that they had been deceived. BD, it turned out to be a phantom. Cunning humans. The youth of the celestial clan cursed angrily. After so long. Almost didn't catch up. It turns out you told me it was fake? So isn't the real goal already gone? No, there are people around here. The demon nose of the abyss demon race suddenly moved and said. Immediately afterwards, a piece of gravel floated past. They saw far away 2 figures sitting together. He's right. So someone directed us here. Everyone was surprised. Don't care who it is, see if you can kill him, if not, give him a seal and take him away for discussion. Said the Shadow Sha clan. At the same time, the first one who couldn't wait rushed up. Diamond's face gold, it is definitely a slap. So don't worry about problems. It's over right away. Chapter 53. Damn, 9 diamonds. Yan, who was still landing remotely. Suddenly I noticed something was wrong. Immediately change your field of vision and check the situation around you. As a result, I saw 9 diamond-level existences from the 9 major races of all races. That phantom is my appearance. I was stabbed in the back. 5. Yan's vision through the mycelium. Seeing the situation not far away, he muttered. However, although it was not far away, it was blocked by a pile of gravel. Therefore, it cannot be seen by the normal naked eye at all. Who is it, knowing that I am here, and deliberately attracting a full 9 diamond-level existences? Yan frowned. Start collecting information from the mycelium. Although the pictures of mycelium, he usually watched it in real time. But the current symbiote can also store these screen information. So Yan followed the location of the other party and went backwards like a video. Directly find the first time the opponent appears within the range of your own mycelium. Only then did he realize that the other party came here in a group. Looking at their appearance, they should be the celestial god race, abyss demon, shadow demon race, weaving spirit race, giant spirit race. 10 people, 10 races, and many races are still incompatible with each other. Can this be mixed together? Yan looked puzzled. Then, keeping doubts, he accelerated to watch the past pictures. Then, he heard the conversation of these races. I saw the spirit orbs cast their racial talents to see the future. An inexplicable madness. The last will die. Where is the target? F***ck, are you looking for me? Yen responded immediately. It is estimated that these races can join forces to deal with the human race. And they run to their neighborhood, looking for the so-called target. Yen's first reaction was himself. Because he is very clear. The talent he showed in the Tiangong Academy assessment. Although not all. But it's still surprising enough. And those spectators who watched the battle were either the mentor elders of Tiangong Academy. Or it is the role of the major forces with heads and faces. But that doesn't mean there are no human spies. Or, who among them has spoken out about their situation? Then it spreads to the heavens and the myriad clans. In short, Yen instantly filled a lot of possibilities. And why did the Weaver clan suddenly point in the opposite direction? The phantom that appeared at this time was exactly what I looked like, they were attracted. The target is definitely me. After confirming your guess, Yen couldn't sit still. Although he is not afraid of diamond. But it is also difficult to deal with now. And there are 9 diamonds from all races. Possesses all kinds of talents and so on. You can't possibly be your opponent right now. Hurry up and run, or I can say, you may have an accident. Yen quickly said to Wei Na. Those pictures that I traced back just now. Wei Na also saw it. So you know what's going on. Wait, I have a little ability that can help us delay time. Before leaving. Wei Na said. Then stretch out your hand. A phantom slowly emerged. Then the shadows solidified. Becomes Yen and her appearance. And the position and sitting posture are almost the same as before. Amazing, this breath is the same as mine. Yen praised. It's just a temporary projection of us in our memory 5. Let's go quickly. Weina explained. Yen nodded. Many mycelium wrapped the 2 of them and quickly left. Not long after the 2 left. The other side. The 9 people who were chasing the phantom also came nearby. When the phantom disappeared, they thought they had been deceived. Then he found Yen's figure. The people of the Shadow Sha clan also took the lead in launching the attack. However, after the shadow blade in his hand pierced into the body of Yen, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Originally, he thought it was because he was good at assassination. Yen was unaware of his attack, so he sat still with the other woman. I had no idea this wasn't real at all. Next moment, a violent burst of light erupted. The intense light is more painful than looking directly at the sun. Their senses were also completely deprived at this moment. After about 3 seconds, everything is calm again. All of their vision and senses were completely restored. But Yen has completely disappeared from here. Played again. The youth of the celestial clan angrily pinched a gravel. In the hands of wanton rubbing. It didn't loosen until the stone turned into powder. I can feel the difference between the 2 phantoms, definitely formed by different abilities. Maybe the first phantom is fine, and the second phantom is after the target detected us approaching. A deliberate disguise. At this time, the Shadow Sha clan said after returning. In that case, he hasn't run far. The demon of the abyss demon said. Absolutely not. A mere gold-level human. How far can you run? The Shadow Sha clan said with a sneer. I was actually played by a gold. So he is very angry now. There is the army of the 10,000 races. Here we just passed by. 35. There are still 6 directions left, how to choose? The youth of the celestial clan asked. I think we can find it separately. But alone, in case of encountering a diamond-level superhuman of the human race, it will be more troublesome. 5. I suggest dividing into 3 teams and searching in 3 general directions. I really can't find it, said the Shadow Sha clan. But right now, not far from him, the giant who thought he was huge shook his head. No, I see him. The people of the giant spirit clan said in a loud voice. On his forehead, the third eye opened at this moment. And this eye is staring in a certain direction. You haven't spoken all the time, but I've forgotten this innate ability of your giant spirit clan. At this time, the youth of the celestial clan laughed. Now that the target has been found, the crowd no longer hesitated. But take the time to catch up. Sure enough, I'm still catching up. The other side. Yen running away. Feel the information from the hyphae. Said not at all unexpectedly. After all, those who deal with him are strong men from the 9 major races. It is normal to have some special tracking methods. So, he separated from Wei Na early. After all, the enemy's target is him, and Wei Na only needs to leave him. There will be no danger. Although Wei Na did not plan to leave at first. But Yen still insisted on sending her away. He admits that Wei Na is very strong, and maybe she can easily protect herself in the face of diamonds. But that's a one-on-one situation. Now that there are so many people, he doesn't need Wei Na to accompany him in danger. As expected of a diamond, the speed is so fast, I can't run now. Continue to escape for a while. Transmit vision without hyphae. Yen himself could vaguely feel the terrifying aura coming from behind him. At last, he simply stood still. Gave up running away. He, humans, finally caught up with you. The Shadow Shack clan was the first to arrive. Seeing Yen standing there, he let out a cold laugh. Then the diamond powerhouses of other races arrived one after another. Directly surrounded Yen. Hineng, I have only become an extraordinary person for 3 months, and I have even attracted 9 diamond-level beings to deal with me. Should I be honored? Yen said with a smile. Although surrounded by 9 people, his own momentum is also completely inferior to others. But there was no fear at all. It's just because you've grown to this point in just 3 months that you're attracted to us. And I know why you're so reckless. But we also came prepared. Even if you have the talent of immortality, don't even think about escaping today. The Shadow Shack clan said with a smile. That gloomy way of speaking. It is also in line with their dark race that likes to live in the dark. That's really bothering you. 35. He specially prepared a means to deal with me. Let me guess what? Can it prevent my wound from healing? Or kill me mentally? Or, other methods, such as sealing me up? 35. Take me away when the time comes, it won't matter if I die or not. Yen thought for a while and said. At least in his opinion, the means to deal with him are nothing more than these. But a pity. His talent is not immortal. But immortality. Even if they kill their own body completely, and prevent self-healing, it is useless. Because as long as his hyphae are still there, even if there is only one cell, he can be reborn smoothly. Even if the current consciousness is erased. However, Yen would not deliberately tell the other party his own background in order to pretend to be coercive. Knowing our methods, yet so careless. You think you can escape? Still think someone can save you? This is the youth of the Celestial Clan said. You guess. Yen looked at the youth of the Celestial Clan and said. Stop talking to him. He was probably stalling waiting for foreign aid. We'd better get the job done and get out of here. At this time, the demon of the abyss demon said. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards Yen. This movement seemed slow. But Yen could feel that he was under an invisible force. The body suddenly felt a little sluggish. You look quite unique, don't you know your mother's surname? But just when the demon was about to catch Yen, Yen took a step back smoothly. Avoid the opponent's big hand. My mother is just a lowly succubus. You don't deserve a surname at all. As for me, I have a noble bloodline. 55. So, human, don't struggle, it's your honor to be planted in my hands. 55. I'll take you to the bottom of the abyss and take care of you. The abyss demon said proudly. Looking at Yen, it is also full of fiery for food. Because in his eyes, Yen's undead ability, that is the endless meat bank. If you want to eat people in the future, you don't need to buy them at high prices, or run out to arrest people. Succubus. Understood. In the future I will personally go to the realm of the abyss demon race and talk to your mother. And there is. Your proposal is a good one, but I refuse. A piece of advice for you by the way. Next, hurry up and leave the Shattered Star territory. Otherwise I will seek revenge on you soon. Yen said with a smile. Don't wait for the abyss demon in front of you to do it. His body started to burst in an instant. A powerful heat wave also swept out in the next moment. 9 diamond-level existences. Faced with an explosion of this magnitude, they also hurriedly displayed their own defensive measures. The aftermath of the final explosion dissipated. There was a mess around. But there is no Yen figure. This blows itself up. Although they saw Yen explode with their own eyes. But in the face of such a result, no one dared to believe that it would be true. Think again about what Yen said. It won't be long before he'll be back for revenge. Perhaps he teleported his wreckage away at the moment of the explosion. Anyway, he has the ability to be immortal, and the data says that he can be resurrected if he turns into ashes. Next time we meet, I will directly imprison him and won't talk nonsense with him again. 99. The demon of the abyss demon race said with a dark face. Originally his skin was red. But in the face of the explosion, his hasty defense was not timely enough. It was blown up. You said the same just now, but you continued to talk nonsense with him. 35. Now that he's gone, you have no small responsibility. The youth of the celestial clan snorted coldly. The two races did not deal with each other in the first place. People are running away now. Naturally, he had to attribute his mistakes to the abyss demon race. People are lost under our 9 noses. 35. Seriously, we are all responsible. But now is not the time for infighting, we must hurry to find him. It was about to quarrel. At this time, the people of the Shadow Sha clan said. Then he turned his attention to the people of the Giant Spirit clan. I saw that he is now on the battlefield and is fighting against the army of 10,000 races with the army of human beings. He's very capable, and he's well suited for large-scale combat. Because of his existence, the human race has suppressed the army of 10,000 races with 1/3 of the number. There are also women of the human race, who are also very powerful. The Jinn watched through the third eye. While explaining, that battlefield, hasn't it been upgraded to the highest level? This is the youth of the celestial clan asked. No, but if we get past that, it's definitely an upgrade to the highest level. 35. But there is no problem, with our strength, we can clean up the Terran army before the Terran diamonds arrive. Catch him by the way. The people of the Giant Spirit tribe analyzed. Then what else is there to say? Just do it. 35. At that time, wait for the diamond-level existence of the human race to come. We've already left. The demon of the abyss demon said. I don't think it's right, we came here, presumably the strong people of the human race have already discovered it and issued an order. I don't know if there is a diamond-level existence of the human race, and they have been waiting nearby for a long time. I'm not afraid of them, but it will hinder our original plan. At this time, a new race of diamond level said. Do not bother. That human has left again. At this time, the people of the Giant Spirit clan said. I still underestimate him. I didn't expect that in such a short time, he would end the battle. Of course there is also the woman's credit. It was the female phantom who sat with his phantom at the time. 99. Maybe, I can take her too. Probably the above will be happy too. The genie explained. This is the end? That's an army of tens of thousands, and it's not bronze and silver. 35. It's all real gold, platinum. And the number of human races, isn't it only 1/3? Everyone heard the news. They were amazed. The reason why the army of all ethnic groups was dispatched at this time. In fact, it is more to attract hatred and attention to them. Unexpectedly, this allows humans to solve it. And they haven't been able to catch the target yet. This is the horror of the human race. 35. They are few in number, but more capable than us. And the combat power is also top-notch, not to mention 1-on-3. If you get rid of the people here, many of them will be fine even if they hit 5. The point is, the woman of that human race, I don't know what method she used, suddenly suppressed all the armies of 10,000 races. This is the direct reason why the army was completely wiped out. The people of the giant spirit race continued. I didn't expect the human race to have such a top genius in addition to that goal. But let's follow the mission first. The human race woman in your mouth, we'll talk about it when we see the situation. The youth of the celestial clan said. Where has he gone now? Then the Shadow Shack clan asked. A bit far, but well within my surveillance range. Let's go, my eyes will guide us to his side. 39. Said the giant spirit clan. Immediately after. His third eye, illuminating a phantom of a road. After this phantom appeared, it immediately extended. A breathless time, even beyond the sight of everyone. Everyone sees it. They followed this illusory path. At full speed, he rushed towards Yan's location. I said, don't follow me, why don't you leave? At this time. The other side. Yan looked at Wei Na who was following behind and said speechlessly. He just appeared on the battlefield. The diamond-level powerhouses of the 10,000 races must have noticed him. So the next thing he needs to do is keep running. By the way, find a safe place and improve yourself. But Wei Na had to follow her this time. Can't shake it off. Would you believe it if I said I felt safer with you? Facing Yan's expulsion. Instead, Wei Na explained with a smile on her face. Yan shook his head. Just kidding, she wasn't hunted down again. And his own strength is strong, no less than himself. Even if you encounter other diamond-level powerhouses. Self-defense is no problem at all. In such a situation, how could he still need to be by his side? You don't believe it, but I believe it. And most importantly, I'm safe with you by my side. Wei Na said with a smile. Then he hugged Yan's arm cordially. A deadly look. Am I being molested? Yan shook his arm. After finding that he couldn't let go, he accepted his fate with a satisfied face. They're chasing them now, can you hold them back? 10 minutes is enough for me. Yan looked at Wei Na and asked. The reason why he would go to the battlefield. The main, CHDH, is to collect cultivation resources. After all, tens of thousands of troops. Enough for him to raise his strength enough to fight against the diamond level. There may even be a lot of wealth. No problem. Wei Na thought about it and said. Then she stretched out her hand to a piece of rubble. Then wave your hand. The rubble quickly gathered together under her control. It ended up being a huge piece of ground. Then she crouched down again and gently stroked the ground. The originally dead stone ground. Vibrant in an instant. Flowers and trees rose from the ground. There is one more tree. It rose from the ground under a green fluorescent light and turned into a towering tree. When the tree stops growing, a streak of brilliance shone. These scattered brilliance automatically formed a huge barrier. Guard the entire ground firmly. This barrier can last for half an hour. After half an hour, there's nothing I can do. 99. Do it all. Wei Na came to the eyes and said. T. Yan stared blankly at Wei Na's handwriting and said in surprise. He could feel that this original dead place. How vibrant it is now. This is different from their own symbiotes absorbing nutrients and devouring spiritual power. Wei Na's power is just the opposite. It was she who gave this place a lot of life. Everything is plunder, she's just the opposite. This woman's symbiosis, I'm afraid it's weirder than mine. Yan muttered inwardly. Then sit cross-legged. Pick up one after another spiritual fruit and put it into your mouth. I want to defeat this group of diamond-level existences. I have to improve myself to a sufficient intensity. Or, which method to take. But for me, rank doesn't matter. Just to deal with these few diamond-level existences, I deliberately raised the level. Then if I want to improve my abilities in the future, I will need more spiritual power. So, it's okay to improve the ability now. I can't beat it. The big deal is to continue running. Anyway, I have completed the task. It's really not good, it's not bad to leave the Shattered Star territory directly. Yan thought. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. And he wasn't in a hurry to kill this group of people. If it is killed, it is not certain that Wanzu will send a stronger enemy next time. By then it will be worth it. So for Yan who may have persecutory delusions, considering the situation comprehensively, choose the optimal solution between safety and collection of resources is the most important. Before, I used my own body to cast Life Burst, but it didn't cause any effective damage to them. At that time, I wasted the maximum spiritual energy that my body can store. In that case, the flame sequence ability has to be improved. The life sequence also seems to be improved, especially the essence enhancement. Well, why don't you let the system deduce it first? Yan continued to think. So he forcibly suppressed the spiritual power scattered in his body, waiting for the deduction of the system. Ding, according to the host's will. 35. The system begins to deduce the evolution direction of sequence capabilities. 66, 99. Ding, life sequence deduction is over. Ding, spiritual sequence deduction is over. Ding, the curse sequence deduction is over. Ding, flame sequence deduction is over. Ding, devouring sequence deduction is over. Ding, phantom spirit sequence deduction is over. Ding, the current limit of the life sequence can triple the strength of the host and the symbiote, but still can't resist the existence of diamond grade. However, after the bioengineering is improved, the plan that the host wants to implement can be accelerated. The maximum speed of plan implementation can be increased to less than 10 minutes. Ding, the current limit of the spiritual sequence allows the host to obtain enough mental power to attack. But the odds of defeating the enemy are only 60%. Including the props or abilities that the enemy has to protect the spirit, the possibility is reduced to 10%. 35. Ding, the limit of the current curse sequence can make the host. Ding, the current limit of the flame sequence allows the host to have a 90% chance of killing the enemy. But the consumption will be huge, and the host's plan will be postponed. Or the host can implement the plan and then choose to do it. AJ. Superscript 16. Ding, the phantom spirit sequence has been raised to the limit, and with the evolution of the will, the host has a high probability of obtaining the ability to teleport the plane. 99. This ability is very suitable, the host that has been targeted by the heavens and the races. 66, 99. Ding, considering that there are many resources at present, and the host's ability is different, the system deduces the optimal promotion route for the host. 35. Please raise the cultivation base to the late golden stage, and the life sequence will raise the biological engineering to the limit. 99. The spiritual sequence can temporarily not need to be upgraded. Curse sequence, increase the curse of luck. 66. Flame sequence, enhance life burst. 5. Control sequence, can improve spiritual rewriting. Devouring sequence, there is no need to upgrade for the time being. Illusionary sequence, improve the altar of the illusion, or try to awaken new abilities. After some deduction analysis, the system clearly arranged Ye'an's evolutionary route. See the suggestions given by the system. Ye'an thought for a while. Decided to do so. Then stop blocking the spiritual power in your body. At the same time, he continued to devour the fruit of spiritual power. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your cultivation has been promoted to the late golden stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability bioengineering has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability bioengineering has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability bioengineering has evolved into biological origin fire. Hint: this ability has reached the current limit of the host, and there is a high probability of failure if it continues to improve. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability curse of luck has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability curse of luck has evolved into curse of luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Chi Luck Swap has evolved into Chi Luck Devouring. Luck Devouring, the ability to combine the evolution of the curse sequence and the swallowing sequence can absorb the luck of others and temporarily strengthen oneself. Hint: this ability has reached the current limit of the host, and please use this ability with caution. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Life Burst has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Life Burst has evolved into Life Fission. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Life Fission has evolved into Perfect Biological Mutation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Perfect Biological Sudden Change has additionally spawned a new ability Perfect Energy Control. 99. This ability is temporarily incorporated into the life sequence. Hint: this ability has been. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual Rewriting has evolved into Spiritual Forced Rewriting. 55. 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Mental Forced Rewriting has evolved into Spiritual Tampering. 35. Ding! Your ability Mental Tampering has evolved a new ability Mental Interference. Mental Interference, ability can be attached. After the target sees the attached item, the spirit will be disturbed and impacted. Hint: this ability has been upgraded to. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Illusionary Altar has been successfully strengthened, the time of each function has been extended, and the name has not changed. 55. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Illusionary Altar has been successfully strengthened, and the ability of Temporary Contract Summon has been added. Temporary Contract Summoning, you can temporarily summon a large number of phantom creatures to fight for you, and the summoned creatures are all random, so there are strong and weak. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Phantom Altar has been successfully strengthened, and the ability of Interface Teleportation has been added. Interface Teleportation, this ability can open up the passage between the fantasy world and the world you are in, but you need an altar to go back and forth, and it cannot be used if the altar disappears. Hint: this ability can be upgraded to, and the host should use this ability with caution. If you are bound to the phantom spirit world, there is no altar in the real world, and the host will not be able to return. 5. It can be regarded as strengthening. Moreover, there is still 1/5 of the spiritual fruit left. Sure enough, the battlefield is my home. Ye'an said happily. Then opened his eyes. Just saw Wei Na's enchantment. Surrounding the group of diamond-level existences from all over the world. How's it going? Ye'an asked Wei Na, who was on the side. It's still 20 minutes. Vera replied. Looking at your consumption is not small, let's rest for a while. 35. Ye'an handed Wei Na a few spiritual fruits. Wei Na nodded, took the spiritual fruit and put it in her mouth. Then there was a look of satisfaction on his face. Not only the spiritual power of the whole body is filled. More importantly, this spiritual fruit is even more delicious than the previous one. If you have time, you can get me more of these fruits in the future. 35. Spiritual power is not important, this taste is really invincible. Wei Na said happily. It's simple. Yan touched the ring. A lot of spiritual power fruits were taken out by him. These are what I usually store up and prepare to use to replenish my spiritual power at critical moments. But now in this situation, I am not lacking in spiritual power at all. 35. So you can eat it with confidence, I'll just add it when the time comes. Yan explained. Wei Na's eyes lit up when she saw so many spiritual fruits. Without hesitation, he picked up a new spiritual fruit and ate it. Then I thought about it. You picked up a spiritual fruit and sent it to Yan's mouth. Yan also obediently opened his mouth and ate it. It's so comfortable. It's a pity that these 9 enemies are a bit annoying. 99. Yan was lying on the lawn. Feeling the small world full of vitality whispered. And the 9 people outside the enchantment. At this moment, his eyes are red with anger. Good guy. The 9 of them are all diamond-level existences. It's been more than 10 minutes, and I haven't been able to break through the barrier set by a gold-level female human being. The key is not to break through. Are the 2 still showing affection in the enchantment? Especially the youth of the Celestial clan. His aesthetics are completely the same as those of human beings. Seeing a beauty like Wei Na, I started thinking. Especially the temperament that Wei Na exudes. It is somewhat similar to their Celestial clan. Therefore, Wei Na became more and more attracted to him. Now I see that she is feeding Yan with her own hands. Just outright jealousy. Wait, I'll break the barrier and kill you all. The youth of the Celestial clan said angrily. The nearby demons looked at Wei Na and left saliva. Such a wonderful human, the flesh must be very good. Now you believe what I said. The talent of this woman is also the top among human beings. Just imagine, don't say gold. Under the same realm, if the 9 of us join forces, who can last for more than 10 minutes? So I feel that this woman must also be taken away, or killed. At that time, the rewards we will get will definitely not be less than the mission goal. 39. The people of the Giant Spirit clan said. Understood, but the question is how to open this barrier. Looking at their appearance, it is absolutely predicted that we will not be able to break through the barrier in a short time. Wait a little longer, the diamond-level powerhouse on the human side is here, plus this enchantment that is harder than a turtle shell. At that time, we won't even try to solve one of our goals. The people of the Celestial clan said angrily. Because just now he also saw Yan smiling at him. This is clearly a provocation. But there is nothing he can do now. In this enchantment, I can feel the pure power of life. Maybe I have a way. The demon of the Abyss demon race observed for a while and said. Then he took out a short knife full of black lines. Then opened his wrist. Blood flowed quickly. And he wrapped the blood with spiritual power and splashed it on the enchantment. Next moment, the enchantment emits a sound. It seems to work. But then a green light flashed. The enchantment suddenly changed into a new look. You can try putting in some more blood. Anyway, your demon clan will not die in spirit, and your body will be resurrected. 35. This is the person from the Celestial clan who said. Hehe, I think the blood of the gods can also be used. After all, your family of gods and gods is full of hypocritical morality, and your bones are full of self-esteem and cunning. It's no different from us demons. 35. The demon of the Abyss demon race said with a sneer. Can't you find death? The youth of the Celestial clan said angrily. Hehe, incompetent and furious. Don't think I can't see the fire of desire in your eyes. That human woman seems to suit your taste, but you can't do anything about this enchantment. 35. So deliberately trying to trouble me. Tisk tisk, what a low-level mind. The demon of the abyss demon race said with a smile. He can't afford to be angry with each other now. Stop arguing, you are not annoying, I am annoying. At this moment, Yan's business can come from within the enchantment. The expressions of the youth of the celestial clan were almost gnashing of teeth. Hee hee, funny human. But you are destined to be unable to escape, even if you hide in it, it's just delaying time. The demon of the abyss demon race replied with a sneer. Then he took out what looked like a clock. Then threw it out. The clock, which was originally the size of a palm, immediately became even bigger than this barrier. Directly cover the enchantment completely. Then see how long you can survive. When the enchantment disappears, you will completely fall into my hands. The demon of the abyss demon showed an expectant smile. A spiritual tool with a seal effect. Not bad. Then I'll give you a gift too. 35. Yan said calmly. Then his eyes swept across the crowd. Directly launched the luck devouring. But take into account the system's reminders. Yan didn't really swallow their luck. It's just a big bite of their chi luck, and then spit it out. Now. The 9 people also instantly sensed something was wrong. Because after Yan glanced over, they immediately felt uncomfortable. But they couldn't tell exactly where they were uncomfortable. Don't worry, keep attacking. I don't believe he can keep going. At this moment, the people of the Shadow Sha clan said. Just when he was running his spiritual power. Suddenly, a meteorite flew over. Hit him directly on the head. Although no harm was done. But the sudden collision startled him. The spiritual power in the body instantly dissipated. There was some small turbulence in the body for a while. It turned out to be a meteorite. And I didn't even notice. Could it be that I'm thinking too much about killing this human? 35. The Shadow Sha people turned their heads. Look at the items that attack you. A look of doubt. And this time on the other side. The youth of the Celestial clan is also ready to continue to attack. But in the distance. Suddenly a flaming arrow shot over. At this time, he is the critical moment to accumulate the ultimate move. Although he noticed it, he couldn't avoid it. You can only let the arrow shoot between the 2 pieces of meat behind him. Although not very powerful. But humiliating. Accumulated to the last big move, instantly collapsed. The huge spiritual power was mixed with the semi-finished big move and launched. In the end, not only did it not cause damage to the enchantment. Instead, he was kicked out. It's a good show. 35. Seeing this scene, Yan in the barrier suddenly burst into laughter. Wei Na couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that you still have the means to deprive your luck, and the effect is so good. After Wei Na smiled. He also said with admiration. For Wei Na can see the role of her own ability. Yan has long been surprised. But no matter how good the effect is, there is no way to really deal with them. So next, I'm going to play the big ticket. Yan said with a serious face. Then contact the system and let the system spread a message through the Tiandao network. Warning, warning, all members of the tribe must tell each other when they receive this news. 35. Next, be sure to return to the Terran fortress. Warning, warning, this is no joke. Please cherish life and evacuate quickly. 35. Benevolence and righteousness have been exhausted. If someone doesn't choose to leave, I won't blame me. After the message is sent, Yan continued to wait for a while. Until 10 minutes left in the barrier. Only then did he stand up, give the symbiote, and give the final order. A time. The entire chaotic star field. Every meteorite is like a sprouting seed. Found a root of mycelium. The hyphae began to rapidly, entangled with each other and condensed, and then fused together. The entire sea of fragments, in less than 10 seconds, instantly turned into a huge irregular spherical mycelium network. Whether it is a member of the heavens and myriad clans, or human beings themselves. Seeing this scene, they all showed surprised expressions. A few minutes ago, inside the human fortress, the deputy dean of Tiangong Academy, Ren Jingsha, watched Yen with the big man. After seeing Wei Na's performance, the big man surnamed Lu suddenly began to love talents again. Brother Ren, the old school principal Yen has made a reservation. There's a girl doll, look. The big man said if he had something to say. What to watch? I don't watch. You are a rough man, what are you doing with the idea of hitting other people's dolls? Don't think that you can bully the female students of my academy as you wish. Ren Jingsha said righteously. At the same time, he was also very surprised. At the beginning, the performance of Wei Na's assessment site was not bad. But not so outrageous. One person, one enchantment. Face 9 enemies spanning 2 large levels. It can be easily resisted. Coupled with her previous performance against the army of 10,000 people with the army of the human race. He knew, this Wei Na. Definitely a genius who doesn't belong to Yen. Such a genius, how could he be willing to hand it over? What you said, Lu, are a secret womanizer. 35. Although this girl is really good looking, it's good to introduce it to my little grandson. The big man snorted coldly. Roll. I didn't see a man's talent, a woman's beauty, a man's love for a concubine, a wolf, FK, why are the students who just entered the school all in love? Ren Jingsha said angrily. Shout, just tell me if you don't want to. 39. Lu, are very reasonable. 35. The big deal is when they graduate, I'm looking for them to join the military. 55. The big man pouted and said. That Yang Yan thought so too. But such a good genius, our academy must nurture them to enter the realm of kings. At that time, they will become independent when they go out on their own, and who cares about your forces? Ren Jingsha said. Your academy is really, Someone actually issued an order to make everyone retreat. Who is so bold and doesn't know that on the battlefield, casual news of retreat is not allowed? The big man frowned. Well, the average person probably wouldn't dare to send a message like this. It is estimated that the kid wants to do something. I suggest that you also issue an order to let the others retreat quickly. 5. Otherwise, something will really happen. Ren Jingsha thought about it and said. That Yen? The big man said curiously. Ren Jingsha had told him before that Yen would definitely make big news. Now it looks like he's really about to start. Then retreat, the big deal is that we lose this round. When the time comes, you can take the blame. The big man said with a smile. Then, in his name, an order to retreat was issued. And this news directly swept the entire Shattered Star territory. Those who originally received Yan's message were still hesitant. After receiving the message again, they chose to retreat. And the people of all the heavens and the 10,000 races were suddenly stunned. Well, the human race has retreated. Therefore, one by one began to suspect whether there was a conspiracy. Some people even tried to follow the Terran to see what was going on. Is it that the human race is about to gather its forces and attack a certain clan's fortress? But it only took a few minutes. Suddenly the entire Shattered Star territory changed drastically. Countless hyphae protruded from a piece of meteorite. Those unknown human races saw this scene. Immediately thought there was a great danger. So the speed of retreat is even more powerful. Those Wang group members who originally followed them, after seeing this scene, he also hurriedly ran towards his own position. Joke. Although I don't know what happened. But obviously something went wrong. At this time, if you are still tracking humans, At that time, people will return to their fortresses to hide. Is it difficult for you to stand outside the fortress and stare at yourself? And it's not that the army is overwhelming, and it goes directly under the fortress, purely looking for death. But there are also members of the universe. Tried to attack the mycelium. With the existence of gold level, it is useless to launch an attack. But at platinum, the mycelium can still be cut off. But after cutting it, it quickly recovered. And far away, within the occupation, within the perception range. All densely packed with mycelium. They also have no idea of cleaning the mycelium. After all, how can so many be cleaned up? These hyphae, in particular, don't seem to attack them. Therefore, the best judgment at the moment is to withdraw quickly, return to the fortress and wait until the powerhouse of his own family investigates what happened. But just when they thought so, those hyphae suddenly started to move. Pieces of meteorites were slowly dragged. It was slow at first though. But over time, in less than 3 minutes, the speed was already astonishingly fast. Rotate, gather. These hyphae drag countless rubble. Begin to imitate the rotational trajectory of a planet and continue to accelerate action. Then the people of the heavens and the tribes discovered it. Something happened. Especially inside members. It was directly blocked by countless mycelium and gravel. They smashed rocks and cut the mycelium to make a way. But this time, the hyphae start to attack actively. Of course, it is not mainly physical, but also spiritual. They suddenly wondered why they wanted to leave. It seems good to stay here and observe. Anyway, even if these gravel are gathered together, there is no harm. After all, it's just an ordinary stone. They thought so. The body began to stop involuntarily. Even if someone reacts wrong. But it was too late. Even if it has broken through a lot of meteorites and mycelium. But the more peripheral, the faster the meteorite moves. They just blazed a trail. The next second, it was blocked by meteorites and mycelium flying from other places. And they can also feel an invisible force from space. It is also guiding them, constantly moving in the direction of the meteorite's rotation. To the end. They completely follow the trend, and there is absolutely no possibility of resistance. The power brought by the powerful meteorite vortex was involved in it. But it is different from the situation of the heavens and the 10,000 clans. All the human races are on their way to retreat. These meteorites and mycelium have all made way. To get them out quickly. Seeing such a scene, many human races were relieved. It looks like it's his own doing. Otherwise, why only hinder the heavens and the myriad races, and not stop their human race? Yen. As expected of you. At this time, somewhere in the shattered starfield, a petite voice saw this scene. The shocking eyes are also full of firmness. As a visitor, Ye Wenqiu knew immediately that this was what Yen said. It was big enough to be noisy at the assessment site last time. I didn't expect to be in this shattered star region, which is bigger than the assessment site. Yen can actually do the same thing. I will surpass you sooner or later. In the end, Ye Wenqiu murmured. Then chose to leave. What's going on with these meteorites, and these hyphae, all seem to be heading in one direction. Now. Outside the enchantment. Suddenly do not know why the hapless 9. See what's going on around you. Suddenly surprised. This kind of handwriting, no matter how you look at it, does not seem to be able to enter the existence of the shattered star territory. It's you. What the hell did you do? 39. At this moment, the giant spirits suddenly looked at Yen in the barrier and asked. No one else has seen Yen's ability to use mycelium. Therefore, I didn't expect that it would be Yen who was trapped in the enchantment. But he had seen it. And the data also said that his symbiote was something called Bazi. Exactly the same thing that stirs the white threads of countless rubble in the shattered starfield now. What nonsense! I'm trapped here by you guys, and I can't leave if I want to. You actually said I did it? If I really had this ability, I would have killed you all long ago. Is it still worth it? Yen shook his head and said. Others think so too. But the Jin people don't believe Yan's nonsense. I've seen him fight with this white thread. Also, his profile also states that his symbiote is Bazi. 35. Don't be fooled by him. The genie explained. Whether he is or not. 35. I can feel that the life in the enchantment begins to flow away. It won't be long before the enchantment will disappear completely. When the time comes, people will take it away. The people of the Abyss Demon family said. Then guess what, the barrier disappeared first. 55. Or do you disappear first? Yen suddenly smiled and said. Next moment. The speed of the rotation and gathering of countless rebel accelerated again. The surrounding gravel, visible to the naked eye, quickly disappeared into the distance. It's really you. The giant spirit clan snorted coldly. I just said no, how can you take me? Yen spread his hands and said. Then Yen waved. One after another mycelium grew out of the enchantment. Make it a house without doors and windows. Lock himself in with Vina. Next, it's time to go. Yen snapped his fingers. A phantom altar appeared between the two. This altar can be teleported across the dimensional space to the greatest extent. But again, in the same dimension, naturally, too. Even simpler. But it's not that far away. After all, crossing dimensions is two different things from crossing distances. Otherwise, there is no need for a dream channel in the dream world. At the same time, if it is transmitted in the same dimension, the required conditions are also the same. That is to have another altar. And a lot of spiritual power. But that's not a problem. Then Yen took Wei Na's hand. Cover the altar with your other hand. Next moment. The space vibrated slightly. Yen and Wei Na's vision disappeared for a moment. But when they recover again, people have come to the depths of the Shattered Star territory. Although it was an idea at first, I didn't expect it to be possible. When I knew it was a huge and full of life planet, I was wondering if I could piece it back together. 35. Then I discovered that the gravel in the fragmented star region has a weak trajectory. And after a calculation, if no one interferes, after thousands of years, this place will be reunited again. Look at the planet that gradually gathers under your feet. Yen took the initiative to introduce Wei Na. This world, because the aura is revived. The strong can directly hold the sun and the moon and crush the stars. So astronomy doesn't matter at all. But in the previous life, this was one of the knowledge he was interested in. What he likes most is to appreciate the vast universe. You have created a planet. Then what are you going to do next? Bring the planet back to life, or? Wei Na was also a little surprised to see this scene and said. In her words. Yen can see it. She seemed to prefer to bring the planet back to life. It seems to have something to do with her symbiont properties. It is clear that bringing the planet back to life is not realistic. 55. It was because of this that this planet was missed by all races. 5. Although Yen also wanted to take care of Wei Na's thoughts. Finally, he shook his head and refused. What I want is everything about this planet, mainly including the heavens and races trapped inside. 5. Wei Na nodded. She also understood Yan's approach. Also at this time, countless rebel was finally put together. An irregular, but a real giant planet formed. Now the core of this planet has formed a huge gravitational force by itself. Even then, there is no fixation of Yan's hyphae. These rebel will not run around, but if there are still rebel nearby, just fall into it. Yen stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. Countless mycelium broke out of the stone. The entire planet was suddenly occupied by countless mycelium. It has become a paradise for these mycelium. Now, this planet is like a huge earth ball. The hyphae are like earthworms. Wander through and devour it recklessly. This newly pieced together planet has also become more lifeless. As for the members of the heavens and the races trapped in it, that is, the existence of diamond level can resist. Even platinum will suffer the fate of being slaughtered after persisting for a while. Human, how dare you? At this time, a roar sounded. That was the strong man from Wanzhou launched an attack on Yen. UBD, do you really think that there is no one in my human race? At this time, an angry, rude voice sounded. Yen didn't even see what was going on. I just felt a wave of spiritual power blowing through. Immediately after that, the 10,000 clan powerhouse who shot the shot suddenly stopped moving. Lu Chuan, your human race is too much. At this time, another roar sounded. Immediately after that, there was a powerful aura, which instantly swept the entire Shattered Star territory. Your Terran is fine. 35. More than 90% of our clansmen were trapped and slaughtered. 99. You don't have an explanation? A strong man asked. The fart statement, the rules of the Shattered Starfield do not say that there is a limit on killing enemies. It's the fact that you violated the rules first, breaking the rules, and the dignified master actually shot at a gold. Don't be ashamed to say it. Lu Chuan said. Let him stop, I will apologize later. At this time, people from all over the world said. Haha, you really think I'm stupid? It's fine if you don't unite against my human race. 5. Also join forces to apologize. Boy, you can let go of your hands and feet and continue to be yours. With me, Lu, no one can touch you. Lu Chuan said aggressively. Even if it is one to many, he is not at all timid. Of course, more importantly, beside him, there is also the vice president of the emperor-level Tiangong Academy. The highest of these people is no more than the king. He is afraid of eggs. Lu Chuan, you brought it on yourself. Then from now on, you Lu Chuan and Shattered Star territory will no longer exist. The strong man of all races said angrily. Then the war broke out. Except for the powerful force that constantly oscillates. Yen really couldn't see what happened, how the battle was going, etc. But he didn't panic at all. In the event that the human race's strong Lu Chuan died, he would just run away. Hehe, the boy of the human race, really don't care about you. At this time, a sinister voice sounded. Just by hearing the sound, Yen knew that this was definitely a member of the Shadow Sha clan. Considering that the Shadow Sha is good at stealth and assassination. So Yen didn't dare to do it. Just get up and run. But right now, another voice sounded. I'm actually fishing, cough, I didn't expect you to actually throw yourself into the net. In recent years, you have organized the assassination of my human race with a lot of geniuses. Shadow Crow. Ren Jingsha said. The powerful coercion spread out in an instant. The strong man of all races who fought against Lu Chuan before. Under this pressure, I almost didn't kneel down. Ren Jingsha. I didn't expect you to take such a fancy to him and send you to protect him. But really thought you could beat me? Yingwu of the Shadow Sha clan snorted coldly. Immediately after, a higher level of war began. Then I will continue. Yen could guess that the people from Tiangong Academy might secretly protect him. But I never thought that it would be this somewhat wretched vice president. But they beat them, since no one bothered them. He is also accelerating the pace of absorption. Got you. But right now, the 9 diamond level ones came over. At the same time, several other diamond-level powerhouses from all races also gathered around them one after another. Tisk, I wanted to save your life. After all, rather than killing you, I am more inclined to collect cultivation resources. Since you have to court death. Yan's eyes instantly turned cold. Now this situation belongs to him, and it is impossible to have both. Although the bear's paw is more delicious, this fish has to hop in front of itself. Then even if he didn't want the bear's paw, he would have to kill the fish. If you have the ability, don't leave. Yan said with a cold snort. Then stretch out your hand. Inside this huge planet, all the mycelium began to change in an instant. Yan rudely squandered all the spiritual energy and flesh and blood essence he had absorbed. This moment, countless mycelia turned into flames. Countless numbers of flame mushrooms grew rapidly. The entire planet instantly turned into a huge bomb. That's the real art, that's the real earthburst. 35. Yan chuckled. Next second, countless flame mushrooms began to burst in an instant. Chapter 54. Crazy man, this human being is completely insane. See this scene. The people who came to besiege Yan all turned pale with fright. This is a planet-level explosion. And this planet is much larger than the average planet. Ordinary king-level existences may not be able to dismantle this planet in a very short period of time. And Yan actually exploded. This power. Needless to say, it is absolutely comparable to the full force of a king-level strike. They don't run quickly. Then the result can only be that the ashes that were blown up are not left. And this human, relying on his own immortality, he stood motionless on the spot. Isn't he afraid that the woman beside him will suffer too? Boy, stop me! Also at this time, there was an urgent voice in the distance. Which big man surnamed Lu is trying to stop Yan? He thinks. With Yan's ability, if you really face this explosion head-on, you will surely die. So did the girl doll beside him. These are the two geniuses of today's human race. He would rather die himself than see the human race suffer such a loss. Everyone get out. At this time, the powerhouses of the Wang clan also found something wrong. Evacuate quickly. A planet-level bomb. Once it exploded, they were separated by a certain distance. But still have to suffer a lot. Oh, a bunch of idiots. See all the enemies running away. Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He is not really a fool, how could it be because of a group of diamond-level existences? Detonate the planet. Although it did explode. But only the performance of the planet. Little spirit. Just when everyone retreated, Yan gave a light drink. Next moment, a loud and long voice sounded. Below the planet, an illusory spirit that only Yan could see appeared. Wait until it gets close to the planet. The originally extremely huge volume immediately skyrocketed again. Finally opened his mouth wide. One trick to swallow. Swallow the planet directly in your mouth. What's the situation? See the suddenly disappearing planet. Everyone was blinded. That is a planet. The existence of countless kings and emperors in those days fought recklessly on it for a long time. This caused the planet to shatter. Nowadays, this planet disappeared in an instant. Next, a small gift for you. 99. Yan showed a smile. Countless mycelium completely wrapped him and Wei Na. Then the hyphae disappear. The two also disappeared. After reappearing, Yan came to the fortress of other races. There's not just one fortress here, but a whole dozen. Because these races themselves are relatively weak, and they are particularly hostile to humans. Therefore, they are united together, and the fortresses are also built nearby, so that they can watch and help each other. But this has also become Yan's best goal. It all exploded, I really feel distressed. But since I've offended me, it's okay not to make you pay the price. Yan said with a cold snort. Immediately after, the planet that had been swallowed up by his contracted creature was spit out again. Under Yan's manipulation. A part of this huge planet was separated, turned into an asteroid. But even so, the volume is still huge. After the asteroid separated, there were several small explosions on its back. Directly push the asteroid to start moving forward. Wait until the asteroid is near the middle of the fortress group. Yan's thoughts moved slightly. The asteroid exploded in an instant. Even though all the fortresses are now on defense. But it's a huge explosion. Still destroyed all the fortresses' defensive barriers. It's a pity that these fortresses are not lightly damaged. But not completely destroyed. After all, it's a fortress, and it's not bad to be able to cause such damage as a defense against a king. See this scene. Although Yan was a little dissatisfied, but still chose to accept this result. Human, you are blowing up. What happened? He didn't escape, but instead bombed our fortress. We hold Lu Chuan, you go and kill him. Damn humans, I'll blow up their fortress sooner or later. It was at this time. An angry voice rang out. Everyone thought Yan had escaped. Did not expect. Yan was so daring to go around and blow up their house. If it is the king-level powerhouse of human beings, they can still accept a little. The result is just a gold-level presence. This is an absolute humiliation for anyone. Ha ha ha, old cat, do you still want to go back? With me here, none of you want to leave. Go on boy, better blow them all up. 35. At this time, the big man said with a smile. Hear this. Yan was stunned. He meant to run away. After all, continuing to fry would consume too much energy. It's hard to collect so many cultivation resources. It's all wasted, that's not good. Hurry up, boy. 35. Seeing Yan was stunned, the big man hurriedly urged. When Wei Na on the side heard it, she smiled secretly. She understood Yan's mind too well. Blow up his revenge. But Yan would definitely be reluctant to keep bombing. Brother Lu, have you forgotten the sect he came from? At this time, Ren Jingsha reminded at the beginning. Then he said to Yan, you can rest assured, all the losses will be counted on his head. At that time, you can get any reward you want, as long as it does not exceed 30% of the loss. Hear this. Yan, who was originally reluctant, suddenly lit up. This, feeling good. And since the vice president has said so, then he is not afraid of defaulting. After all, the other party made a promise, if not fulfilled. I went back directly and complained to my teacher. If that's the case, then it's all exploded. Anyway, with 30% more resources, the more you bomb, the more you earn. 35. Yan said happily. Then he let Xiaoling devour the planet. Then he ran to the center of the fortress group and vomited again. Human, how dare you? Lu Chuan, if you dare to let him continue to do this, then we will definitely demolish your fortress. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses of all races began to threaten. Haha, just kidding. 35. The fortress that Lu Chuan manages is not 80, but 100. This is just one of the places I come to often. Moreover, the Shattered Star territory is completely gone now. Will I leave the fort here? The big man said with a laugh. If you dare, we won't let your human fortress leave. The strong man of Wanzhou continued to threaten. But the next moment, a huge explosion resounded throughout the world. Even the space trembled slightly. All nearby fortresses were completely annihilated at this moment. The people of all ethnic groups in it are even less likely to live. You said, what's the use of threatening me, after all, it's not me who did it. Ha ha ha. See this scene. Lu Chuan laughed loudly. The joy on his face was even more ecstatic. This time. This is so cool. This is a dozen fortresses. Even if he solves it by himself, it is a big credit to him. Damn, a bunch of trash. 35. Sensing such a violent explosion. Another battlefield. Yingwu of the Shadow Sha clan scolded angrily. He knew that the plan to deal with Ye in this time was a complete failure. He didn't even take advantage of this opportunity to cause a little loss to the human race. On the contrary, it is the Wang clan that has some relationship with them. Lost a dozen fortresses. You're amazing this time. But next time, I will make you pay 10 times the price. 35. Yingwu snorted coldly. Listen to what you mean. Are you here and want to leave? Ren Jingsha raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Otherwise? I admit that you are amazing, but you can't stop me if I want to leave. Yingwu snorted coldly. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? 35. Ren Jingsha sneered. Fishing with Yen, I finally fell into a big fish. How could he let the other party leave? Yingwu, remember. It was me who killed you. Ren Jingsha. Suddenly, Ren Jingsha's breath soared. The original Emperor-level cultivation base instantly crossed a big gap. Promoted to the next level. Demigod? You've been pretending. Shadow Wu was stunned. But he wasn't finished yet. Ren Jingsha is just a slashing action with his hands. Next moment, thousands of attacks occurred on Yingwu's body. Finally, Ren Jingsha stretched out another finger. Above them, a strong light shone. Yingwu's mutilated body. Under the light, it completely dissolves. After doing this, Ren Jingsha breathed a sigh of relief. The soaring breath on his body subsided, and he returned to the Emperor-level cultivation. Shout, how can a demigod get promoted so well, and? Forget it, if I were a demigod, I would have killed you long ago. What nonsense are you talking about? Ren Jingsha snorted. Then his eyes turned to another battlefield. Brother Lu, come on, I can't do it now, so I won't help you. Ren Jingsha shouted. How can it be possible to forcibly improve the cultivation base without paying a price? Of course, it is not impossible to continue playing. It's just not wanting it. Did you deliberately watch the show? Hurry up and help, kill these beasts early, and go home early to drink. The big man said speechlessly. I think you can. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Brother Lu, let's withdraw. Ren Jingsha looked into the distance. Feel a bunch of powerful breath. He also frowned subconsciously. Then come here to help retreat. There are still a lot of people who haven't reached the fortress yet. The big man roared. I'm coming. Ren Jingsha nodded. Start clearing the battlefield quickly. There are no rules anyway. When encountering a surviving 10,000 clansmen, no matter what his cultivation base is, immediately kill it. When you meet someone from your own family, you just throw it in the direction of your own fortress. Okay, it's really possible to withdraw this time. Cleaned up. Ren Jingsha said. Understood. The big man nodded. The power in the body suddenly exploded. Instantly pushed back all enemies. But he also became a little weaker. However, he also took this opportunity and hurriedly returned to the fortress. Next moment, a huge dimensional tunnel rises behind the fortress. The strong men of the 10,000 races saw this. Hurry up and stop it. A thief will never die. Seeing this, the big man went out to fight again. Ren Jingsha thought about it and decided to go out. A war broke out. Although the big man has a low cultivation base, his explosive combat power is not much lower than that of Ren Jingsha. And Ren Jingsha is doing his best to protect. Make sure the fort is not attacked. Ren Jingsha, Lu Chuan, don't even think about leaving. Just when the fortress completely left, a powerful breath emerged. That is the support of the strong from all races, and each of them is at least the realm of the emperor. The big man saw this. Gritting his teeth, the power in his body erupted again. But this time it's not attacking the enemy. Instead, he pushed the fortress into the dimensional tunnel with one palm. Done with this. The big man gasped weakly. But he still straightened his body and looked at the powerhouses of the heavens and the races who were approaching. Oh, a bunch of beasts. The dimensional tunnel is here, kill us first, or destroy the fortress, it's up to you. As long as you have the guts to chase in. Lu Chuan said contemptuously. Finally broke a mouthful of saliva. Turn around and leave with Ren Jingxia. Damn humans. There are 10,000 strong people who can't help but want to attack the dimensional tunnel. But he was stopped by the clansmen on the side. Don't be impulsive, if you dare to do it, we will all die. 35. The other powerhouses of all races also nodded in agreement. At the same time, he looked at the person who was about to start with a bad look. Where is the mental retardation? If you really want to die, don't drag us down. Damn it, this is the dimension tunnel of the dream world. Who doesn't know that most of the territory of the dreaming world is now human? And there is a god-level powerhouse sitting in town. If you don't take action, not only that, dreaming of the spirit world, it's fine to stand at the door all the time. But once it is shot, or it enters the human sphere of influence in the dream world, you'll be gone in the next second. Forget it, since we're gone, it's useless for us to watch. Let's understand the situation first. Then, another strong man from all races who came to support said. The human race is so arrogant now. If we continue to let them develop like this, we will only be suppressed by the 10,000 races. I think we should discuss how to deal with the Terran. There are 10,000 strong people who proposed. Think too much, although our cultivation base is powerful, it is still not a real table. 99 gods of the human race, how do we negotiate and suppress them? There are also strong people from all ethnic groups shaking their heads and saying. A group of emperors and kings, discuss how to deal with the suppression of the human race? Think more. Fragmented starfield, compared to various places on the endless battlefield. Not really big. It can only be said that it is a dispensable little place. So here, in addition to the human race, there are no top 10 races at all. And the human race will come here because of their large population. Therefore, the battlefield will be opened up in many ways. As for them, most of them had no choice but to come to such a small place. After all, to go to some big battlefields, the population of their ethnic groups is not enough. At this time, the dream world. The human fortress. Yan silently recovered the arm that was smashed by a slap. Wei Na, who was on the side, hid behind Yan. A little afraid to approach. Cough, accident, accident. I'm used to it, and I forfeited my power for a while. Opposite Yan. Lu Chuan said in embarrassment. Go back to the fortress. After he saw Yan, he patted Yan's arm overjoyedly. Then. I didn't think until he finished filming. Yan is still gold. And he is used to dealing with a group of kings and emperors. So never use force. It ended up being a tragedy. Fortunately, Yan's repair ability is strong. This wound was healed in a blink of an eye. This slap, a bottle of evolution potion, is not too much. Ren Jingxia sat on the bench beside him and said with a smirk. Not too much, not too much. Lu Chuan shook his head, then took out a bottle of evolution potion. Ahem, I'm talking about platinum level. He's a genius, and a mere gold level evolution potion is simply not enough. Platinum level potions are powerful. Ren Jingxia said again. Too. Lu Chuan thought about it. For such a genius, it is normal to give a bottle of platinum level potion. Then there are statistics of military exploits, and the issue of compensation for wear and tear. Such a big planet contains tens of thousands of geniuses of all races. Let's not talk about military exploits, just the compensation issue is a bit difficult. Otherwise, judge by the power of the explosion. 2 explosions, one destroyed the barrier, and one completely annihilated those fortresses. Plus, an additional 30% compensation. 39. Tisk tisk, how much compensation do I have to pay for this? Ren Jingsha calculated together, and finally smacked his lips. Indeed, it's definitely a huge number. 55. Now I can't come up with so many rewards and compensation. So we can only report the situation and wait until the materials are approved. I promise this process, up to a week. No. 3 days, just 3 days. I will send it to you in 3 days, how about it? Lu Chuan thought for a while and said. By the way, this credit is not only from our military. According to the contract, will your Tiangong Academy also get some benefits? 5. Then Lu Chuan thought of something. Looking at Ren Jingsha, he said. Ah, this. Ren Jingsha was stunned. I thought it was so foolish, and the other party gave all the resources. Unexpectedly, this stupid big brother still remembers it. Cough, my Tiangong Academy naturally wants to contribute. However, the resources are too huge, and it is very troublesome for you to get so many resources. And as a result, there may not be enough resources for other newcomers. It's not like this. If you have any requirements, you can put it up. 35. Or if you want something, just say it. Ren Jingsha thought about it and said. At the same time give Yan a wink. Instruct Yan to make more points. Well, thanks to the vice president for his suggestion. That being the case, I heard some time ago that there was a godhead shard that was auctioned off. 99. The one worth 10,000 platinum coins. Yan wasn't sure if his request was too much. So it sounds a bit hesitant to speak. But Ren Jingsha secretly gave him a thumbs up. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart. As expected of Lu Ruhua's disciple. Opening your mouth is 10,000 platinum coins. Lu Chuan in front of Yan. Hearing Yan's request, he was dumbfounded. 10,000 platinum coins? He doesn't have that much money in his entire body. This kid really dared to speak. You want too much platinum coins, and it doesn't match your military exploits. Lu Chuan said in a low voice. Facing Yan, the top talent. Although his request is excessive. But Lu Chuan still wanted to give some help. But how, it really doesn't help. The people above, even if they are mentally disabled, can't possibly approve so much money. Cough, Brother Lu. You misunderstood. I am a student of Tiangong Academy, what he means is. I want a godhead of the same level. Not so much money. I also paid attention to that auction. To be honest, that godhead is not worth 10,000 platinum coins. So it's not too much of a request. At this time, Ren Jingsha stood up to help. Not too much. To be able to auction 10,000 platinum coins, the original value is not 8,000, but more than 9,000. But, what do you want Godhead to do? Lu Chuan looked at Yan and asked. Give it to my teacher. Yan said as a matter of course. Your teacher's cultivation base, it is estimated that it is not used at present. Lu Chuan muttered. That's what it was given to my grandfather. Yan replied again. Lu Chuan, 66, 99. Feelings, you didn't want to give it away. What can you do with a gold level coming here? Well, you say a realistic request. For such a large piece of godhead, let alone the price far exceeds your merits. Even if you wanted to, you probably don't have it now. 35. Lu Chuan thought about it and said. Well, that's still godhead. It doesn't matter if it's big or small, in short, it is enough that the godhead has the divine nature. By the way, it's better to be the master of the spirit. 99. That guy divided his godhead to his own religious group members, I think the military should have a lot of inventory, right? Yen thought for a while and asked. You mean the godhead confiscated from the spiritual bishop? No one can successfully cultivate and understand this thing, so it has been used by major laboratories for research. Although so many years have passed, there has been little progress in research. If you really want this, it's a lot easier. Don't talk about the military, I also have a few in stock here. 99. Lu Chuan thought about it and said. Then spread out his palm, and several fragments of godhead were revealed. This is it. Seeing this, Yen took it over without hesitation. Resist the urge to absorb. Put it in your storage space. So, what do you want this thing for? Lu Chuan didn't mind Yen taking the things directly. But he still couldn't help being curious and continued to ask. Experimental study. And cultivation. I have awakened a certain ability, similar to the divinity of the Spirit Lord, and I intend to use it to stimulate the growth of the ability. Yen thought for a while and said. If you don't disclose it at all, you will always be suspicious. It's better to just say something, reveal something. Moreover, the two people in front of him are both strong human races, and he can be regarded as trustworthy. Your ability is similar to that of the Spirit Lord? Hear this. Lu Chuan and Ren Jingsha's eyes suddenly lit up. No way, it is because the Spirit Master is too mysterious. Even those god-level powerhouses are almost ignorant of the Lord. Now Yen has awakened a similar ability. Perhaps through Yen, the weakness of the Spirit Lord can be found. It's not realistic, but there is always hope. It's just similar, that's why I want the Spirit Master's divinity to stimulate this ability and evolve in the direction of the Spirit Master. I'm doing some other experiments by the way. In short, there can be no results in a short period of time, at least you have to wait for dozens or hundreds of years. Yen explained. Humans have studied the Spirit Master for a long time, and they have never looked forward to it. To be honest, you are a bit exaggerated for dozens or hundreds of years. Ren Jingsha sighed. Then he changed the conversation, but the more exaggerated the better, as long as you can do it, even if it's later, everything is not a problem. Really? Lu Chuan on the side also nodded. Also, to be honest, the Spirit Master's godhead fragments are of no value at all. In addition to your special conditions, you can definitely transfer a large number of Spirit Lord godhead fragments for you. 35. Of course, if there are still military industries left after the settlement, I will also add some training resources to you. How? Lu Chuan continued. Yen nodded after hearing this. For him now, cultivation resources are actually quite profitable. But godhead is hard to find. Therefore, even if it is only given to godhead fragments, he will gladly accept it. By the way, and her. Yen turned around, looked at Wei Na who was hiding behind him and said. Although Wei Na did not kill so many enemies like him, also destroyed the fortress, but the performance on the battlefield is still not small. Vina, right? Don't worry, it's not just you. 55. I will not forget all the deeds of all. Lu Chuan reached out his hand subconsciously. Wei Na hid directly behind Yen. Cough cough. Lu Chuan also realized his tense. As a rough man, he actually started with a little girl. Of course he didn't have any special ideas. I just thought this was a genius, so I habitually wanted to pat on the shoulder. Call each other brothers. Wrong. Pity her. It's a daughter. Otherwise, it is really possible to marry. Seeing this scene, Ren Jingsha on the side was speechless. If that's the case, the discussion is over. You two go back with me first, and the others will be brought back by that elder Sunday. After speaking, Ren Jingsha also patted Yen on the shoulder. Then Yen includes Wei Na behind Yen. Instantly disappeared in place. Dream World. In the Dream Channel. Ren Jingsha used his spiritual power to wrap Yan and the two of them along the way. Good harvest this time. He was also happily humming a little tune. Although it was hard to hear, Yan frowned a little. But when he was halfway there, suddenly stopped. Then, with a helpless face, he bowed respectfully towards somewhere in the illusory spirit world. "Senior, I said that I passed by," Ren Jingsha said helplessly. Although he didn't do anything bad, he wasn't afraid that the great god would take action against him. But keep staring at yourself. He is also afraid. Only Ren Jingsha did not expect it. This time the feeling of staring did not recede. Instead, I can feel that a powerful force is gradually approaching. What is this senior going to do? Ren Jingsha didn't know what was going on. Can only pray for nothing bad. That's it. He stood there blankly and waited. Yan had a puzzled look on his face. It was the strong man who could make Ren Jingsha call his senior. Wei Na watched all this with interest. After about 10 seconds, a large swath of colorful butterflies flew by. Wait until the butterfly retreats. A beautiful female figure appeared in front of the three of them. "This should work for you," a sweet voice sounded. A butterfly quickly flew in front of Yan. In the end, the light faded and turned into a butterfly ornament like a crystal. Shard of Godhead. And it's spiritual. Yan saw the butterfly ornament at first glance. Just know what it is. At the same time, he also vaguely guessed the identity of the other party. One of the oldest gods of the human race. Today's Dream Master is also the pioneer of the path of the dream spirit world. Even among the god-level powerhouses, she is still a powerful being with an invincible appearance. Honorable name, Dream Butterfly. Therefore, the world has become the god of dreams and butterflies. There are many legends about her on the internet. The realm of kings entered the dream spirit world alone. Enemies with the nightmares of the heavens and proves invincible at the same level. When she was in the realm of the emperor, she entered the dream spirit world again. Drive out the powerful. At that time, there were no gods born in the 10,000 races, but there were already demigods. But she is in the realm of the emperor. Alone and angrily slaughtered 30,000 demigods. Since, except for the human race, all races will never dare to enter the dream world. At last, she opened up a dimensional channel with dreams. At the same time, the rules of the dreaming world are changed, so that people can easily open the dimensional tunnel of the dreaming world. From then on, the human race can freely travel through the heavens and the universe, and it has also begun to truly embark on the pace of rise. And she is also after opening the channel. Integrate yourself into the dream world and become a god. Even now, because of her existence. Even if the gods of all races are far more than the human race, but still dare not set foot in the dream world. The 100th human star of survival is under construction. 39. Perhaps, you have a chance to run for power on this planet. Mendi Shenzhen looked at Yan, who was slightly in a daze, and continued to speak. Then she glanced at Wei Na again. Then he closed his eyes, and his body began to gradually dissipate. Congratulations to the seniors. Ren Jingsha breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said goodbye respectfully. You, sing well. Mendi Shenzhen took one last look at Ren Jingsha. After hesitating, he said. Thank you senior for the compliment. Ren Jingsha said happily. Although he didn't know why he wanted to praise his singing well. But being praised by a god-level powerhouse is always a good thing. Next time, you are not allowed to sing in the dream world. Finally, the god of dream butterfly added. Ren Jingsha, 66.99. Feeling that I sing ugly? Forget it, don't sing, don't sing. Ren Jingsha said with a little grievance in his heart. Then he suddenly thought of something. Turning to look at Yan. You can do it, boy. Dream butterfly god venerable values you so much. 5. Ren Jingsha sighed. Vice President, the planet mentioned by the dream butterfly god. Yen looked puzzled. He didn't even know about it. So confused. It can only be said that your kid is amazing. You know that there are 99 survival stars in my human race. Every planet corresponds to a god. And some time ago, the seniors of our clan found a new star of survival. 99. And planned to develop. Ren Jingsha explained. So Meng Butterfly God Venerable wants me to try running for the ball captain? Yen said. But he hasn't waited for Ren Jingsha to explain. He immediately realized that something was wrong. A god corresponds to a survival star. So, the Terran intends to cultivate the 100th. And Meng Butterfly God Venerable recommended me. Doesn't she mean that I have god-level potential? 35. Hear Yan's analysis. Ren Jingsha nodded in satisfaction. Talking to smart people is comfortable. It's true, that's why Meng Butterfly God Venerable will give you support. But what exactly is that crystal butterfly, do you know? Ren Jingsha asked curiously. Do not know. Yan shook his head. His face was not blushing and his heart was not beating, he was telling lies. I believe you have a ghost. Ren Jingsha saw Yan's straightforward answer. Naturally don't believe it either. But after all, it was an item given to Yan by the god of dream butterfly. Yan didn't want to say it, he couldn't, and he didn't dare to ask any more. Forget it, get out of here first. Ren Jingsha waved his hand. Wrap Yan and Wei Na with spiritual power and leave. In a special space. Countless laws circulate. In it. There are dozens of god-level beings sitting there. Until a certain moment. Colorful doors open. Dream Butterfly God Venerable walked out of it gracefully. Seeing this, the rest of the god-level existences also stood up to express their welcome. As for the salute, there is none. We are all gods, so there is no need to be so complicated. Senior Mendi, why are you thinking of coming here today? A god took the initiative to ask. All sit down. I came here today mainly to say one thing. Dream Butterfly God Venerable said. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to signal everyone to sit down. He also sat cross-legged directly on the spot. When the gods saw this, they also sat down with their legs crossed. Senior, is there anything worth coming over in person? At this time, a little girl with the shape of a 3-year-old child looked at Mendi Shenzhen eagerly and asked. About our plans. According to the contract, she has grown up and awakened the symbiote. And I just saw her. Dream Butterfly God Venerable said. Is this a problem? Some spirits wondered. 99. The original plan is a concept, and the success rate of implementation is only 50%. Though everything went smoothly. But her memory seems to be sealed. Dream Butterfly God Venerable nodded and said. It was sealed. This. Senior, you are the best at this, and you should be able to unlock her memory. 99. Face this query. Dream Butterfly God Venerable shook his head slightly. It's not just a matter of memory, it's about the whole program. I rashly unlocked the seal, which may have disrupted the plan. Especially, when the plan first started, everything was confusing. Even whoever can't see the process and the result. After the gods heard it, they were silent. They all have their own areas of expertise. So they all do their jobs. Although now this plan is to participate in the deities of all races. But there is nothing they can do to help now. Although the plan went wrong, it was not impossible. Everyone, look, this is the new genius of my human race. He is 18 years old this year, and he has only been practicing for more than 3 months. But the performance along the way has shown invincibility. 35. Dream Butterfly God Venerable raised his head. The butterflies surrounding her immediately flew out a few. Finally stopped among the gods. Start playing Yan's various performances all the time. The appearance of such a genius is the luck of my human race. If it were placed in the ancient times, it would definitely be an absolute powerhouse who stepped into the realm of the gods with an invincible posture. Unfortunately now. See Yan's performance. The gods sighed and regretted it one after another. My talent is not as good as his. If he is of the same age as me, then perhaps the master of dreams may be him now. 35. And I could feel that he was a better fit than me. Dream butterfly god venerable also sighed. He? 99. Although his talent is very high, he. Senior Mendi means that his symbiote has spiritual attributes? God wondered. The picture displayed by the dream butterfly god race. It's all about Yan showing his indestructible ability, and the scene where he controls the field and harvests the whole picture. So they don't know that Yan has spiritual properties. Naturally, but unfortunately everything is hypothetical. However, his appearance gave me a new idea. 35. Look, everyone, he has a close relationship with her in the plan. There may be a possibility of getting married in the future. Perhaps we can take advantage of this, create new gods. A new god who truly belongs to my human race. Dream butterfly god venerable said firmly. After the other gods heard it, they also cheered up. This young man of Yan has enough invincibility. 39. So my plan is to deprive her of the possibility of being a god and give it to Yan. Of course, what is more secure is that the two are in one, and the two of them are in charge of one god. Whether it's the first or the second. Wait until the god of my human race breaks through the 100, and breaks the will of the heavens, thousands of races, and thousands of universes. We can compensate her for a new divine position. Or in the second case, we can also separate Yan and let him become a god again in an invincible manner. As for the original plan, her memory loss now makes it difficult for her to succeed. Dream butterfly god venerable said in detail. Of course there was one more thing she didn't say. She trusts her own people more than the outer gods. The other gods understand this too, so needless to say, they all understand what it means. Senior Mendi's plan, I naturally agree with it. 39. I have no opinion, my human race should be like this. Agree. No problem. Wait until the dream butterfly god venerable finished speaking. The gods present also nodded in agreement. As for not coming, they don't need their consent anymore. After all, the gods are the majority here. It doesn't matter if the rest of the gods don't agree. End. Dream butterfly god venerable's plan. Who would dare to disagree? The new plan is set, and I will be responsible for them. Of course, if you are under your command, you have to take good care of it. Dream butterfly god venerable said with satisfaction. The gods nodded. Since everything is fine. The butterflies around the dream butterfly god venerable began to fly quickly. Just the blink of an eye. Her figure disappeared. Including the colorful gate, it also disappeared. Seeing this, the gods also got up and sent them off. Although the plan has changed, another plan is still going on. You each choose one person, train them well, and participate in the next competition. Just when all the gods thought that Mendi Shenzhen had completely left, Dream butterfly god venerable's voice drifted again. Yes. The gods nodded in response. Tiangong College. With the dimensional portal closing, Yan, who only went out for a day, was sent back directly by Ren Jingsha. It doesn't matter if Yan and Wei Na fell. Anyway, watching the two help each other in mid-air. Ren Jingsha pouted and left. Teacher, I'm back. This time the harvest is good, I killed the Yingwu of the Yingsha clan. Come to the dean's office. Ren Jingsha pushed the door open and said. That's okay. 35. Tell me the specifics. The old dean nodded. I don't have to tell you the old man, I have to tell you. 35. You don't know, this Yen is too evil. Your idea is to let the heavens and the races put pressure on him. 35. But looking at it now, it was he who put pressure on the heavens and the races. Ren Jingsha started chattering. Tell Yan's experience all over again. Young and promising. After the old dean heard Yan's performance in the Shattered Star territory. Can't help but sigh. But his fighting style is always inappropriate. If you encounter an accident that day, you can't arrange it in advance. Although his strength is to fight prepared battles, his weaknesses must also be taken seriously. 39. Next time, I have to arrange a place for him where there is no way to arrange the symbiote. To hone his ability to fight head-on. The old dean thought about it and said. This, teacher, don't bother you old man. 35. Otherwise, the god of dreaming butterfly will come to the door, and our master and apprentice will be finished. Ren Jingsha heard the old dean's plan. Quickly persuaded. Originally, he disapproved of his teacher's plan. You said it's okay to mess with people all day. It's all so powerful, you still have to ask people for trouble. Now people have been favored by the ancient gods. That can't be tossed about. Dream butterfly god venerable. What about her? The old dean wondered. So Ren Jingsha recounted what happened in the dream spirit realm. Humph. Is this looking down on the old man? 35. Of course I know the plans of their group of gods. 55. It's not about building a new planet and then picking and cultivating a genius. 39. In the end, it will be the same as the Colosseum, and then I will try my best to cultivate the final winner and be promoted to God. The old dean said disdainfully. After hearing it, I was speechless for a while. What your old man does? Not as good as other people's Colosseum. And the things of the gods, you dare to comment rashly. I feel like I have lived too long. Don't worry about Dream Butterfly God Venerable. I continue to follow my plan. 5. After all, even if I participate in the Colosseum, I have my place. She can't steal people from me either. The old dean said angrily. Master, do you have a place for the elderly too? Ren Jingsha was surprised. That is among the gods. Can my teacher also participate? Who do you look down on? Tiangong Academy has been established for more than 5,000 years, and your master and I have been the dean of the academy for 2,000 or 3,000 years. I gave up many opportunities to be promoted to gods during this period. Now I have given up many places for gods. 39. Therefore, some things, of course, have to give me face and let me participate. The old dean said arrogantly. Ren Jingsha did not speak. He felt that with his own teacher's bad temper. Will you give the opportunity to someone else? 80% of the time it was because he was not talented enough, so he had to let it go. As a result, I let it go, and suddenly found that the human race can't become a god. Forget it, you old man, continue to toss, I will not participate. 99. When the time comes, the god of dreaming butterfly will come to you, it has nothing to do with me anyway. 5. Ren Jingsha shook his head and said. Teacher, I also think about the future of the human race. After all, it is almost impossible to become a god now, and all the gods are trying to create new gods. 5. And his talent is completely sufficient, so he must be tested enough. You are my good student, so naturally I have to support the teacher. The old dean suddenly slowed down his tone and said with emotion. Teacher, stop talking. 35. I do not know anything. I don't even know that you took the initiative to betray humanity, not only did not block the information of the genius, but also deliberately exposed it to all races. It's none of my business anyway. 35. Ren Jingsha hummed a song and left. That's what you exposed to. 35. The old dean said angrily. What was exposed? At this time, a dreamy butterfly flew by. The colorful door like a dream opened. Dream Butterfly God Venerable walked out slowly, looked at the old dean and asked. Cough cough, meet Senior Meng Dai. The old dean saw Meng Butterfly God Venerable. Suddenly there was no arrogance. Very obediently bent over to worship. No more politeness. This time, I'm here to tell you something. That Yen, I think you must be paying attention. But from today, including that girl of Wei Na, it will be up to me. Do you understand? 99. Dream Butterfly God Venerable said. Understood. The old dean nodded. Then I'll leave first. When necessary, I will contact you again. 35. Dream Butterfly God Venerable said with satisfaction. Senior walk slowly. 35. The old dean said goodbye. Wait until the Dream Butterfly God Venerable completely leaves. It was a relief. Although in front of Ren Jingsha, he was very domineering and stubborn. But really facing the Dream Butterfly God Venerable, he really dared not say a word. Although he is a demigod. But in the face of the ancient gods like Mendi Shenzhen, who have lived for thousands of years, the other party stood there even if he restrained his breath. He didn't even dare to breathe. But Senior Dream Butterfly didn't seem to say that I was not allowed to train him. Why don't you continue to find a chance to try next time? The old dean muttered. The other side. When Yen returned to Tiangong Academy, I thought I would land safely, but was thrown away by Ren Jingsha. Also lost along with Wei Na. Have no choice. For the safety of Wei Na, Yen had to hug her tightly. Face the ground for cushioning. At the same time, I would like to thank the 8th ancestors of Ren Jingsha. Created such an opportunity. When Ren Jingsha saw this scene, he even pouted and left. Then Yen fell to the ground. I wanted to let my mycelium welcome me. As a result, a white figure passed by. Gently wrap Yen. Finally, it quickly fell to the ground. Put Yen down. Senior brother, how are you? 95. Avril looked at Yen with a wicked look and said hello. Junior sister, have you awakened your flying ability? Not bad. Yen looked at the pair of white angel wings behind Avril and said. When Avril was degenerate. Has grown. The result was a surprise. Crashed directly. 0. This time Avril has completely turned into an angel. And look at the breath. It was also successfully promoted to gold. I thought Avril's origin was unstable. To delay for a while. Didn't expect this to be promoted. Really good. But brother, can you let go? 9. Avril's eyes were still kind. Cough, it was too dangerous just now. It is imperative. Yen just remembered that he was holding Wei Na. And Wei Na was holding him tightly. When Yen let go, Wei Na reluctantly let go. Senior brother, aren't you going to do the task? Why did he come back so soon, and he brought an old friend with him? Avril continued to ask. Mission accomplished, and overdone. As for Wei Na, we met while doing a mission. Then something unexpected happened during the mission. We were finally brought back by the vice president. But there was an accident at the end, and he just dropped us. 99. Yen explained seriously. With golden eyes, Avril stared at Yen, wanting to see if he was really lying. Then she found out. Yen didn't lie. Then thank you sister for taking care of senior brother. Although the mission time is short, with so many things happening, I think it's time for you to rest. Avril said. Yen suddenly smelled a sour smell. But it seemed to disappear immediately. Well, it's really tiring. It was only a while ago that I fought with your senior brother. I fought a group of diamond-level enemies for a long time. 35. It's quite expensive. Wei Na said with a smile. But there was no intention of leaving. Avril saw this scene. just wanted to continue to say something. But it was stopped by Yen. The visitor is a guest, come and sit first. And Avril's previous assessment, people can help you a lot, you can't be neglected. Yen said. Avril heard Yen say this. He could only nod helplessly. By the way, I have 3 versions of Ludo here. Playing together. Yen looked at Wei Na and asked. Can? Wei Na naturally would not refuse Yen's invitation. Although Avril 10,000 disagreed. But I didn't want to see Yen and Wei Na playing together. So he nodded in agreement. The day passed quickly. Avril looked at the chess game and wanted to cry without tears. Why do you keep losing for so long? Even if his brother is great. That Wei Na can suppress herself everywhere. How does this play? Don't cry, maybe you're not suitable to play this. Looking at Avril's expression, Yen said with a smile. He has a system, how could he possibly lose in chess and the like? As for Avril and Wei Na, he discovered a very interesting phenomenon. Avril seems to be full of hostility and fear towards Wei Na. Wei Na can suppress Avril everywhere inadvertently. Neither of them seemed to notice this phenomenon. Strange relationship. 99. Is this what is called one thing falls into another, and is not born to deal with it? 35. Yen said with some doubts. By the way, Yen, do you want to recruit people from your division? Finish playing chess? Wei Na took the initiative to ask. Do you want to join our division? Avril immediately reacted violently. Steal my senior brother and bully me by playing chess. Would you like to join us? In this way, she and her senior brother have a happy 2-person sect world. Isn't it gone? With your talent, it's definitely not a problem. However, my teacher and uncle have both retreated, and it will take half a year to get out. Master, it's not convenient to meet people. Yen thought for a while and said. Exactly. It's such a pity. Avril nodded and said. That's okay. I'll just wait here for half a year. Wei Na thought about it and said. You're here, waiting for half a year. Avril was dumbfounded. What is this situation? Cough, I think it's not impossible. Yen thought for a while and said. Although women have a little influence on their own practice. But Wei Na is an exception. She is no worse than herself. Hee, just kidding. 35. Wei Na said with a smile. But I'll come here often in the future. Let's be here today. 35. Wei Na got up and stretched. Finally, he waved his hand and chose to leave. Seeing this scene, Avril sighed in relief. The damn woman is finally gone. It's night now, it's time to rest. Brother, do you want to? Avril looked at Yen and asked. No, I have to practice. Yen refused. What he said was the truth. Next he had to devour the fragments of Godhead. And it is also a divine fragment given by the ancient great god of the human race, Dream Butterfly God Venerable. If it's Wina, it doesn't matter if she stays. Because she won't conspire like Avril. Disturb your practice. As for Avril, he is really worried. Avril also nodded in disappointment. Choose to leave. However, considering that the woman did not stay, she was not so disappointed. Ding, Godhead absorption begins. Hint, this Godhead contains a lot of divinity, and the process of absorbing it will take a lot of time. 5. Sitting cross on the bed. Yen holds the crystal butterfly. Followed by system prompts. Start to devour Godhead. This time was different from the others. The Godhead this time is not so stripped of the existence of the Spirit Master. Nor is it a man-made fire Godhead. But really, it has nourished the existence of countless years beside the Dream Butterfly God Venerable. That strong divinity even gave Yen a feeling that he couldn't take a bite, and might even choke himself to death. Ding, a certain degree of godhead has been swallowed, and the opening degree of God's sequence has increased by 10,000. Ding, a certain level of godhead has been devoured, and the opening degree of God's sequence has increased by 10,000. 99. Ding, a certain degree of godhead has been swallowed, and the opening degree of God's sequence has increased by 10,000. 66. 99. Ding, a certain amount of godhead has been devoured, and the opening degree of God's sequence has increased by 10,000. 5. Ding, the godhead is swallowed up. God, to be unlocked 115300/100, 00, million. Amazing. 39. It directly provides 100,000 unlocking degrees, equivalent to 1/10 of the opening of the sequence of God. 2 days passed. Yen opened his eyes. Cannot help but sigh. Absorbed at full speed by himself, plus a tribute fit. It still took 2 days. Enough to see the weight of this gift. I'm afraid it's even more powerful than the Godhead shard worth 10,000 platinum coins. Ding, stimulated by the Godhead, you have awakened a new ability, Dream Butterfly. 99. Ding, stimulated by the Godhead, you have awakened a new ability, Dream Creation. Ding, stimulated by the Godhead, you have awakened a new ability, Mind Defeat. 35. Ding, because you absorbed spiritual divinity, your ability Intermediate Intellectual Brain derived Spiritual Intellectual Brain. 0. Ding, because you absorbed the spiritual divinity, your ability Spiritual Understanding has been strengthened. Ding, because you absorbed spiritual divinity, your ability Spiritual Radar evolved into Spiritual See-Through. 9. Ding, because you absorbed the spiritual divinity, your ability Spiritual Parasite has been strengthened. Ding, because you absorbed spiritual divinity, your ability Spiritual Rewriting has been strengthened, and a new ability Dream Creation has been incorporated. You have awakened so many new abilities. It is indeed a gift from God. Look at the system prompt. Yen was full of emotion. Also start looking at what each ability does. Dream Butterfly, condensing butterflies with mental power, you can release other mental abilities on your behalf, or directly cause damage to the enemy. Dream Creation, you can rewrite other people's memories, change their dreams, and at the same time observe other people's dreams. Mind Defeat, let your own consciousness enter the opponent's dream, and defeat the opponent in the depths of the enemy's mind. From then on, the opponent will have difficulty resisting you. Spiritual Brain, use mental power to create a brain and store it in the target body, which can give the opponent certain wisdom and false souls. Spiritual See-Through, wherever you can see, all the spiritual power cannot escape your sight, and any spiritual disguise will be like a fake. Incredible. Yen opened his mouth in surprise and said. The function of the dream butterfly is similar to the doll of the spirit body. Or as a means of attack. This is pretty normal. But dreaming is a bit outrageous. You can rewrite your memories, rewrite your dreams, and you can spy on other people's dreams. In this case, if the enemy dreams of some secrets, I can observe it myself. Well, it can be combined with the ability to sleep. To spy on the enemy's secrets after putting others to sleep. 35. In this case, the enemy will be difficult to detect, and naturally will not resist spiritually. Very good. Yen analyzed. As for the next heartbeat, Yen thought for a while. In the end, it was concluded that this was also an outrageous skill. It can be said that spiritually, it enslaves others to a certain extent. Maybe you can defeat it with your heart, and it will work on the enemy. Reuse the power of dreaming to rewrite memory. Or directly force control of other people's thinking. That's absolutely half the effort. So this is clearly a matching ability. The words of the mind and the brain. The original intellectual brain ability is to use similar computer programs to create supercomputers one by one. Although the effect is half, the efficiency is not high. But it can also give the doll a certain ability to act autonomously. In this way, the mental brain is equivalent to endowing the soul. Thought here. Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. One gives the brain the same as the body, the other gives the soul. Wouldn't it be possible to directly create a new life by yourself? You can find a few opportunities to try in the future. If it is successful, it will be fun. Yan looked forward to it. The last remaining spiritual see-through. This ability can be said to be simple and rude. The spiritual power that directly sees through everything around him. Don't try to hide, don't try to hide. Have this ability. As long as he turns it on, he is not afraid of being attacked. Just absorbing one is so powerful. If you absorb a few more godheads, even if the sequence of God is activated. Yan got excited just thinking about it. Also open its own properties bar. Start viewing. Name, Yan, male. Age, 18. Level, Gold Intermediate. Symbiote, Indestructible Phantasm. Original ability, Indestructible. Symbiote characteristics, Indestructible, Spirit, Illusion, Curse, Fire. Ability sequence, God, Life, Spirit, Curse, Control, Devour, Phantom. God, to be unlocked 115300/100, 00, million. Life, Essence Enhancement, Essence Change, Biological Origin Tinder, Will Evolution, Perfect Energy Control. Spirit, Dream Butterfly, Dreaming, Mind Defeating, Spiritual Brain, Spiritual See-Through, Perfect Sharing, Intermediate Brain, Spiritual Understanding. Curse, Curse of Abnormal Status, Devouring Luck. Fire, Magma Mushroom, Life Burst, Fire Immunity. Control, Homogenized Parasitism, Spiritual Parasitism. Swallow, All Things Melt, Illusory Stomach Bag. Phantom, Phantom Altar. The ability of the spiritual sequence is so powerful. 5. Perhaps, I can try with Avril. I don't know what dreams she will have. Yan said with a smile. Anyway, Avril's room was not fortified against him. It's a great opportunity. Come on. Chapter 55. Ding, Identity Verified 9. Welcome, Student Yan. 35. You now have 50 in-ring points, and you have reached the challenge limit for the initial in-ring match. 35. Start the challenge. Early the next morning. Peeping. Yan, who studied Avril's dream. Now comes the arena of the ring challenge. And here is the pale planet that Lu Ruhua once brought him to. Start the challenge. Yan replied. Ding, this arena is divided into single, double, and team battles. In addition to this, there is also the cultivation level challenge, the open challenge. In the cultivation-based challenge competition, you will only meet opponents of the same level as you. Double and team competitions are judged based on the highest cultivation base in the team. There is no cultivation limit in the open challenge. If you have too many consecutive victories or too many points, you may encounter enemies with high cultivation. Note, the cultivation level of this arena is limited to the highest diamond. If your cultivation level exceeds that of diamonds, please go to the advanced arena. Ding, please select the type of challenge you want. Look at the prompts on the system interface. Yan thought about it and chose an open challenge. It's not that he doesn't like tormenting vegetables. Instead, the open challenge streak has a bonus point. Otherwise, a victory is worth 10 points, and he has to play close to 100 games. Ding, you have chosen an open challenge. Please put your palm on the screen. Ding, the cultivation base is being tested. Ding. Cultivation. Ding. Ding. Detection failed. Ding, the backup plan is activated. Yan student, please fill in your profile information. 55. Hint: every arena match is supervised by an elder. If you falsely report your cultivation base, all the arena points will be deducted. Facing this circumstances, Yen had to manually fill in his own cultivation level. Late golden period. After filling out, the interface flickered. Then it shows that the registration is successful. At the same time, start matching opponents to Yen. Ding! An opponent has been matched for you. Please be ready in 2 minutes. Just when Yen thought it would take a while to match, unexpectedly, the match was successful in less than 3 seconds. At the same time, it also pops up some information about the opponent. Li Yu, a late-stage gold cultivation base, has 130 arena points, 101 battles, and a 49 win rate. Do you despise me so much? Or is it a rookie gift package that directly gave me an opponent with a win rate of less than 50? 35. Look at each other's information. Yen was speechless. But if you change it from the perspective of ordinary students, the first time I met such an opponent, it was quite good. Ding! The battle begins, please go to the arena. 2 minutes passed in a flash. Beside Yen, a transport tunnel appears directly. Yen walked in leisurely. The other party also came to the arena with Yen at the same time. Rookie, I'll give you a chance to shoot first. Otherwise, others will say that I bullied the newcomer. Li Yu looked at Yen, who came leisurely. Said very proudly. Although Yen didn't know either, he, a person with a winning rate of less than 50%, brought a sense of superiority. Are you afraid that others will say that you bully the newcomer? Wouldn't it be better if you didn't tell me? Yen said calmly. Hehe, a newcomer is a newcomer. This is an arena, although it is divided into several arenas. But there will always be people watching our games. They can naturally see our information. 39. In addition to that, they can also take part in guesses, like who wins, how long to win, etc. Li Yu arrogantly explained to Yen. You are quite enthusiastic. Yen said with a smile. Naturally, as a senior, I have the responsibility to help you newcomers. Li Yu said with a snort. Well, senior, since you are so responsible, how about you let me directly admit defeat? Yen still said with a smile. You're thinking too well. Okay, I'll admit defeat. Li Yu wanted to complain about Yen. But suddenly I felt that I should admit defeat. He felt that his winning percentage was less than 50%. It's okay to continue to admit defeat. It's better to give newcomers a chance. Student, Li Yu, are you sure you admit defeat? 55. At this time, an old voice sounded. After Li Yu heard this voice. Not again. I surrender. Got Li Yu's answer again. The old voice said Then the mechanical female voice sounded. Yen's victory was decided. Ding, you have won this game, your arena points plus 10. Do you want to continue the challenge? A screen was projected in front of Yen. Yen nodded and chose to continue the challenge. After 3 seconds, Yen once again matched an opponent with the same cultivation level. But this time, the opponent's winning rate has reached 51, and the number of games has not changed much. Hello, classmate, you'd better be careful. Although you are a newcomer, I will not show mercy. This is a male cadet with a long gun as a weapon. Compared to the arrogant Li Yu at the beginning, this seems a lot more normal. It's boring to fight and kill, for example, you should surrender. 55. Yen said calmly. Okay, I surrender. 99. The student holding the spear only hesitated for less than a second. Then he put away his weapons, stood in place, and chose to surrender. At this time, the old voice sounded again. Start asking if the other person is really willing to surrender. I really admit defeat. The student with the spear said sincerely. Ding, the winner of this game is Yen student. Then, the sound of the arena system sounded. The students with long spears were also sent down. Really, why should I admit defeat? Am I stupid? Wait until the opponent leaves the arena. Suddenly reacted. Why do you have to admit defeat? Although the other party is a newcomer, he is not a bad person. No. Could it be that his ability is a mind control type? Think for a while. The other party finally realized what was wrong. Anyway, since it's not your own problem, it must be someone else's. Looks like we'll have to prepare a means of dealing with mental abilities next time. Buy some mental armor. The other party thought about it and felt that it was necessary. In the ring competition before, I have never met a spiritual opponent in the arena. So he didn't even think about spending money on it. Although it has suffered a loss now, it is not too late to make amends. Fortunately, it is not on the battlefield, otherwise my mind will be controlled by the enemy 290. In the next moment, you may be dead. This time, the other side. Yen, who has won 2 games in a row, bonus points. From 10 to 15, his points also came to 75. Until he continues to challenge. Although the opponent's cultivation base has not changed. But the win rate has come to 60%. You're a good rookie, you even won 2 games in a row. The opponent this time is a female student. As soon as he came up, he looked at Yan's face. Could not help but stunned. Then he complimented again. Okay, why don't you give me another victory? Why don't you admit defeat? Yan said with a smile. Well, it's not impossible, but you have to, well, I admit defeat. The other's face blushed. But suddenly and solemnly chose to admit defeat. This is the old voice sounded again. And Yan could hear a hint of helplessness. In this way, the opponent conceded defeat and stepped down. Yan got 20 points this time. 95 points, it's not too slow to go on to 1000 points. Yan muttered. Continue to start the next one. Opponent this time. Came to the golden peak of cultivation. But a pity. He was still persuaded by Yan's words. Choose to admit defeat. The next few games in a row. Yan settled the battle in one sentence. So much so that the elders who supervise the arena didn't bother to ask. At the same time, it is also different from Yan's powerful mind control. One sentence makes the other party obediently admit defeat. If this is placed on the battlefield, wouldn't it be invincible at the same level? I haven't seen this student before. It looks like a new student in the past 2 years. I haven't paid attention to the assessment of newcomers for many years, and it seems that I still have to understand the situation. 5. The elder who oversees the arena muttered. At the same time watching Yan choose to continue the challenge. After thinking about it, I finally made a decision. Directly manipulate the system and arrange a platinum level opponent for Yan. I want to see if you can succeed this time. The elder muttered. A big difference. The willpower gap is also huge. Yan can easily influence opponents of the same level. But one level higher, but not so easy. But he was dumbfounded. This time Yan was more straightforward. Just say you admit defeat. 0. This opponent arranged by himself. He simply chose to surrender. I don't believe it anymore, isn't it just mental ability, let me find you a similar type. The elder pouted. Then start looking for it in the match list. Finally, a sudden smile appeared. It's you. Why did the match take so long this time? At this time. On the arena. Yan said a little bored. Before, it was matched in 3 seconds, and the slowest one was only more than 10 seconds. This time he waited a minute without an opponent. Just when Yan complained. The prompt sounded suddenly. Finally a match. Yan said helplessly. Then he glanced at the student information. Found a very cute little girl. Ling Yin, Platinum Midterm Cultivation Base, 567 games, 78% win rate. The opponent looks good this time. Yen wiped the saliva that was about to flow out and said. Immediately after. The portal opens. A very cute and beautiful girl walked in with a smile on her face. Everyone, the game has started, please switch to the live viewing angle of the arena to watch. In the audience, you can watch my performance directly. Ling Yin waved her hand at a floating camera and said. Then he supported a single lens eye on his left eye. He smiled and said, I didn't bully the newcomers, they have won so many games in a row, and the winning rate is 100%. However, the gap in cultivation is indeed there, so I won't be too harsh on him. Ling Yin finished speaking. Then his eyes turned to Yen. Brother, how about you admit defeat? Otherwise I would not be able to resist playing a prank on you. Especially when you look so handsome. 35. Ling Yin said. It was at this time. Yen clearly felt a wave of spiritual power. No wonder the match is so slow this time, and I deliberately found an opponent who is good at mental ability. Feel the mental attack from the opponent. Yen also suddenly smiled. He was thinking of a quick race, but he wants to play a prank now. I'm so handsome, how about you let me? As long as I win, I allow you to look at my side. How? Yen said with a smile. Ah! Little brother, you are too bad. Little brother, if you say it, I will listen to you. Ling Yin was surprised that Yen had escaped her mind control. But next second, her eyes suddenly became confused. Listen to me. I think your dress looks good. Why don't you perform a handstand? Yen thought for a while and said. Okay, little brother. Ling Yin nodded. Then weigh the ground with both hands and prepare to stand upside down. And this time, in her live broadcast room, there was also a howl of wolves. Damn, my little Union is really getting excited. Good dong. Xiao Union, you don't make sense, you don't, you, hurry up. It's over, my Union has become someone else's licking dog. A group of idiots, don't you see that the sound is abnormal? This is obviously controlled by the mind. 5. You are sick upstairs, you don't know Union's ability to be best at the spiritual department. How could she be controlled by others? 66, 99. Yen didn't know what was going on in Ling Yin's live broadcast room. But it must be very lively. Only when the opponent is really upside down. Yen looked disappointed. I'm already wearing such a big skirt, and it's not too hot. It's true to guard against gentlemen, but also against villains. Yen sighed. And at the same time, there was also the old man who sighed. I thought I would find someone with a higher cultivation than Yen. An opponent who is also good at mental power can suppress Yen. The result is good guy. It was directly controlled by Yen. Playing so much on purpose. The little girl now, really, what else is there to wear inside? The elder sighed again. The other side. On the field. Seeing Ling Yin standing upside down, Yen lost interest at this time. Directly choose to let her end the handstand. But unexpectedly, the moment Ling Yin just landed on both feet, suddenly attacked him. And extremely fast. Out of control. Yes, after all, she is also good at spiritual abilities. Faced with a sudden attack, Yen didn't panic. Instead, reach out directly. The moment Ling Yin was holding a dagger, he was about to attack him. Stopped immediately. Let Yen's hand caress the top of her head. Really dishonest. Yen said with a slight smile. Then punish you and dance to the pure land of bliss. Little brother, I won't. Ling Yin said dumbly. It's okay, just feel it carefully. Yen directly put the dance moves of the pure land of bliss. It becomes a dream and integrates into each other's mind. Ling Qinyan read it once. He nodded immediately, indicating that he had learned. After all, she is a platinum-level superhuman. The control of the body can be said to be very powerful. It can be said that she can know any martial arts at a glance. Unfortunately, there is no music. Watching Ling Qin dance gracefully, Yan admired it for a while. Said somewhat disappointed. If this dance doesn't match the music, it's always a little bit meaningless. Okay, good performance. You admit defeat. Wait until Ling Qinyan dances. Yan also lost interest. Ling Qinyan heard it. Nodding politely. Just choose to admit defeat. That little brother, see you next time. 35. Before Ling Qinyan was teleported away, Yan smiled at this and waved goodbye. Then send away. Ling Qinyan's eyes were dull for a moment. Suddenly realized something. Suddenly he screamed and covered his face with his hands. No, I have no face. Ling Qinyan said without tears. She has always used her mental abilities to play tricks on others. I didn't expect to be played by others this time. And also forced to stand upside down, forced to dance. But there is one thing to say, that little brother named Yan is quite handsome. She is also willing to be teased. But she still has a live broadcast. Hence shame. Very humiliating. Now she doesn't have the courage to watch the barrage. No, although the little brother is very handsome. But I must get my face back. 35. With his ability, he will definitely win all the way, and finally meet a diamond-level opponent. In this case, Ling Qinyan directly began to connect. In the academy, except for the division gate, there are also some small guilds, small groups, and the like. The small guild she joined was among the best in the academy. There are many diamond-level students in it. These people also have a very good relationship with her, helping to snipe a person. There should be no refusal. It's over. 35. After a bad sale on the guild's chat channel, immediately, more than 20 diamond-level members expressed their willingness to help her. There are more than 20 people, and there should be a high probability that they will be able to match him. When the time comes, no matter who matches it, I can just lend my treasured consciousness helmet. Ling Qinyan said with satisfaction. And the reason why she didn't wear a consciousness helmet herself. First of all, when she encounters a diamond-level opponent that is not usually used, she basically surrenders directly. Below diamonds, in terms of mental ability, no one can compare to her. And most importantly, too ugly. She usually doesn't want to take it at all. It's the 15th game, and this time I won, I should get 80 points. On the arena, Yan yawned and calculated silently in his heart. If you win this one, there are still 3 games to go, so he will have 995 points. Hey, wouldn't that have to be 4 more games? 35. It's annoying. Just when Yan was calculating the points silently, the opponent is matched again. This time, Yan didn't bother to read the other party's information. Only wait until he sees his opponent. Suddenly startled. Avril. 35. Yan rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he was wrong. But the truth told him, yes. Hello, brother. 35. I finally got you. Avril said with a chuckle. At this time, the long sword in her hand was still dripping with blood. It's clearly a holdover from the previous battle. Only with her resentful nuclear good smile. It seemed terrifying. I also watched senior brother's game just now. Very good, especially against that little BD, ahem, Ling Qinyan 5. Originally, I wanted to catch up with your progress, senior brother, and have a good discussion with you 5. Now it seems that I have to be more focused. Step by step. Avril said with a look of resentment. Junior sister, I feel something is wrong with you. Yen said with a wry smile. I didn't expect that my actions would be seen by my own people. And it's Avril. If it was Wei Na, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But Avril was angry even though he understood. However, I always feel that Avril is not in a good state. A little sickly. But he also understood. All questions have to wait until the fight is over. Senior brother, in fact, I feel that I am still in good condition. 35. Avril threw the long sword in her hand. Look at the blood dripping on the ground. Yen also got serious. You, admit defeat. Yen said. Of course, he didn't think the current Avril would listen to him. So use the ability directly. But, it didn't work. Avril's eyes glowed with golden light. A noble and sacred feeling is also revealed. Can counteract mind control. Yen was unexpected though. But not too surprised. Avril's symbiote is an angel. A rare mythical symbiote. Awakening this ability is normal. Just when Yen was thinking about what to do next. Next moment. Avril's body flickered. Yen instantly turned his body to the side. Dodged the sudden blow. Fortunately, the mental ability is strong enough to see her movements clearly. Yen said happily. Otherwise, Avril's sword would really cut off her arm. You two, one mouth, one senior brother, one knife and one arm. Watching Avril regain her fighting stance. Yen not only complained. Neither is the senior brother. One sip of one junior sister is like using the mind to control me in secret. And the curse? Avril suddenly blinked and said. It really is an abnormal immune state. Yen who just secretly tried to curse Avril. He also sighed helplessly. In that case. That won't end the battle well. Thought here. Yen took the initiative to charge towards Avril. Senior brother, are you taking the initiative to rush over? Avril didn't understand. She knew that Yen was strong. But at the same level, in terms of damage and speed. She felt that she was far stronger than Yen. That is, his senior brother, who is better at large-scale battles. But not understanding is not understanding. Since Yen took the initiative to rush over. Avril also rudely waved the long sword in her hand. Anyway, her senior brother has the ability of immortality and will be resurrected. Broken arms and legs are trivial. The moment Avril stabbed Yen in the chest. Yen kept Avril firmly. The sudden embrace made Avril a little overwhelmed. She didn't expect senior brother to do this suddenly. However, just when she thought her brother was expressing her love. Yen suddenly grinned. Next moment. A huge explosion sounded. The entire ring began to vibrate. The surrounding protective barrier flickered frequently. After a puff of smoke cleared. Yen was wearing new clothes and stood there intact. And Avril was blown into a coma. But before the smoke cleared, Yen also thoughtfully covered her with new clothes. Then the portal opened. Two female nurses came in. One of them hooked his hand, and Avril's body floated up. Then they gestured towards Yen with a slight smile. Finally, I took Avril out for treatment. What a foolish junior sister. How can I be so brainless? I took the initiative to rush to die. Yen sees this result. Cannot help but start to sigh. He originally thought that Avril might deal with him. Only then can he find the opportunity to come to Avril's side, and then blew himself up. Unexpectedly, it ended immediately. Ding, congratulations on your victory in this game. Do you want to continue the challenge? Keep challenging. Yen said. A few more games will suffice for his points. Naturally will not give up. Ding, the match was successful. After 3 seconds. The system of the arena reminded. This time Yen looked at the opponent's information again. Suddenly frowned. Vina. My god, what the hell is going on today? Yan not only supported her for it, but considering Wei Na's special ability, he also started to worry. If he didn't prepare in advance, he probably wouldn't be Wei Na's opponent. This woman is really too mysterious and too powerful. Yan can be sure. Her symbiote is definitely several times stronger than the ordinary mythical level. It really doesn't work. In the face of the big white rabbit, I can admit defeat. Yan thought carefully. He didn't want to start with Wei Na either. After all, the relationship between the two is so pure and harmonious. Just when Yan was in a dilemma. In the arena, the portal opened. Wei Na walked out with slow and gentle steps. Avril came here just now. Why are you here? Look at Wei Na. Yan couldn't help but start to complain. I know, I just watched the game. Wei Na nodded and said. Then what do you think? Let's play a game? 35. Yan sighed and continued to ask. Not bad. Wei Na thought for a while. Answered. There is also a gentle and somewhat cute smile on his face. Then, you admit defeat. Since Wei Na said she wanted to fight, Yan also used his abilities unceremoniously. Of course he tried it. If mental abilities don't work for Wei Na, don't say anything else. After all, Wei Na's powerful defensive ability. He has also seen it. Okay, I admit defeat. However, what Yan didn't expect was, Wei Na smiled sweetly. Choose to admit defeat. And her appearance, no matter how you look at it, does not seem to be disturbed by her own ability. I'm just here to play. Don't fight you. Wei Na looked at Yan with a puzzled face. He said with a gentle smile. Then waved his hand. Step into the portal and leave directly. It's really worthy of being Wei Na, it's so caring. Yan couldn't help sighing. Then the game continues. The next player. A stranger in the late platinum stage. This also made Yan relieved. It doesn't matter if you are platinum or not. It's not about knowing people. After 3 seconds, the opponent surrenders. Yan continued to challenge. Wait until Yan's points come to 995. Yan couldn't help sighing when he saw that the points were only 5 points away. Gotta get 5 points. Another fight. I just don't know who will be the next lucky one. Ding, the match is starting. Ding, the match is successful. Your opponent is Zhao Qingran. Zhao Qingran, Diamond Level Cultivation, 1560 points, 3004 games, 89% winning rate. 6699. See this match? Yan blinked. I've only won a dozen times in a row. It's a diamond. And it's still a diamond with such a high win rate. Kind of scary. Diamond level, I don't know if I can beat it now. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Yan muttered. Right now. The portal opens. A woman who looks very much like Sister Wen walked in. Only, it doesn't match the looks. On her head, she wears a green helmet. Let's not talk about green. The helmet alone is pretty ugly. It can be said that I have to wait for you. I heard that it was you who bullied Yunyin. Zhao Qingran stared angrily at Yan and asked. Sound. You mean Ling Qinyin? I didn't bully her either, she was just insane. 99. Yan shrugged and quibbled. Bah, scumbag. Don't think I don't know what you do. And your current games have become popular in the Academy Arena circle. Now this game is watched by thousands of students. Including the first few games, you attacked your junior sister and even flirted with another person. But they are all being watched. Zhao Qingran scolded angrily. The eyes are also eager to beat Yan, the scumbag, now. That has nothing to do with me. Forget it, it is estimated that it cannot be washed. If you want to kill or cut, it depends on your ability. However, I am a little confused. You have such a high win rate, why do you only get points? Yen asked. You do not know. By the way, you scumbag, it seems that you are a newcomer. 55. And I heard you did a great job in this year's assessment. 35. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in watching it, I think it's because other people are too spicy. Zhao Qingran said with a look of disgust. Then he continued, although I don't want to say anything more to you, this scumbag. But as a senior, I still have an obligation to tell you. The Babel Tower of the school is opened once for every 1,000 points, and there is only 24 hours of challenge time each time you enter. If you want to continue to challenge, you must pay again. Got it? Zhao Qingran explained. So that's the case, thank you senior sister for clarifying the confusion. Yen thanked. Although the other party has some misunderstandings about himself. But also explain these things to yourself. You should also be grateful. Finished? Then do it. 95. Zhao Qingran said impatiently. Please. 35. Yen made a gesture. At the same time, you stream making directly on Zhao Qingran. But humming. Zhao Qingran's helmet resonated. Yen's ability is also to declare failure. It turns out that it is a helmet that can resist spiritual invasion. No wonder it's so ugly, you should bring it. Definitely come prepared. Observed here. Yen also knew what to do next. That is to take off the helmet first. Sneak attack when he comes up, he really is a scumbag. 35. On the other side, Zhao Qingran, who felt the movement of the helmet, spat. Then attacked Yen. I saw her wave her hand. A trail of feathers formed in mid-air. And quickly flew towards Yen. Yen observed the trajectory of the feather movement. Easily dodged by walking. Zhao Qingran didn't say anything when he saw this scene. Instead, they continued to attack. This feather is 80% faulty. As a professional old silver coin. Yen saw this scene. Also suddenly vigilant. If the ability is useless to the opponent, continue to release. The role of this ability is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. As predicted. When the number of feathers reaches a certain level, Zhao Qingran immediately put his hands together. The feathers that had fallen to the ground suddenly flew up. And rotate each other, forming a feather vortex. Yen trapped in it. He reached out and touched the feather. Next second. The whole finger suddenly turned into minced meat. It's awesome. Yen praised. But that's all. Yen stretched out his hand. Many hyphae grow. And one after another red mushrooms were born. At the same time, it is calculated by the system. The positions of these mushrooms are constantly being adjusted. Finally, there was a neat explosion. This feather vortex was instantly blown away by a wave of air. It's a bit of a skill. 99. Zhao Qingran saw this scene. Cannot help but praise. Although this move, in the case of the same level, is not very powerful. But Yen is in the late golden stage. It is already very good to be able to break this trick easily. Now it's me again. Yen looked at Zhao Qingran. Hold out your newly repaired finger. Directly activated the abnormal state curse. And this time, he did not specifically specify the content of the curse. That is to say, whether it is drowsiness, corrosion, petrification, blindness, etc., all are activated without exception. All the curse abilities go together. What ability is this? Zhao Qingran frowned instantly. She felt sleepy. Also feel the stiffness of the body. And an indescribable pain that seemed to be corroded spread throughout her body. And her eyes were blurred a lot at the moment. But it's good to see the situation. Amazing, diamond level physical fitness is good. 35. Looking at Zhao Qingran, there were obvious reactions of various curses. But people are still fine. Yan also sighed. Then the next attack was launched. Luck swallowed. This time, Zhao Qingguan only felt heart palpitations. But there is no other uncomfortable place for her. It seems to be just an illusion. Although I don't know what you did. But I'm not playing with you anymore. Zhao Qingguan stepped up hard. In an instant, he came to Yan. He clenched his fist and smashed it towards Yan's shoulder. For her. Although Yan's methods are weird. But Yan is still gold. She relies on physical strength alone. It was also enough to defeat Yan with one punch. And for Yan's life safety. She also deliberately hit Yan on the shoulder. Only. What she didn't expect was that Yan not only did not dodge. It wasn't because she was too fast that she didn't react. But the same clenched fist. Meet her. Court death. Zhao Qingguan is also not polite. Use all your strength directly. Anyway, by means of Tiangong Academy. Even if Yan's arm became muddy, it could be repaired. Boom. Next moment. A loud bang came out. Yan's situation. Pretty much what she thought. With one punch, Yan's arm was scrapped. But what she didn't expect was Yan's fists are also so powerful. And she just punched. At the last critical moment, there was a problem with the force. Plus Yan's punch. She suffered some damage to her arm. I actually killed myself. Is it the reason for your poor condition? Zhao Qingguan muttered. But it didn't matter to her. With this punch, Yan's arm was scrapped. Basically it should be about giving up. Go on. 99. Suddenly, Yan's voice sounded. And Zhao Qingguan was also stunned for a moment. Because Yan's scrapped arm was completely intact at this moment. And he also took the initiative to rush towards himself. But she was only stunned for a moment. Then he clenched his fists again and fought back. This time it's pretty much the same. Yan's arm was scrapped again, and she didn't have a problem this time. But it was vaguely felt that Yan's punch was more powerful. Don't stop. Before she could catch her breath, Yan rushed up again. The arm that was scrapped for the second time miraculously recovered. Only at this moment did Zhao Qingguan realize Yan's troubles. This scumbag is not only mentally powerful. The speed of the body's recovery is also incredible. Go. This time, Zhao Qingguan didn't fight Yan stupidly. Instead, it summoned a large number of feathers and flew directly to Yan. And this time, the number of feathers was so dense that Yan couldn't dodge it at all. Then, a scene that made her almost unforgettable in her life appeared. These feathers crossed Yan's skin. His veins were cut open, and it even went into his heart. But Yan never stopped moving. It doesn't seem to be affected at all. But neither is the point. The point is, Yan's clothes were torn apart almost instantly. Finally, when Yan rushed over, Zhao Qingguan didn't dare to look directly at Yan anymore. Terrible. But okay. She can fight even with her eyes closed. Boom. Another punch. Zhao Qingguan was forced to take a step back. Yan almost flew out backwards. But when he landed, all wounds are gone. But this time Yan didn't attack immediately. But with lightning speed. Quickly put on new clothes. Cough cough, come again. To ease the embarrassment, Yan immediately went into a fighting state. One more fart, scumbag, pervert. 35. Zhao Qingguan cursed angrily. Then he couldn't help but slightly opened his eyes and peeked through the gap. After finding Yan dressed, this was a sigh of relief. Seeing Yan approaching quickly, just about to raise his hand to fight back. I thought about giving up. If you break Yan's clothes again, Wang Yu Tian Shang. Obviously thinking not to. But Zhao Qingguan still launched a stronger ability. Next moment, on top of Yan's head, a large grey bird-shaped pattern emerges. Immediately after, countless feathers fell at 100 times the speed before. The arena that even the diamond level can't easily shake. Directly pierced by countless feathers. Yan also fell down in countless feathers in an instant. Every thick flesh and blood in the body was pierced by feathers. This, isn't it supposed to be dead? Zhao Qingguan saw this scene. Immediately frightened. Just thinking about clothes etc. But I forgot, this trick is too scary. If you can break the defense. Enough to smash the enemy into flesh. Mainly because the previous ability doesn't work. Plus, she's a little confused now. That's why I forget important things. Although the academy can be rescued. But if you accidentally kill someone, you will get all the points, and the academy will not provide any resources for the next 3 years. 9. I have to go to the main battlefield of the endless battlefield and work hard for 3 months. Thought here. She panicked even more. The endless battlefield is not a place that normal people want to go. Full of killing and gore. Even if she has a diamond level cultivation, it might be gone in the next second. It's not just her. Everyone watching the battle also widened their eyes. Ling Qinyan didn't expect it either. This senior sister of my own actually committed a killer. It was obvious that she asked for a lesson. Alas, a few minutes ago, I might have been PD. But now. The supervising elder glanced at Yan. Said not to panic at all. He just learned about Yan's information. This was discovered. This is a top genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years. It is the ability in the data, which is a little different from the ability used in the arena. For example, in the data, there is no record of Yan's spiritual ability. But genius will be more capable. Also normal. The other side. On the arena, Zhao Qingguan was originally panicked. Quickly stopped the ability. Looking at Yan who was almost mashed. I also feel a little nauseous. Cruelty on the battlefield. Almost all are either mutilated remains. Or it was directly obliterated, and no trace was left. The case of mashing people into meat. She has never met. And Yan is not an enemy, just an opponent. He's not a bad guy either. And more than a dozen consecutive victories are enough to prove his talent. He has a great future ahead. No, think too much. Even with a puddle of meat, the academy can save it. As long as the mental body does not dissipate. He's so good at mental abilities. Shouldn't be gone all of a sudden. It's just that she didn't expect it. She stood here and waited for a while. The arena didn't prompt her to win. Nor did she say she committed murder. No medical staff came. The supervising elder never made a sound. What's the situation? Did everyone get shocked and didn't react? 39. Zhao Qingguan was stunned. Keep dragging on. Yan may really have an accident. Just when she was panicking. Yan patted her shoulder lightly. You are finally here. Zhao Qingguan thought it was a medical staff. As a result, Yan was standing in front of her smiling. How could it be you? Didn't you already? Zhao Qingguan's eyes widened. Said with a look of wonder. What already? A mere fantasy scare you? Yan explained with a smile. Fantasy. Zhao Qingguan turned around. As a result, it was found that the original puddle of meat mud had completely disappeared. So, is it really an illusion? Well, you scumbag, you cheated on my feelings, I thought you were really dead. After reacting, Zhao Qingguan immediately changed his attitude. And seemed even more angry. Don't talk nonsense, how could I deceive your feelings? It's you, who hates you so much, if I hadn't dodged in time. 5. It's really dead. Yan pouted and explained. You're right. Since you know how powerful I am, then you should surrender quickly. Otherwise I will kill you. Zhao Qingguan threatened. But unfortunately, there is no deterrent. Guess why you see fantasy? Yan laughed instead. Asked back. This. Zhao Qingguan was also confused. Yes. How did you see the hallucination? Obviously wearing a helmet. Could it be that the function of the helmet disappeared? Zhao Qingguan thought about it and felt that it was very possible. After all, such a defensive ability baby. There is a limit. The limit of a shield is its strength, and if the strength is large enough, the shield will shatter. The limit of this helmet is to defend against certain mental attacks. But after reaching the upper limit, then it doesn't work. Thought of here. Zhao Qingguan took off his helmet and threw it aside. Such an ugly helmet. Still green. She didn't want to wear it for a long time. Since it doesn't work. Better to lose it. Anyway, she also taught Yan a lesson at Ling Qinyan's request. The loss of a helmet should be Ling Qinyan's conceit. Are you out of your mind? Looking at the other party, he really took off his helmet. Yan said speechlessly. I was thinking of fooling the other party to try it out. It was unexpectedly successful. As for hallucinations, helmets really don't work. He would make Zhao Qingguan surrender immediately. Rather than making an illusion. You scold me. Zhao Qingguan who took off his helmet. Staring at Yan fiercely. But didn't notice it. Her back was covered with mycelium, and she swallowed the helmet directly. This is exactly the ability of illusory stomach. When Zhao Qingguan noticed the strangeness behind him. Only to find that the helmet has disappeared. Thank you for the helmet. 99. Of course it's not allowed to take it by force, so I'll give it to you after the game. Yan stretched out his hand. A piece of mycelium spit out the helmet. Zhao Qingguan saw the helmet. Immediately realized something was wrong. Could it be that the helmet didn't lose its function at all? Zhao Qingguan asked with a look of surprise. You're not stupid, and certainly not smart. Yan smiled and put the helmet into the storage space inside the ring. Zhao Qingguan immediately regretted seeing this scene. Even if fooled. Why did he lose his helmet? Put it in the storage space too. Don't think about it, you put it in the storage space, and I won't tell you that the helmet is okay. Yan directly saw Zhao Qingguan's thoughts and said. He didn't use his abilities. It was Zhao Qingguan's thoughts that were almost written on his face. You admit defeat. Yan said directly. $7. No, I don't admit defeat. 99. Zhao Qingguan's face was confused for a moment. But he reacted immediately. Then angrily waited for Yan. He stretched out his hand and immediately launched an attack. This familiar mental wave. That's right, Ling Qinyan. It actually gave such a powerful mental protection. In addition to the powerful spiritual power of the masonry level itself. In a short period of time, I really can't break through. Yan felt it. Immediately understood what was going on. It should be Ling Qinyan who used all her mental power. Mental protection was given to Zhao Qingguan. She does it. It feels like I don't believe Zhao Qingguan's IQ. I didn't expect it to work. Scumbag, give me death. 95. This time. Behind Zhao Qingguan. A huge grey figure appeared. This figure is almost similar to the previous pattern. Then a black aura emerged. Corrosion, decay. I didn't expect you to have such a negative ability. Yan stood calmly in the black aura. Then the mycelium spreads rapidly. Started to absorb a lot of these mists. For others, these forces can be troublesome. But for him, as long as he can bear it. This is the nourishing item. Scum man, you better turn me into scum. 55. Zhao Qingguan continued to curse. but not intensified. Don't be afraid that I just turned into meat dregs, and I'm not dead. 35. What do you have enough power for? Yen sneered. You. Sure enough, you're not an illusion, nor an illusion like a substitute. 99. Such a powerful recovery ability. So he's fine, is the resilience counteracting my corrosive power? Thought here. Zhao Qingguan finally chose to give up this attack method. No. How do I win? Suddenly. Zhao Qingguan frowned. It's not even if Yen was cut into flesh by himself. Is there no hope of victory? Even though she still has many abilities that she has not used. But there is no hope of victory. I would have checked his profile if I knew it earlier. I didn't expect it to be so tricky. The cultivation base in the late golden stage. Probably the freshman who entered the school in the first 2 years. Zhao Qingguan guessed. Because today's entrance examination just ended not long ago. She would never have imagined that Yen could directly advance to the late golden stage. If it is the golden age. Instead, she would wonder if it was this year. But even if there is no way to win. Have to teach him another lesson. 39. Zhao Qingguan gritted his teeth and said. This scumbag. It's so hateful. Wan Yu Tian Chang. 99. Grit your teeth. Zhao Qingguan continued to make a big move. Yen saw this scene. Frowned. Although it won't die, it's definitely uncomfortable to be dried into mashed meat. This woman. Gotta teach her a lesson. Thought here. Yen looked at Zhao Qingguan. Directly used another ability, mind defeat. Next moment. The surrounding scenery changed instantly. Zhao Qingguan was a little at a loss. How did the game scene change? And Yen activated as an ability. Is to understand. I came to the other party's dream world. In other words, the depths of consciousness. Now she fights in the arena. So deep in her consciousness, is the arena. No, not deep enough. Yen looked at Zhao Qingguan. Then closed his eyes. The surrounding scenery changed. He saw a neat and tidy bedroom. A girl is secretly writing a diary, a novel? Zhao Qingguan also looked at the changes around him differently. At the same time, he immediately recognized that this girl was himself. Don't look. 35. Zhao Qingguan looked at Yen and looked over curiously. I want to read novels. Immediately blushed, trying to stop Yen. Shout, Mary Suvan. Yen pouted and said disdainfully. Looking at Zhao Qingguan, there is some illusory body. Then close your eyes again. The surrounding scenery changed. It's here. Yen saw a Prince Charming in the true sense of the word. A white horse with a crown on its head. There was a princess riding behind him, that was Zhao Qingguan himself. How could, what the hell did you do, isn't this my fiction world? Zhao Qingguan was confused. This is a fictional story she once fantasized about. It was written later. But she never thought that these would be seen by others. I understand. Yen gave Zhao Qingguan a mysterious smile. Looking at Zhao Qingguan's more illusory body. Close your eyes again and go to the depths of the opponent's consciousness. Maze? Appearing again. Yen looked at the huge and magnificent pure white maze in surprise. And beside him, Zhao Qingguan, who was almost transparent, also looked at this huge 3.7 labyrinth differently. Although she didn't know what was going on. But this maze is inexplicably familiar. It seems like it's its own. To the limit. Seeing this, Yen closed his eyes. I want to continue to dive into the depths of Zhao Qingguan's consciousness. But found it to be useless. That said, this labyrinth is the deepest part of Zhao Qingguan's consciousness. It should be something similar to the spiritual defense line. Go in and see? Looking at the almost transparent Zhao Qingguan. Yan said with a smile. No, and what the hell is going on, aren't we playing? Zhao Qingran subconsciously refused. She always felt that there was nothing good in it. It's in the depths of your consciousness. The last line of defense for the mind. If I walk through this maze, I will probably conquer you psychologically. Yan explained with a smile. The depths of my consciousness? 35. That means, this is my mind? What are you doing? Get out now. Zhao Qingran suddenly panicked. No wonder he saw the scene in his memory before. I see. At the same time, she also realized that let Yan continue to stay in her own conscious world. I'm afraid there are no secrets left. And here, your subjective consciousness is incompetent. After all, the depths of the mind are all subconscious. Yan said with a smile. Zhao Qingran, who was on the side, boasted that he was crazy. But just can't use the ability. He wanted to bite Yan, but went straight through Yan's body. Don't bother. 99. Unless you, like me, or Ling Kainyin, are good at spiritual abilities. Or wait for you to be promoted to king. Probably can fight back against me in the spiritual world. Yan said indifferently. At the same time start walking into the maze. Do you know how to go? Yan looked at Zhao Qingran and asked. Why should I tell you? Zhao Qingran snorted coldly. Then I'll just leave. Yan thought for a while, then walked directly along the left side. As long as the maze doesn't change. He has been walking along the left hand, and sooner or later he will be able to get out. Yo, isn't this Prince Charming? Go some way. Looking at the white horse in a dead end. Yan teased. Zhao Qingran was angry and embarrassed. Then Yan moved on. Read another novel. Prince Charming and Princess Qingran. Forget it, Yan didn't want to read it after seeing the name. Zhao Qingran heaved a sigh of relief. Keep going all the way. Yan has seen a lot of strange things. Please, hurry up and get out. Zhao Qingran was shy, almost ashamed to meet anyone. No, I will do anything to win. If you don't beat you mentally, you probably won't give in. 35. Yan shook his head and said. It is not impossible to consume slowly. But it's a waste of time. So this is the only way he can think of. Is this the exit? Toured around. Yan finally saw a frequent corridor exit. The view here tends to be dark. Completely different from other places. Obviously it's out. There is another door. After Yan approached. Look at this huge door. Select directly to push with both hands. Next moment. Zhao Qingran exclaimed suddenly. Immediately after. A darkness swallowed her directly. Yan walked into the door suspiciously. Found that this is another world. Dim sky. Dead trees. A land without life. In the distance, flames were burning. The sound of fighting and mourning continued. This is an invasion of all races. Yan looked into the distance. The grotesque enemies that flew by. I know that it must be the invasion of all races. But the survival star of the human race, the ancestor star, has just begun to be invaded. Afterwards, many planets developed. Although they were also attacked, they were all stopped by the strong human race. So, this is not a survival star, but a transcendent star. Yan muttered. The so-called superstar. It is a group of extraordinary people who found the planet and spontaneously reclaimed it. Such planets are often close to the front lines. So vulnerable to intrusion. Quack quack. Yan looked around carefully. Then a black crow flew by. Yan looked at it. A little girl was found. And a beautiful one. But the woman who was dying. This is Zhao Qingran when he was a child? Look at the face of the little girl. Yan is almost certainly Zhao Qingran. So it turns out, she didn't grow up on survival star. It's on the transcendent star, but there's obviously an accident. As a result, it became the thing she remembered the most, and the thing she didn't want to touch. Yen gradually understood all this. Just when he was thinking about what to do, in the distance, a woman's voice sounded. Save my daughter. 95. Heard a cry for help. Yen was silent for a while. Or choose to go over. Looking at Zhao Qingran, who was in a coma. And a pale, blood-stained woman. Yen temporarily held back the thought of doing it. Although as long as he kills Zhao Qingran, that would be equivalent to breaking her mind. When Zhao Qingran sees him in the future, he will definitely agree. But Yen still didn't do it. At least, he knew that he was human. Humans have to be human. Zhao Qingran is an opponent, not an enemy. In this case, he can't do anything. There's no need to start either. Please take my daughter out of here. Thanks. The woman looked at Yen. Said weakly. Yen thought for a while. Reach out and touch the ring. Take out a spiritual fruit. And a bottle of healing potion. Thank you. However, please take my daughter away first. 39. It's too dangerous here. The woman swallowed the fruit of spiritual power. Drink a healing potion. Then continued. No, it's safe here. Yen shook his head and said. Of course it's safe. Unsafe words. Zhao Qingran could not survive. But at the moment when his voice fell, a huge figure appeared in the sky. The shadowy figure in the phantom. Yen almost blurted out, Spirit Lord. Chapter 56. Yen never thought of it. He was actually able to see the figure of the Spirit Master in Zhao Qingran's memory. In other words, this war was planned by the Spirit Lord? Yen carefully watched the figure of the Spirit Master. Only after the Spirit Master appeared. Beside him, countless illusory flows slipped. That is an illusory power that ordinary extraordinary people cannot perceive at all. One of them was a streamer that flew towards Yen. Yen knew that this was not for himself. Instead, they rushed towards Zhao Qingran. But now Yen is standing here, facing the power radiated by the Spirit Lord. Of course he won't miss it. So he stood directly in front of Zhao Qingran. Reach out and stop this streamer. No power, but full of divinity. Is this Spirit Master habitually dividing himself up and getting addicted? Yen held this streamer. Not just ranting. Of course, he wouldn't really think that the other party was a shaker. 80% is that this streamer has other problems. Locate, interfere, control. I see. This Spirit Master is a good method. Yen felt the power in it. Cannot help but start to admire. This thing is like its own parasitic spores. Parasitic directly in the depths of the soul consciousness of others. Wait until the person grows up. This divinity will also be nourished and grown. Wait until a certain limit. After the divinity has grown enough, interfere with the host's consciousness. For example, let the host blindly think that the Spirit Master is the greatest. In short, it is the Spirit Master who uses human beings to nourish the divinity. You can also control these people. If you can't control it, you can also drain the power of the host. Yen is too familiar with this method. Other divinity streamers are pictures that only exist in memory. 35. Only this one exists in the depths of Zhao Qingran's memory and soul. After observing, Yen unceremoniously swallowed this divine streamer. And this time, the Spirit Master in the sky suddenly noticed something. Glancing at Yen. But it didn't seem to see Yen again. Finally, he closed his eyes again. Immediately afterwards, a more terrifying coercion appeared in the sky. When the gods of the human race appeared, they immediately started to attack the Spirit Master. But unfortunately, Yen couldn't see the specific battle. Just in the process of fighting, the planet began to shake violently. It's not too much to describe Yan's surroundings. The rescuers are here, and now your mother and daughter are completely safe. Yan looked at the woman and said. The person who rescued him was not just the god-level powerhouse of the human race. It is the other powerful human race who came to support. Then a group of people discovered the situation here. Hurried down. Hurry up and save people. Yan pointed to Zhao Qingran's mother and daughter. A woman in the line hurried over. After a little inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. If her spiritual power is completely depleted now, if her wound is a little more serious, maybe it won't last until I come here. Although the situation is still serious, it will be fine with me. Immediately after, this woman who was good at treatment immediately activated her ability to treat Zhao Qingran's mother and daughter. Others found Yan to ask about the situation. But how could Yan know these, and a group of people in memory? He didn't even bother to pay attention. You'll know by looking at the situation, do you still need to ask? Yan replied casually. Others don't ask any more questions. The other side. Zhao Qingran's mother and daughter were rescued. It also recovered quickly. Zhao Qingran's mother was out of danger. And the young Zhao Qingran also woke up at this moment. She looked at Yan with puzzled eyes. Zhao Qingran's mother also quickly pulled her and thanked everyone. It's boring. Seeing Zhao Qingran's mother pulling her to him to thank him, Yan shook his head directly and chose to leave. According to what the female superhuman of the treatment department said. So it is certain that Zhao Qingran's mother in memory must have passed away. Otherwise, this wouldn't be the deepest place in Zhao Qingran's heart, the place he most wanted to hide. Thank you, even though it's all fake, I still want to thank you. Just when Yan quit Zhao Qingran's inner world, a childish voice sounded. Yan said nothing. Just opted out. Hey, the light has invaded the spiritual world. Almost forgot about the real world, I was still being attacked. 95. Open one's eyes. See the scene in the arena. Yan couldn't help complaining. Also good. The spiritual world is different from the real world, the flow of time is different. Or should not be said that the time flow rate is different. Rather, the conscious mind is very fast. Although he is in the other party's spiritual world, it feels like a long time has passed. But this is a long time, in the real world, it is actually just a few breaths. Just as Yan thought about it, he avoided Zhao Qingran's attack. How to fight back next time? Zhao Qingran suddenly frowned and rubbed his forehead. Why did I just get stunned? Zhao Qingran always felt that he was stunned just now. Something incredible happened. But now I can't remember it at all. It seems, his most embarrassing secret. Known by Yan? But it doesn't seem to be. And she looked at Yan again. I always feel that this scumbag is not so annoying anymore. And the more you look, the more handsome, the mushrooms are also very, cough. In short, she suddenly lost the will to fight. He's not going to die anyway. 35. In this battle, I will still bully the small. Forget it, I admit defeat. Zhao Qingran put away the attack. Surrender directly. Yan blinked with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong with this woman all of a sudden? Although he invaded the other party's spiritual world. But it did not carry out an attack, breaking the opponent's mind. It made her fear herself. And she is not good at mental ability. It is also impossible to retain the memory of the spiritual world. Are you sure you want to admit defeat? At this time, even the elders watching the battle were stunned. He could see it. Although Zhao Qingran is a girl with a low IQ, was tricked into helmet by Yan. But she still seemed to resist Yan's mind control. Why did you suddenly surrender? And it seems that it is not under control. I'm sure 9. Zhao Qingran nodded and said. Ding, Congratulations to student Yen for winning this game. 39. This game points plus 100. Do you want to continue the challenge? No. Yen shook his head and chose to refuse. After Zhao Qingguan left on the other side, he also chose to leave with his 1095 points. The ring match is over now. Then it's time to challenge the Tower of Babel. Left the arena. Yen muttered. But, this is the original arrangement. Avril's state now makes him a little worried. Go to the hospital first. 35. Yen opened the portal directly to the door of the hospital. But after he went in and asked about the situation, only then did Yen know that Avril had recovered from her injuries. Left here. Did you go back first? Yen then teleport back to the residence. As a result, Avril was still not found. Then sent a message, no reply. Where did you go to? Yen was not afraid of any accident with Avril. After all, this is Tiangong Academy. But suddenly it disappeared. Still a bit confusing. Continue to look around. After finding out. 27. Yen also reluctantly gave up searching. Instead, it was teleported to the main planet of Tiangong Academy and positioned in front of the dean's office. But here is the office. Rather, it is a palace complex. Among them, the dean of the academy works in the grandest palace. Why did you come here all of a sudden? The first time Yen arrived, Ren Jingshan noticed it and appeared in front of Yen. If it is someone else, he ignored it. But facing Yen, he had to receive it in person. After all, this is the genius that Meng Butterfly God Venerable admires. My junior sister is gone. 35. Yen looked at Ren Jingsha and said. Your sister? Oh, the genius of that angel symbiote, right. Well, she has received the task and is now leaving Tiangong Academy. Ren Jingsha opened the ring, checked the information, and said. At the same time, he snickered at Yen, why didn't your junior sister leave without telling you? Did you mess with flowers outside and make your junior sister unhappy? You're serious? Yen said speechlessly. Although what Ren Jingsha said, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Cough cough, this vice president is very serious. By the way, do you have anything else to do? Ren Jingsha cleared his throat and said. Yes, and it's a big deal. Yen raised his eyes and said very seriously. If it was before, he probably wouldn't tell the secret. But now he has been targeted by Wanzhu. It's no problem to expose more of your own talents and abilities. Moreover, it was also favored by the ancient great god, Dream Butterfly God Venerable. Even the vice president was very polite to him. Although it looks out of place. But Yen knows that not just anyone who comes, can be received by the vice president in person. He is now a man with a little background. Naturally, there are fewer worries. What's the matter? Ren Jingsha looked at Yen so seriously. Couldn't help but ask. Do you know about this student Zhao Qingguan? Yen asked. Zhao Qingguan? It seems to be a bit of an impression. She has a good talent, but she has not been promoted to diamond for a long time, so she has not yet made it to the top 100 list. Ren Jingsha thought about it and said. Then he opened the ring again and began to inquire. So that's the case, you had a fight with her before, and she actually conceded defeat? 39. Why, are you looking for a new love again? Ren Jingsha said with a wink. You know, I actually have the ability of the spirit department. 99. Otherwise, the Dream Butterfly God Venerable wouldn't have given me her divine items. In that game, I couldn't win her by ordinary means. The only thing I have to do is to break down her mental defense line and let her collapse and admit defeat. 39. As a result, something unexpected happened. I saw the spirit master in her memory. 39. Yan explained it seriously. When Ren Jingsha heard the word Spirit Lord, his expression immediately became serious. I don't know which battle it was, no. It wasn't a battle, it was an invasion of the 10,000 races and the Spirit Lord. I haven't seen this on the Survival Star Network. Then which planet should be an extraordinary star, and the kind that is close to the front line? Can you find the news? Follow Zhao Qinground's information to check, there should be. Speaking of which, Yan looked at Ren Jingsha and asked. I found it. 35. It was 50 years ago. It's a common occurrence on the front lines, so it seems normal. The only abnormal thing is that the Spirit Master appeared that time. Although it is a clone. Ren Jingsha said. Yes, that's the problem. Why did he send a clone over there? At that time, in Zhao Qinground's memory, I had already discovered that the invasion of the 10,000 clans was successful. He doesn't need to arrange a clone to show up and be beaten by the gods of my human race. 35. Yan analyzed it with a serious look. Do you think the Spirit Master has any intentions? 35. But, just guessing is useless, after what happened at that time, my human race also discussed it. But no problems were found. It's over at last. Actually, this kind of thing is all too common. I can tell you 3 years and 3 months of this kind of thing that has happened from ancient times to the present. Ren Jingsha shook his head and said. It means that Yan thinks too much. It's not your turn to worry about this. The problem is, I know what the Spirit Master does. It also solved one of the problems that he left behind. Yan said. Hear this. Ren Jingsha's face suddenly brightened. It's nothing if it's just speculation. There are too many conspiracies against human beings, big and small. But since Yan said that he found out what the Spirit Master did, of course it has to be taken seriously. I mentioned it before you too. I awakened a special ability, this ability is similar to the Spirit Master. Then I found out that the Spirit Master planted a seed in the body of others back then. This seed should be attached to all the children who were not symbiotic at that time. Yan explained exactly what he had discovered. Ren Jingsha's face became more and more serious. After Yan finished speaking, Ren Jingsha immediately realized the problem. It's not just a problem that happened on that planet back then. Other times, other locations. Who knows how many human beings the Spirit Lord has planted such seeds of divinity? Are you sure, you can really solve this problem? Ren Jingsha looked at Yan and confirmed again. Certainly. Yan nodded. I'll report the matter. At that time, it is estimated that we will find some people who have suffered the same as Zhao Qinground back then. If you can spot problems in them. 99. That means it's true. Ren Jingsha said with a solemn expression. It is not difficult to find people who had the same experience as Zhao Qinground at that time. It is estimated that it will be resolved in 3 to 5 days. But if this is true, then the designed crowd must be an incomparably huge number. Don't say 3 or 5 days by then. Even 3 or 5 years can't solve it. No. Only Yan can solve this problem. Because of the human race so far. Only Yan has the ability similar to the Spirit Master. Then not 3 or 5 years. That's at least 35 years. And future defense is also a problem. Besides, in terms of Yan's talent, he felt more valuable than those people put together. Waste Yan's time to solve this matter. It doesn't seem worth it either. In short, this thing is very troublesome. Well, then you go to work. I went to challenge the Babel Tower. Yan nodded and was about to open the teleportation channel to leave. Ren Jingsha was a little stunned when he heard it. Didn't you just come back yesterday and are going to the Babel Tower today? Do you have enough points in the arena? Ren Jingsha said suspiciously. I just finished playing the arena and accumulated enough points. I wanted to go directly to the Tongtian Tower, but I discovered this incident by accident. Yen nodded and said. That was a coincidence. But in the future, you don't need to be so troublesome when you go to the Tower of Babel. I'll give you permission directly and enter once a day for free. Ren Jingsha was talking. On the one hand, Yen was given permission. And this benefit. Yen looked at the message sent on the ring. Said somewhat unexpectedly. Of course, genius is always the exception. As for my Tiangong Academy, this is to better cultivate talents. Ren Jingsha nodded and said. Just take your time and challenge, I should be busy too. Ren Jingsha said. Then disappeared instantly. Yen also stepped into the teleportation tunnel and chose to leave. Tiangong College. Tower of Babel. This is arguably one of the best places in the college. There are 1,000 layers in total. All pass. That basically means that he can be on his own on the battlefield. And has a 1,000-story Babel Tower. Naturally, the place where it is built is also extraordinary. The tower is not on a planet. Rather, it is built directly into the universe. Like a planet. It has its own movement route and revolves around the galaxy sun of Tiangong Academy. In front of the Babel Tower, there is also a huge square. There is this protective barrier on the outer layer of the square. Usually inside, many people gather here. Talking about the raiders of the Babel Tower. Or pull people into a team to enter the Babel Tower. It's really lively. Look at the crowd gathered around. There are also some stalls. This reminded Yen of the copy in the game. Some of the more famous replica entrances. That's pretty much what it feels like. But unfortunately, with the changes of the game version, the copy will cool down quickly too. I keep thinking about what I did in my previous life. Yen couldn't help shaking his head. Get rid of the cluttered thoughts in your mind. Start walking towards the entrance of the Babel Tower. Wait a minute. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Yen turned around. He saw Zhao Qingran standing behind him. Is something wrong? Yen looked at Zhao Qingran and asked suspiciously. Nothing, just. I followed your game record and found that you quit after playing with me. At that time, your points were just enough to enter the Tower of Babel. I thought you should come over. So? Zhao Qingran said with some confusion. She didn't know what happened to herself, and suddenly wanted to see Yen. But before entering the arena, everyone's position is different. Some are not even on the same planet. So she didn't know where Yen was. Had to wait here. If there is nothing to do, then forget it. Yen waved his hand and said. He was in a hurry to enter the Babel Tower for training. Wait a minute, how about we form a team together? My current record is the 107th floor, although it's better to pass the floor before your ability. But after the 50th floor, if you are not familiar with it, it will be a waste of time. Not to mention after the 100th floor. If I help you, the speed should be much faster. It saves a lot of time. Zhao Qingran hurriedly stopped Yen and said. Sounds good, but it's not necessary. 35. I just got the privilege of the Academy to enter the Babel for free once a day. 99. It is impossible for me to pass through more than 1,000 layers in 3 or 2 days. 35. Anyway, you don't need to compete in the ring, it doesn't matter if you waste some time. Yen refused. As he spoke, he continued to move towards the entrance of the Babel Tower. Watching Yen's leaving back, Zhao Qingran gritted his teeth and followed up again. If you want to make money, I don't need it, it's all yours. In addition to my experience, you will definitely not lose a team with me. Zhao Qingran said again. Don't want? You didn't tell me sooner. Yen suddenly changed her attitude. Although he knew that Zhao Qingran was experienced. But team up. Generally, the income is evenly distributed. High level and low level will not be divided equally. So, although many people formed a team, but the number was not large. After all, some levels cannot be solved by a large number of people. Plus the equal share of income. So 3 or 5 people is almost the limit. But since Zhao Qingran said no, he was willing to help himself. Then, a fool would refuse. Zhao Qingran, 6699. Feelings you have not agreed. It's you who didn't get to the point. Then I don't want any profit, can you take me? At this time, another voice sounded. Yan turned around. Just watched Wei Na show a sweet smile at herself. Zhao Qingran next to Yan. See Wei Na's smile. Immediately involuntarily lost his mind. It's so warm. Zhao Qingran muttered. At this moment, she suddenly thought of her mother. Although Wei Na is not her mother. But the feeling that exudes is also so warm. Ah, sorry, I forgot there was someone else. Wei Na looked at Zhao Qingran who lost her mind. Some embarrassed said. She was more relaxed in front of Yan. It has also become a habit. In front of Yan, he would laugh heartily. At this moment, Zhao Qingran also recovered. Although the difference, Wei Na's smile has such magic power. But it reminded her of how her mother felt. She felt that she should thank Wei Na. Of course it doesn't mind anything. Why are you here? Look at Wei Na. In surprise, Yan said with a hint of surprise. What do you say? Wei Na did not answer directly. Just smiled at Yan. This time, though with a smile. But she also tried her best to restrain her passive ability to smile. Let's go together then. For Wei Na's rhetorical question. Yan did not respond. In short. If she wants to be together, let's be together. After all, we were born and died together. And always satisfy myself. He couldn't have treated Wei Na badly. Looking at the two of them, they have a tacit understanding of mutual love. Zhao Qingran couldn't help but feel a little sour. I even felt that my existence was a bit redundant. So, why do you want to follow this guy who she thought was a scumbag before? Gone. Just when Zhao Qingran was thinking about it. Yan looked at Zhao Qingran and reminded. Oh. 99. Zhao Qingran hurriedly agreed. Catch up with Yan and the two. The first 10 floors of the Babel Tower are almost the same as teaching levels. Go through in one go, basically no problem. 35. Because I have reached more than 100 floors, so I team up with me, you can choose to skip the first 10 floors. 95. Of course you can also choose not to skip, the top 10 floors are also rewarded. For you, this reward should be useful. Entrance to the Tower of Babel. Zhao Qingran explained to Yan and Wei Na. Then jump over. I heard Zhao Qingran say so. Yan said directly without thinking. Zhao Qingran's standard of judgment is estimated to be the reward required by ordinary gold level. But this little reward, for him. It doesn't make any sense at all. Ding, your team has chosen to skip the first 10 floors. 35. It was detected that there are 3 people in your team. Each level of trials will increase the difficulty by 50%, and the rewards will remain the same, 5. Followed by system prompts. The 3 of Yan were instantly teleported to the Tower of Babel. The 11th level, a random elemental creature. 55. Strength is around late golden period. 35. After strengthening now, it is estimated that it will be at the peak of gold. Looking at the empty room. Zhao Qingran took the initiative to explain. Immediately after. A portal opens. The elemental spirit that was burning with flames came out violently. But he hasn't had time to show his power yet. It was swallowed directly by Yan's mycelium. Golden peak, not bad. Yan commented. If it is another elemental creature. He probably won't do it. But fire elemental creatures. Still gold level. For him, it was a great supplement. Then comes the 12th floor. The three came to the 12th floor from the portal. I haven't waited for Zhao Qingran's introduction. A giant snake suddenly rushed over. However, Wei Na stretched out a finger and firmly suppressed it. Its entire body instantly became immobile. Then Wei Na's fingers turned slightly. The body of the giant snake also turned. Then Wei Na stretched out another hand and gestured down to press it. Next moment, the body of the giant snake twisted and fell to the ground. At the same time, it is continuously squeezed and deformed. The vital signs will soon be gone. It can't be wasted. Yan stretched out his hand and picked up the corpse of the giant snake. But this time he felt different. This giant snake is not pure flesh. It is a creature composed of spiritual power. But it's the same for Yan. All he wants is spiritual power. Although this giant snake has no crystal nucleus. But spiritual power is also much richer than the ordinary golden peak. Try it. Devoured the corpse of the giant snake. Yan condensed 2 spiritual fruits. At the same time, he handed one to Zhao Qingran. The other one was given to Wei Na. Although this is a gold-level monster. But for Yan, that's it. What he needs is a huge amount of spiritual power, which is not enough to plug his teeth. So delicious. And this is not the fruit of spiritual power that exploded on the living planet during this period of time. 5. I couldn't even buy it, but I didn't expect you to have it. After Zhao Qingran ate it. Said happily. Not just her. Even Wei Na, who often eats the fruit of spiritual power again. Also full of enjoyment. Sure enough, no matter how it evolves, the essence is still there. Yan couldn't help but think of the beginning. Own primitive spores. The only evaluation. After growing up, it is more delicious than the grass on the side of the road. Now, although a lot of abilities have evolved. But the taste has also evolved. The other side. Zhao Qingran saw that Yan did not answer her question. Too lazy to ask. But start to savor the delicious taste of this spiritual fruit. This level is also a monster at the peak of gold. 5. I remember the book Iron-Backed Bull? 13th floor. Zhao Qingran thought about it and said. She hasn't been here for a long time. All kind of forgotten. Of course, it doesn't matter if you remember the monsters on the previous layers or not. Because it's not a threat at all. Then wait until the iron-backed cow comes out. Yan took a look. Lightly said, die. Next moment. Tai Bainu's eyes widened in anger, his limbs stiffened. He fell heavily to the side. Sure enough, the mental power of ordinary monsters is much worse than that of humans. Yan devoured spiritual power while thinking. The next hour. The three of them passed by. Even if the enemy has reached the platinum level. But facing Yan and Wei Na. It's all a one-shot end. After an hour. The three of Yan successfully passed the first 50 floors. Look at the rewards of each floor, as well as the collected spiritual fruit. Yan found out. This is only enough, strengthen one's own ability. And it's those abilities that haven't been reinforced to the limit yet. After the 50th floor, the enemy is not alone. It's a bunch. And their abilities are different, and they also know how to cooperate. Zhao Qingran continued to explain. Heard that the enemy is a group. Yan was originally in a depressed mood. Immediately came the interest. Good group. One word, the income is too low. This level is Junkrat, there are 100 of them. The cultivation base of each one should be at the peak of gold. Zhao Qingran looked at Yan and said. Only the peak of gold. Forget it, it seems pretty good. Yan thought for a while and said. Although it is the pinnacle of gold. But it's 100 after all. It should be able to do a lot of stuff. This level may be troublesome for you. Do you want me to help? Zhao Qingran continued to ask. Her ability is very suitable for this kind of situation with many enemies. No need. At this time, Wei Na took the initiative to speak. Just a bunch of mice. 35. Yan followed suit. Look at the tacit understanding of the two. Zhao Qingran's heart was empty. Then came the 51st level. It was exactly as Zhao Qingran said. At the beginning. In an instant, a large number of mice appeared in the room. Wei Na saw this. He raised his hand directly and suppressed all the monsters. Yan summoned the corresponding number of hyphae. Envelopes the enemy firmly. Less than 3 seconds before and after. These mice are completely dead. In the end, Yan's mycelium was swallowed into the phantom stomach. That's it. The next few hours. Yan and Wei Na joined forces and killed them all the way. All the way to the 90th floor. It felt a little exhausting. Because the two of them are a bit difficult to kill with one move. Zhao Qingran was stunned when he saw it all the way. What kind of gods are these two people? Although she can do it. But she's a diamond. These two people are nothing but gold, facing dozens or hundreds of enemies. Even platinum level. Two people at most can be killed with one move. And this case. Even when it reaches the 90th floor, it can still be staged. However, sometimes it takes more than 10 seconds for the two of them. It might be a waste of time in Yan's opinion. But for Zhao Qingran, it makes almost no difference. And so it went all the way to the 100th floor. At this time, the spiritual power accumulated by Yan, as well as the various rewards, was almost enough to be promoted to 2 sequences. Next, what we are facing is not a closed environment. It's small worlds. 35. In every world, there are tons of diamond-level enemies. Although you are powerful, you are still a little worse against diamond-level enemies. Zhao Qingran talked eloquently. Wei Na also heard the meaning. He stepped forward directly, kept a smile, held Zhao Qingran's hand, and thanked him. Then please help us, senior sister Qingran. Ah? Well, of course I do. Although you are difficult to deal with diamond-level enemies. But each is powerful. 39. Next, if we work together, we should be able to break my record. Zhao Qingran didn't expect Wei Na's promise to be so thorough. The two had never asked her to take action before. She also thought that the two were arrogant and didn't want her to interfere. The 101st floor is the territory of the snake people. Among the 10,000 clans, the snake people also really exist. It's just that the snake people here are all projections of spiritual power. 99. They have no mind, only the simplest logic of action. 5. So it's still very easy to deal with. Of course that was me before, now I can break through directly. Zhao Qingran explained. While talking, he came to the territory of the snake people. The snake people guarding the gate of the territory. I saw the arrival of Yan and the 3 of them. Immediately hissing. Rush up at great speed. Seeing this, Zhao Qingran made an aiming action calmly. A sharp feather flew out immediately. Finally passed through the eyebrows of the snake people. Killed easily. When I first got promoted to Diamond 35. I still can't break through their bone hardness, so it's very troublesome to kill. But now, my feathers are sharp enough, so naturally it's a lot easier. Zhao Qingran watched Yan and Wei Na both stare at her. Smiled and explained. We seem to be missing such a long-range ADC. Yan turned to look at Wei Na and said. Indeed. 9. Although Wei Na didn't know what Yan meant by ADC. But she also understood what Yan meant. Yan sighed. It was nothing more than him, his junior sister, and himself. The 3 of them can be said to perform their duties. Everyone's ability focus is different. Take a comprehensive look. It's missing a long-range attack. After all, Avril's long sword is also sharp. But only in close combat. Listen to the inexplicable conversation between the two. Zhao Qingguan was a little puzzled. But didn't ask what it meant. Instead, beckon. Shot another serpent guard. And this time, the snake people in the territory also noticed the appearance of the enemy. They took up their weapons and rushed out. But what greeted them was Zhao Qingguan's feather storm. One round of attack down. All enemies in the entire territory are dead. Not even the territory no longer exists. Turned into a pile of crumbs. Seeing this, Yan condensed some spores and threw them out. After these spores landed, they quickly grew into a hyphae. At the same time, according to Yan's will, the corpses that swept over the snake people began to quickly devour spiritual power. It's really good, diamond-level nutrients contain a lot of power. Feel the feedback from the hyphae. Yan said with great satisfaction in his heart. Devoured. The three of Yan stepped into the portal and left this small world. Go to the next floor. Wait until they leave. Everything in this world collapsed in an instant. Then countless stars flowed rapidly. Little by little, a world that was identical to the original was pieced together. It is the overall size of the world, which has shrunk a bit. Damn, it's this kid again, there's no end to it, right? Forget about swallowing the spiritual power in the front, and swallow so much in one go. Now the rewards for each tier are rich enough. As for being so greedy, an old figure appeared in this world. Looking at the shrinking boundary line, he cursed angrily. 100-story world. Not only monster enemies, but even the world is made up of spiritual power. Normally, the snake people die. It will dissipate as spiritual power, and then be reset. Although the challenged students will absorb some spiritual power in the process. But it's easy to add. But Yan was different. Others belong to the taste of kissing a cake. Yan just took a bite of the cake. Where is the kid? I have to check his information. Next time he dares to do this, he must suffer a little. The old man said angrily. Then take out a spiritual power crystal and crush it directly. A lot of power radiates out. Make up for what the world has lost. That's it. Although it has shrunk now, the next challenger who comes here should not notice anything. It's time to reset it again. The old man nodded. Then he was about to leave when he turned to leave. Suddenly he frowned and stomped his feet. The whole world suddenly dissipated and shattered. Damn, where's the kid? You do things like this. The old man hurried to the next floor. As for the breakdown of this layer, after he left, he recovered quickly. The enemy of this layer is the iron-armored rhino. This diamond-level monster, even its bones are like black iron. Of course it's not really iron, it's just an adjective. Their defense is much better than iron. It's a diamond-level monster after all. 102 floors. When the three Yen came to this world, Zhao Qingguan continued to introduce. Then how did you pass this level? Wei Na on the side asked curiously. Although the other two have not seen the iron-armored rhino, but she felt the existence of this monster and their powerful abilities. Logically speaking, it is difficult for Zhao Qingguan to break through the defense. It's not too difficult. My ability is not the only one. I flew straight into the sky, through abilities such as corrosion and withering. 35. It took a full 10 hours to consume them to death. Zhao Qingguan explained. Hear her explanation. Yen and Wei Na looked at each other. Then Yen stood up. I'll come. What can you do? By the way, you are good at mental power. Are you going, mentally, to kill these armored rhinos? Zhao Qingguan looked at Yen and asked. More or less. But not just mental abilities. 5. Yen nodded and said. Then the three found the iron-clad rhinoceros. Just met. Yan immediately used the ability of dreaming. Changed the consciousness of the iron-clad rhino. First, it inspired their ferocity and anger. Then let them hate each other. Therefore, just the moment of meeting, a group of iron-armored rhinos began to kill each other. And Yan took this opportunity. Continue to curse. And it's still a curse of corruption, swallowing it up with luck. Just wait. It won't be long before they kill each other. Yan said calmly. As for killing these monsters spiritually, he won't do it. Even if the spirit power of monsters is not as good as that of humans. However, the spirit power of the diamond level monster is still very strong. If he kills the enemy mentally, it also consumes a lot of mental energy. Although he recovered quickly. But when the mental exhaustion is serious, the head will be very uncomfortable. Yan doesn't like this feeling. So I didn't do it. And just in time for it. Look elsewhere. For example, this small world. Yan stretched out his hand and spawned mycelium on the ground. Then he let these hyphae devour the world. Sure enough, it was discovered that this world is composed of pure spiritual power. That is, I could swallow a whole layer. This is more comfortable than killing these monsters. Yan said happily. Just do it. He just let the hyphae spread around. Also swallowing at full speed. The whole world, almost visible to the naked eye, began to shrink. But just when Yan was devoured with joy, the ground under the feet. Suddenly a huge teleportation tunnel appeared. By surprise, the three fell directly. Was sent away. And when Yan and the three left, the moment the portal was completely closed, an old figure appeared. Just when he wanted to reprimand Yan for what he did. But suddenly found. People are gone. What about people? 35. Absconded in fear of crime. It's impossible. The old man looked puzzled. But under careful feeling. Just found the whole tower. There is no more Yan's breath. Hey, you can run fast. If you dare to do this next time, I will definitely teach you a lesson. The old man snorted coldly. Again, I took out 2 crystals in pain. Mend the scars of this world. What are you doing? Yan, who was suddenly teleported. Looking at Ren Jingsha in front of him, he said speechlessly. Good thing, your performance in the Shattered Star territory and your requirements have been fully taken into account by the military. What you want has been brought to you. A whole cart of godhead fragments. Enough for you to study for a long time. Of course, in addition to this, there are many cultivation resources. The Academy also gave some rewards. How do you see these rewards? Ren Jingsha touched the ring. Next moment, a streamer flew by. Submerged in Yan's ring. Then Ren Jingsha looked at Wei Na again. Did the same. Your share, of course, is indispensable. Thank you, Vice President. Wei Na nodded and thanked. At this moment, Yan on the side opened the ring and checked the inventory. It was exactly as Ren Jingsha said. Not only a large number of godhead fragments. There are also a lot of training resources. Eager and very caring, he didn't give him those things to stabilize the source. Seems to know that he doesn't need it. Yes, yes. 99. 18. The 3 of us were trying to clear customs when you suddenly pulled us out. I don't care, there is a free entry once a day anyway. The 2 of them, but 1,000 points wasted. This should not be compensated. Yan pointed to Wei Na and Zhao Qingguan behind him. This. Boy, you can do it. That's it again. Teach me. Cough, so be it. 35. Vina, you are also a genius that the Academy focuses on cultivating. So you get the same treatment. Zhao Qingguan, although you are not bad, but you have not been included in the list of key training. But he's also a genius. You will follow him in the future and have the full power to enter the Tower of Babel for free, how about that? 55. Ren Jingsha was given a blank look by Yen. After thinking about it, he said. Although it is said. But he hasn't waited for others to agree. Directly modified the permissions of the two. Look at how interesting I am, remember to call me next time when you are free. Finally, Ren Jingsha patted Yen on the shoulder. Simultaneous sound transmission. Then turned to leave. I'm shameless. Yen complained. You are a decent person yourself. What does it mean to get another one? This can be misunderstood, deserve to be single. Something happened today, so come here. 35. Although you said free help. But I can't really ignore you at all. You can take these. Yen stroked the ring. He gave Zhao Qingran some items. See you tomorrow. 35. See you tomorrow. Yen then waved goodbye. Zhao Qingran also quickly waved his hand. Wait until Yen leaves. Only then did he open the ring to see what Yen gave him. So many spiritual fruits. Zhao Qingran was dumbfounded. There are 30 in total. And it's all gold. Don't say eat it. All of these numbers have been cultivated for a while by her. Maybe because of this, the strength will be greatly increased. Where did he get so many spiritual fruits? Even if it's a student who is focused on training, it doesn't bring such enjoyment. Zhao Qingran couldn't help but sigh. But since he gave me so much, it means that he still has me in his heart, rather than treating me as a tool person. Ah, no, what am I thinking? Zhao Qingran, what happened to you today? Zhao Qingran patted his red cheeks and muttered. If your supplies are not enough. 99. You can choose any of these things. It's the words of the godhead, I won't let you go. Back in the room. Yen directly flipped everything out. Look at the supplies in one place. Yen said to Wei Na. Compare with Zhao Qingran. Now Wei Na is the real one. Therefore, the treatment is naturally different. Those divinities, it's useless if you ask me for them. Wei Na said with a smile. However, she didn't want any training materials. Instead, he took out the supplies of his ring and scattered them on the ground just like Yen. I don't need so many materials to help me in my practice. Basically, if you absorb some spiritual power every day, you can grow quickly. These things, I have used 290 a lot of times, but it doesn't work. Wei Na looked at Yen curiously and said. You sure? Your ability is so powerful, you should need a lot of resources. 35. Yen said suspiciously. Wei Na shook her head. I don't really need it, these abilities seem like I'm born with them. You don't need a lot of spiritual stimulation at all. Wei Na said seriously. Look at her eyes. Yen knew that Wei Na didn't lie. That being the case. Then he is not welcome. Summons the mycelium directly. Devour all items. You cultivate slowly, and I'll just watch over you here. Looking at Yen's eyes turning over again. Wei Na said with a gentle smile. Yen originally wanted Wei Na not to waste time here. But she said so. Yen also nodded directly. Close your eyes and start practicing. Ding, you have absorbed enough divinity, God sequence activation degree plus 50. Ding, you have absorbed enough divinity, God sequence activation degree plus 50. Ding, you have absorbed enough divinity, God sequence activation degree plus 50. Ding, you have absorbed. Ding, the absorption of divinity is complete. This time, the activation of the sequence of gods has increased by 236,000. The current god sequence opening degree, 351300/100, 00, million. Ding, because you have absorbed enough divinity, you have awakened a new ability Phantom Avatar. 35. Ding, because you have absorbed enough divinity, you have awakened a new ability, existence erasure. Ding, because you have absorbed enough divinity, you have awakened a new ability, illusory space. Ding, because you have absorbed enough divinity, your ability phantom altar has been strengthened. Illusory avatar, copy your own avatar, possess 1/3 of your own power, and the existence of the avatar can only be in the state of phantom. Existence erasure, the existence of the target can be temporarily erased to make it enter an illusory state. The higher the existence of the target, the higher the consumption. Illusionary space, creating an illusory space belongs to opening up a new dimension, so it can only exist temporarily unless it has a lot of power support. As expected of the spiritual master's divinity, his ability to awaken is also related to phantom spirits. And these abilities, the spirit master should also have it. Yen couldn't help thinking. At the same time, it is no wonder that the spirit master is so mysterious and difficult to find. It is the opening of space and the erasing of existence. He was originally a ghost. No one else wants to catch it. Next, it's to devour spiritual power. 99. Last time in Shattered Star territory, many abilities were raised to the limit. This time, let's raise other abilities to the limit. If you can also improve your cultivation base. Yen thought to himself. Then start taking action. The system prompts also sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability essential enhancement has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability essential enhancement has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability essential enhancement has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Hint, your ability essential enhancement has reached the limit, and there is a risk of failure if you continue to improve. Ding, your ability essential change has been successfully strengthened, and your spiritual form has been improved. Ding, your ability essential change has been successfully strengthened, and your phantom form has been improved. 95. Ding, your ability essential change has been successfully strengthened, and your flame form has been improved. 5. Hint, this ability has been strengthened to the current limit and cannot be further strengthened. Ding, your ability will evolution has been strengthened successfully, and your evolution probability has been increased. 55. Ding, your ability will evolution has been strengthened successfully, and your evolution probability has been increased. Hint, this ability has reached the current limit, and there is a risk of failure if you continue to improve. Ding, your ability perfect energy control is a special ability that cannot be strengthened or evolved. 66, 99. Is there an ability that cannot be strengthened? This seems, and there is indeed no evolutionary direction, and the possibility of strengthening. 99. Yen looked at the words perfect energy control. After thinking about it, he muttered. They can fully control their own energy. There's really no room for improvement. Next is spiritual sequence. This needs to be improved. Yen muttered. The original mental sequence, the ability does not have much effect. But after absorbing the godhead fragments given to him by the dream butterfly god Venerable, directly improved a lot. Therefore, the ability of the spiritual sequence has become his best ability. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability dream butterfly has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability dream butterfly has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability dream butterfly has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Hint, your ability dream butterfly. Ding, your ability will evolution is activated. Congratulations to the host, your ability dream butterfly merged with the illusionary sequence ability to evolve into illusionary dream butterfly. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability Dream Creation has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains the same. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Dream Creation has evolved into Dream Weaving. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Dream Creation has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Hint! Your ability Dream Weaving has reached its limit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Mind Defeat has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Mind Defeat has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Hint! Your ability to. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual Brain has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual Brain has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual See-Through has been successfully strengthened, the spiritual vision has been increased, and the name has not changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual See-Through has been successfully strengthened, the spiritual vision has been increased, and the name has not changed. 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Perfect Sharing has been successfully strengthened, your mental vision has increased, and your name has not changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Perfect Sharing has been successfully strengthened, your mental vision has increased, and your name has not changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Intermediate Intellectual Brain has evolved into Advanced Intellectual Brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host due to the successful evolution of your ability Intermediate Intellectual Brain, your Spiritual Intellectual Brain has also been improved. 35. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Mental Understanding has been successfully strengthened, the understanding ability has increased, and the name has not changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Spiritual Understanding has been successfully strengthened, the understanding ability has increased, and the name has not changed. Call. As expected of the strongest spiritual sequence. This reinforcement is troublesome enough. Yen let out a long sigh of relief. Feel the only resources left. Suddenly frowned. I thought I could strengthen the rest once. But still underestimated the ability of the spiritual sequence. Directly consume resources almost. The rest is enough to strengthen once or twice. Forget it, there's nothing to strengthen. Why don't you try to awaken any abilities? Yen muttered. He hasn't actively awakened his abilities for a long time. Most of the time, it is automatically awakened under the stimulation of devouring the godhead. There is also the ability to strengthen, unexpectedly obtained a new ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully awakened the flame sequence, and you have obtained a new ability Flame Bomb. 9. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully awakened the flame sequence, and you have obtained a new ability Blade of Flame. 9. Flame Bomb, fires a fireball, causing explosion and burning damage. The power depends on the applied spiritual power. Blade of Flame, use the power of flame to condense into a blade, which is not only sharp, but also extremely powerful. That's a good ability. Watch the newly awakened abilities. Yen said excitedly. Not to mention fire bombs. Throw a fireball. It's just like the previous life called Mushroom vs Zombies. But the Blade of Fire. Definitely a very good ability for Yen. What he lacks the most right now. It is this high attack ability. Certainly not an explosion. It is the sword, a powerful penetrating ability. And Yen can feel it too. This ability is the most insane. Its own mycelium can cast the Blade of Flame. That is to say, a root of mycelium lurking. It can become a sharp and powerful flame blade at any time. Consider the scene of countless mycelium slashing with knives. Yen couldn't help but get excited. There is a little left, it should be enough. 5. At last. Yen looked at the only remaining spiritual resources. The final strengthening begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Fire Bomb has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Blade of Flame has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. System, check my current information. After everything is over, Yen started the communication system and said, Ding! The existing information has been sorted out for you. Name, Yen, male. Age, 18. Level, Gold Intermediate. Symbiote, Indestructible Phantasm. Original ability, Indestructible. Symbiote characteristics, Indestructible, Spirit, Illusion, Curse, Fire. Ability sequence, God, Life, Spirit, Curse, Control, Devour, Phantom. God, to be unlocked 351300/100, 00, million. Life, Essence Enhancement, Essence Change, Biological Origin Tinder, Will Evolution, Perfect Energy Control. Spirit, Illusory Dream Butterfly, Dream Weaving, Mind Defeat, Mind, Mind Seeing, Perfect Sharing, Advanced Mind, Mind Understanding. Curse, Curse of Abnormal Status, Devouring Luck. Flame, Fire Bomb, Fire Blade Magma Mushroom, Life Burst, Fire Immunity. Control, Homogenized Parasitism, Spiritual Parasitism. Swallow, All Things Melt, Illusory Stomach Bag. Illusory, Illusory Clone, Existence Erasure, Illusory Space, Phantom Altar. Not bad, such a big improvement. 99. Tomorrow should be able to pass a lot of levels. Look at your current abilities. Yen said happily. Little did they know, in the Babel Tower, there is one person waiting silently for his arrival. Chapter 57. I didn't expect you to come here so early. Early the next morning, Yen brought Wei Na to the Babel Tower again. Only then did they discover that none of them had Zhao Qingran's contact information. Was going to wait here. Unexpectedly, I found out that Zhao Qingran was already here. I just came here too. Zhao Qingran said. Well, take it. 99. Yen nodded. Although it was obvious that Zhao Qingran didn't just come here. But that little thing doesn't matter. In this way, the three entered the Babel Tower again. Came to the 102nd floor. Last time, Yen used his abilities to make these armored rhinos kill each other. At the same time try to devour this world. When the result is about to pass, was sent directly away. But this time Yen did not repeat the old tricks. Instead, the hyphae are released first. While swallowing this small world. While looking for the iron-armored rhino to attack. A white mycelium. After the discovery of the iron-clad rhino, they all turned into blazing blades. Although the armored rhino's defense is ridiculously high, Yen's flame blade couldn't cut it either. But Yen didn't give up. Directly wrapped their bodies with the mycelium in the state of the flame blade. Hot energy radiates out. Constantly melts the skin of the iron-clad rhino. With the passage of time, the hyphae sink deeper and deeper. During the whole process, no matter how the iron-armored rhino struggled, it was still unable to escape Yen's attack. Finally, the fiery hyphae directly melted the body of the iron-armored rhinoceros. The other side. The mycelium in other places also absorbed the whole small world. This is the first time I've seen someone who can scavenge the resources of the Babel Tower so thoroughly. 55. Zhao Qingran sighed looking at what Yen did. The reason why most people challenge the Babel. Except for the reward. Just to prove their strength. But obviously, Yen is not at all different. He came here, not even for the reward. Instead, they searched for the Tower of Babel. 103 floors. The enemies on this floor are a group of water elemental spirits. The environment is also a large area of lakes. I want to pass this level. It is necessary to accurately destroy the core of the health value of the water element. Otherwise, these water elements will regenerate infinitely. Zhao Qinground passed here last time. It also took 3 chances. It also made her feather manipulation skills perfect. The accuracy can reach the millimeter level within a kilometer. This time, let me do it. Yan originally thought of using the ability of the flame sequence directly. Blast upside down. Evaporate all the lake water, including the elemental spirits. But this time Wei Na spoke. Yan also gave up the idea of doing it himself. Give the opportunity to Wei Na. Then the 3 walked to the lake. The lake water surged instantly. One after another, the spirits of the elements burst out of the water. Suspended on the water. And they all attacked. And Wei Na said softly. Reaching out his hand instantly blocked all water elemental attacks. Disperse. Next moment. Wei Na waved her hand. All attacks. Including the water element. It shattered instantly, turned into ordinary lake water, and fell down. Just when Zhao Qinground was wary of the water element appearing again. As a result, the water element never appeared again. Instead, a transmission channel to the next floor emerged. This, passed? Zhao Qinground said with a look of surprise. 2 simple actions. One for defense. One thought it was to break the enemy's attack. As a result, along with the enemy, they all died completely. Now she fully understands. Why besides Yan, this Wei Na will also become the object of the Academy's key cultivation. This ability is too outrageous. Compared with Yan, it is no less conceited. I suspect now that the 2 of you are at the diamond level, and I'm just a golden rookie. Zhao Qinground couldn't help complaining. It's nothing, it's just that these elemental spirits are just restrained by me. Wei Na said with a smile. Yan also nodded. Although he is not Wei Na. But it can also be seen that these elemental spirits are indeed restrained by Wei Na. Otherwise, Wei Na would not be able to solve it so easily. Neither is outrageous. Zhao Qinground sighed and said. She now seems to understand why Yan's relationship with Wei Na is so special. The 2 are not lovers, but they are together very tacitly. There is a feeling of old husband and wife, but there is no too intimate behavior. It's just the 2 people's talents are outrageous. Ordinary people can't be true friends with them. The 2 seem to be so suitable together. But in that case, what about yourself? Zhao Qinground thought of this. The mood suddenly dropped again. Almost, let's go. Just when Zhao Qinground was thinking about it, Yan said suddenly. When you come in. He started to get busy. Until now, this world has almost been swallowed up. Ah? Good. Face Yan's body type. Zhao Qinground was stunned for a moment. But also reacted immediately. Keeping up with Yan and Wei Na's pace. Came to the next level. The 104th floor. This one is rather special. There are no enemies. There is a way. At the end of the road there is a portal that is always open. As long as you can get to the end. That means you can go to the next level. But this one is also more difficult. Because whatever is flying in the air. Still walking on the ground. Even run underground. There are various traps, and various other means of restriction. This level is actually not difficult, as long as you are flexible enough to fly, your reaction speed can keep up. You can run to the opposite side in one go. I was trying to fly for the first time, but I encountered a hurricane on the way. I was directly involved in the hurricane, and finally was thrown back. Zhao Qinground pointed to the sky and said. Then this level is easy, Yen said with a smile. Then sprinkle the spores. Countless mycelium suddenly grew out, clinging to the ground and facing in all directions. And where the exit is fast growing and climbing. That's it. Waited quietly for a while. Wait until the mycelium spreads throughout the small world. In front of Yen, a small mycelium altar appeared. At the same time on the other end. There is also an altar born. Hold me tight. Yen said. Wei Na tacitly hugged Yen's arm. Zhao Qingguan wanted to do the same. But found that Yen reached out to the altar with the other hand. So she had no choice but to grab Yen's shoulders. Then Zhao Qingguan wanted to see what Yen was going to do. The next moment, the scene changed instantly. Zhao Qingguan still didn't understand what happened. I found myself at the place where the exit was. Teleport. Zhao Qingguan said in surprise. She never thought that Yen actually had this ability. What exactly is his symbiote? It has so many abilities. Zhao Qingguan also suddenly became curious. But he still refrained from asking. Because Yen obviously doesn't seem like someone who can tell others his secrets. Well, it's almost there. Before export. Continue to wait for a while. Then Yen took back the hyphae. Start going to the next level. The 107th floor. Came all the way here. Zhao Qingguan sighed with emotion. The level that I had passed all the way through. In front of Yen and Wei Na, he seemed so relaxed and casual. She even suspected that she had failed to break through the 107th level. The two can also pass quickly. This level is a mountain giant. It's similar to the previous level of the water element. It's just that these mountain giants are not elemental creatures. It belongs to puppets. They have a core of their own, and they die when they are broken. Otherwise, if the body is broken, it can be reborn immediately. And every mountain giant has a different core. 35. So the last time I worked so hard, it took me 24 hours to solve half of it. That's why it didn't pass. Zhao Qingguan introduced. Hear her introduction. Yen looked at Wei Na for the first time. If it's a puppet, I can't handle it right now. Wei Na shook her head. Of course it's just hard to deal with. With a little effort, it is not impossible. Then try this. Although I don't know if it works or not. Yen muttered. Then operate as usual. So the spores. Wait until the spores take root and spread out. Yen just started to move forward. As he walked through a forest. When you come to an empty place. Yen also immediately understood why he was called a mountain giant. I saw the distant mountains rising from the ground. The earth trembled slightly. A giant hundreds of meters tall stood up. Then, the second, the third. In the end, a total of 20 giants appeared. Huge body obscures the sky. Gives an indescribable sense of oppression. Not to mention gold. Even a platinum-level superhuman is coming. The enemy is just a mountain giant. It was enough to make him despair. Phantom, summon. Facing 20 mountain giants. Yen condensed the altar. The ability to summon the temporary contract of the altar is directly used. Next moment. The spiritual power of this world that the mycelium devoured. Was taken away by the altar in an instant. At the same time, one phantom creature after another was summoned. Following Yen's will, he rushed towards the mountain giant. These ghostly creatures. Some are huge, second only to mountain giants. Some have strange shapes, and it is difficult to describe their shape. But there are also human-like, animal-like beings. What are these? Look at the looming phantom army. Zhao Qingguan was stunned. Not to mention that the existence of these creatures made her feel incredible. Light suddenly summoned, these countless creatures. It's surprising enough. It's just a ghost. Yen explained lightly. Wei Na on the side heard the word. Suddenly his eyes lit up. There seems to be a difference. But then Wei Na frowned slightly. Because she couldn't figure out what the difference was. And what the ghost is, she doesn't know yet. Just when Yen watched the army of ghosts rush towards the mountain giant. Suddenly a humming sound echoed in his ears. Yen raised his head and saw a huge figure wandering above him. I didn't expect to call you out. Yen looked at his contracted creature, the little spirit, and said with a smile. Immediately after, Xiaoling swirled and reversed several times over Yen. It also rushed towards the mountain giant. The attacks of other phantom creatures are purely local damage. Because of the large number, it can destroy the kernel at the same time. But a little spirit like a giant whale. Directly using his huge body, came a giant whale wagging its tail. Knock a mountain giant to the ground. Then hit it again. Not only smashed most of the body of the mountain giant. It even destroys the connected core together. After solving the first enemy, Xiaoling continued to attack other enemies. As for the mountain giants, in the face of countless phantom armies, I want to fight back, but I find that I can't touch these ghosts at all. They are powerful, except that the core is not bad, they are not dead. It lies in the power brought by this huge body. But now, it's all useless. There is power, but there is no place to exert it. That's it. In a one-sided battle. Just under 5 minutes. The Phantom Army was completely victorious. After completing the contract content, these phantom spirits also dissipated and returned to the phantom spirit world. Only Xiaoling wandered around for a while. This reluctantly left. Let's go, there's nothing worth searching for in this level. Yen said directly. The spiritual power that was collected was used for summoning. These mountain giants are not strict monsters either. There is not much spiritual power to absorb. Just leave now. As for this small world, now it's just a mere appearance. Because of the loss of a lot of spiritual power, collapse is not far away. Grandma is a chicken leg. Didn't I just leave for a while? How come several layers of the world collapsed? Fortunately, in these several floors, there are 50 parallel worlds on each floor, which is enough for other students to continue to challenge. Inside the tower, an old man looked at the content displayed by a certain formation core. Couldn't help but swear. This familiar method was definitely done by that kid. 99. I ran so fast yesterday that I thought I wouldn't dare to come. I didn't expect that I ran over to pick wool early this morning. You're careless. The old man said angrily. No, I still have to go over and warn him myself. 55. It's fine to scoop up the wool, but I don't even have any sheep left for me. Like what he did, and the Tower of Babel should go out of business. The old man stretched out his hand. Click on the formation core of the Babel Tower. The next moment a portal opens. It came directly to the layer world where Yen was. At this time, Yen was consuming spiritual power recklessly. By the way, deal with the bat swarms that cover the sky in the sky. Suddenly I saw a portal emerge. His first reaction was whether Ren Jingsha was looking for him again. As a result, a white-haired old man came out. Boy, are you from that lineage? Do you understand the rules? The Tower of Babel is for you to challenge your own limits. 35. I didn't ask you to be a robber. The old man saw Yen. Directly angrily accused. The problem is, the Tongtian Tower did not say that it would not allow it to absorb spiritual power. Face the old man's accusation. Yen immediately understood the identity of the other party. If nothing else, the old man should be the administrator of the Babel Tower. But it didn't say that you are allowed to absorb for the purpose of destroying the foundation of the small world, right? The old man said with a sneer. Mock up. Play word games with him. Young people, don't be too young. Tell me, which faction do you come from, and which lineage do you inherit from? I personally ask your elders to ask for compensation. It's enough for you to destroy several layers of small worlds. The old man snorted coldly. I said I have no family and no school, and I'm still a newcomer, do you believe it? Yen shrugged and said. You think I'll believe it? Your ring shows your mentorship, ah? Hiss. This. The old man looked at Yen's ring. Immediately, his eyes were stunned. Good guy, no wonder this kid is so rude. And so shameless. Cough, who is your master? The old man also noticed his gaffe. He quickly corrected his attitude and looked at Yen and asked. Lu is picturesque. Yen just remembered. The glyph on his ring represents which faction he belongs to in the academy. In addition, the other party suddenly changed his attitude. Immediately, I felt that there was nothing to say. I see, I didn't expect to be back so soon. You are talented, really good. And in the very essence of our veins. 35. You can do whatever you want next, and I'll take care of it for you. The old man suddenly changed his attitude and said. Is this all right? Yen didn't expect the other party to talk so well. Or his teacher is too famous. As a result, the other party does not dare to provoke him. Wait, our line. Yen blinked. Looking at the old man in front of him, he wondered. Haha, I just reacted. I don't know if you haven't seen your master. The old man smiled and said. Master. I have seen it, but I have not seen myself. Yen thought for a while and said. Although he peeped at the other party's spiritual body. No is a little lowly. But not even seeing him. That's natural, her current state is a bit special, and it's not suitable to meet people directly. 5. Even I could only stare at her for a while. Not to mention you. As for my identity, your master is my sister. 35. Got it. The old man said with a smile. Yen was a little surprised when he heard this answer. Good guy. I thought it was because I was afraid of the good reputation of my teacher. I didn't think it was my own. No wonder after he appeared, he directly wanted to seek compensation from his teacher. It's a traditional way of doing things. At the same time, he finally understood why his master was so stingy. Taking a peek at it myself, my consciousness almost dissipated. It was its own relationship. Purely dead. Then. I have to call you, Uncle Shizu? After knowing the identity of the old man. Yen thought for a while and said. It doesn't matter, love is called or not. It's also your master. It's more rigid. I don't bother to care about these things. Well, now that the misunderstanding is resolved, then I should go too. You guys, come on, help us to carry forward more and more. In the end, the old man patted Yen on the shoulder very kindly. At the same time, he glanced at Zhao Qingran and Wei Na. There was an expression that only men could understand. You always walk slowly. 35. Yen was speechless. How one by one are old and unorthodox. The old man also opened the portal with a smile and left. But when he completely crossed the portal, a book fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yen hooked his fingers. It has been rolled up with mycelium and sent to him. Babel Tower Strategy, crossed out, Maintenance Setting Guide. Yen read in a low voice. Then open the book. It was found that the conditions of each layer were recorded in detail. And other things. Such as how each layer is set up. How to repair the array, etc. But at the same time, the situation of each layer is also written thoroughly. Wei Na on the side, and Zhao Qingran also came over curiously at this time. Look at the guide above. It's good to have something to do with it. Zhao Qingran looked at the contents of the book and said in surprise. Even the lower level. After all, it has been figured out by countless people. But the higher the level, the less news. More than 150 floors, I want to get specific information. Sometimes either exchange the same message, or you have to pay some price to get it. But this book, look at the thickness of the words. It can be said that at least the contents of the first 500 layers were recorded. Ah, by the way, I just dropped a book, did you see it? 99. Just when the three of them were concentrating on the content, the portal opens again. The old man asked Yen with a puzzled face. No, did your old man use it to cushion the corner of the table? Yen holds the book in his hand. Open your eyes and speak the truth. Oh, when I think about it, it seems that it was really used to cushion the corner of the table. Think about it, it must be rotten too. 39. I'm going to find someone to rebind a copy. When the time comes, the administrator will be replaced. If there is no manual, I don't know how to operate 5. The old man said with a teachable expression. Then he left in a low voice. Wei Na saw such perfunctory performances of the two. Couldn't help but smile. Zhao Qingran also wanted to laugh. But more of a quirky look. You just met and got to know each other. How can it be so tacit? If she were. You may directly say whether this book is lost by you. Yen, which division do you belong to? Zhao Qingran couldn't help but ask. This, I really don't know. Yen blinked. Said thoughtfully. The method of his self-reporting of his family is all his teacher Lu Ruhua. Not the XXX faction, or something else. And he just thought. My teacher didn't tell me the name of my teacher at all. You do not know? Zhao Qingran looked surprised. Don't you know your own teacher? But looking at Yan's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying to her. But really don't know. By the way, your teacher's name is Lu Ruhua, right? 55. I seem to have heard this name. 35. I think about it, more than 10 years ago, the names Lu Ruhua and Mo Liulai could be said to be echoing in the entire academy. But... no, then the name of the famous teacher, I should have heard of it. Why can't I remember? Zhao Qingran said with a puzzled expression. Then he touched the ring. Start searching for the name Lu Ruhua. Within the academy, it is allowed to search other people's information. And the college also offers. But it provides basic information. For example, what is the cultivation base of who and who is, which faction, and what qualifications they have. Just simple information. Some do not even provide information on cultivation bases. Let me tell you who is in that line. Lu Ruhua, a senior tutor of the college, is good at dozens of subject theories. 5. Cultivation is empty. Affiliated faction. Look at this information. Zhao Qingran was stunned. Even if I can't remember. Why was there a few question marks on the academy's information? Maybe there are other reasons why I didn't fill it out on purpose. Don't think too much about it. At this time, Yen said. Since others have never mentioned the name of his lineage, including his own teacher. In addition, the data has also been erased. There's definitely something wrong with all this. Zhao Qingran is an outsider. Yen naturally didn't want her to think too much. Hear Yen's persuasion. Zhao Qingran nodded. Chose to give up. It's just the name of a teacher. There are many factions in the academy, and they can be divided into dozens or hundreds of large and small. Not being able to remember is normal. So nothing to worry about. There is no information, maybe there is a small error. Don't think about these issues anymore. Yen 3 people, this time holding a strategy. Started all the way through. About 24 hours after arriving at the Babel. The 3 of Yen have already reached the 140th floor. When he got here, Yen also felt a little tired. Now usually 3 people must cooperate to pass. And that's with a strategy. I didn't expect that I would come to this level so quickly. I thought it would take a few years of work. Standing on the 140th floor, Zhao Qingguan began to sigh. It's going to be difficult. And it's about time. Add your contact information, and come back next time for the guide. 5. Yan thought for a while and said. Although it is not impossible to continue. But the efficiency is too low. It's better to wait until after the promotion to the platinum level. Well, next time. I'm really tired too. Zhao Qingguan nodded. Then he reacted immediately. Yan took the initiative to ask for the contact information. What is he implying to me? No, what am I thinking? Zhao Qingguan bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up. Then he reached out and touched the ring, and took the initiative to add Yan and Wei Na as friends. Take it, see you next time. Yan slipped the ring. Once again, I gave Zhao Qingguan numerous spiritual fruits. Then opened the portal. Together with Wei Na, chose to leave. Zhao Qingguan stared blankly at the figures of the two leaving. Then checked the items in the ring. The bad mood at first disappeared immediately. So many spiritual fruits. Zhao Qingguan was almost dumbfounded. So many spiritual fruits. Its value. Selling her is probably not enough. Where the hell did he get so many spiritual fruits? 35. And where did the spiritual power he swallowed go? Could it be? No, there is no need for a genius of his level to cooperate with the Tianxing group. Yes. It should be specially provided by Tianxing group. After all, what this big group likes most is to use the benefits to win over some geniuses. Even if you win from time to time, you can at least leave a good impression. Zhao Qingguan muttered. But something felt wrong. Those who can enter Tiangong Academy are not all geniuses. How could Yan be drawn alone? When did the Tianxing group have such a discerning vision? And the people in Tiangong Academy, these big groups can't do it even if they want to invest and win over. You can only invest directly in the college, and then the college will redistribute it. As a result, their investment is almost wasted. That is to say, the academy remembers their efforts and occasionally gives a little help. But these help are far less valuable than a talented student. Or did the academy give all the spiritual power fruits to Yan? 55. But Wei Na is also a key genius, why isn't she? Zhao Qingguan looked puzzled. Because she had seen it, Yan gave Wei Na the fruit of spiritual power. Forget it, it's useless to think too much, they are geniuses. It's normal to be special. Finally. Zhao Qingguan, who couldn't think of the answer, sighed helplessly. Gave up thinking. Then take out a spiritual fruit. Deliciously ate it. Suddenly a feeling of happiness appeared on her face. Then her face suddenly changed. This spiritual power is much more than before. Oops, I'm going to advance. 35. Go back quickly. Zhao Qingguan hurriedly opened the portal. Back in his room, he immediately sat down and started promotion. Leaving the tower. Back to the place to stay. Wei Na suddenly yawned. A little sleepy. Then you should rest now. 35. It was really tiring this time. Yan said. Although there is no need to rest after gold. But there is a big difference between sleeping and not sleeping. If you sleep, your physical and mental strength can be restored quickly. Plus people's original habits. So even at the high level, many extraordinary people like to sleep occasionally. Then I'll rest first. Wei Na gestured to go. Then he did go. He just walked over to Yan's bed and fell asleep. You're really welcome. I'm not afraid of what I think. Yan sighed inwardly. Then help Wei Na cover the quilt. He came to the open space of the room and sat down with his legs crossed. Get ready to power up. Ding, congratulations to the host, your ability homogeneous parasitism has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability homogeneous parasitism has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability homogeneous parasitism has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Hint: your ability homogeneous parasitism has reached its limit, continue strengthening with a high probability of failure. Ding! Your ability homogeneous parasitism is incorporated into the life sequence. 35. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability spiritual parasitism has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability spiritual parasitism has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Your ability spiritual parasite evolved into spiritual worm. Ding! Your ability spirit worm is incorporated into the spirit sequence. 66.99. Ding! Your control sequence has been removed. Good guy, a wave of reinforcement. Did you directly lose an ability sequence? Inside the room. Check out the reinforcement results. Yen was speechless. But think about it. This control sequence also seems to be of little use. It's gone. It's gone. Anyway, the abilities are merged into other sequences. I don't lose anything myself. And this newly evolved spiritual worm is also quite powerful. Cooperate with homogenized parasitism. One's own spirit worm can be in the other party without anyone knowing it. Completely nibble away the opponent's spirit. If you cooperate like this homogenized parasite is quite powerful. Yen muttered. The so-called homogeneous parasitism. That is, to disguise one's own spores into the same state as the flesh and spirit of the other party. Let the other person think that it is part of his body, thus unaware of its existence. This ability looks good. But Yen always felt that it was useless. After all, there is no need to rely on parasitism to kill people now. Because of the curse ability, it is much easier to use than poison. No contact is required to use it. As for the absorption of flesh and blood essence, wait until the absorption is complete. He has long been able to rely on other abilities to kill the enemy several times. But now with the words of the spirit worm, it seems to have suddenly become a magical skill. No, it was originally a very powerful skill. But Yen just didn't need it for the time being. The next thing is to swallow the sequence 5. Yen checked his abilities and said. Devouring the sequence, he has always felt that there is no need to improve. Because the ability is enough. But now, other abilities are almost raised to the limit. Although he searched dozens of floors of Babel Tower. But it does not support his promotion to platinum level. Because after gold, it crosses a large grade. All abilities have to be improved accordingly. Therefore, the required spiritual power value is an extremely terrifying amount. And raise the cultivation base to the peak of gold. There is no point in improving the ability again. Because he can feel that his ability has reached the limit of this level. It is better to improve the ability that has not been improved. Then accumulate spiritual power. In one fell swoop, he broke through the late stage and reached the platinum level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability the dissolution of all things has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability dissolving all things has evolved an additional ability effect probability copy. 35. Probability duplication. When swallowing the enemy, there is a very low probability to obtain a certain ability of the enemy. This ability is okay, doesn't it mean that after I kill monsters and devour it, I can have mental ability? By the way, how much is the probability of my ability to activate in the system? Yen said in surprise. Ding! After testing, the probability of this ability being activated is 1 in a million. The system will also give an answer immediately. Seeing this answer, Yan's original smile disappeared instantly. Millionth. Wouldn't it be almost like nothing? After all, 1 in a million is not an ability that must be activated by swallowing a million enemies. But every enemy, 1 in a million. 10 enemies are also 1 in a million. 102. This speed is not as good as my own evolution. 99. Yan couldn't help shaking his head. It was a white joy. But the potential of this ability should be good. Wait until the future grows up and the probability increases. Might work. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Illusory Stomach Bag has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Illusory Stomach Bag has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Illusory Stomach Bag has been successfully strengthened, and the name remains unchanged. Hint, this ability has reached the upper limit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Phantom Avatar has been successfully strengthened, and the strength of the avatar has been increased to 40%. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Phantom Avatar has been successfully strengthened, and the strength of the avatar has been increased to 45%. Hint, this ability has reached the upper limit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Existence Erasure has been successfully strengthened, the efficiency has increased by 50%, and the name remains unchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability to Existence Erasure has been successfully strengthened, the efficiency has increased by 50%, and the name has not changed. Hint, this ability has reached the upper limit. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Illusory Space has been successfully strengthened, the space range has been expanded, and the consumption has been reduced. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ability Illusory Space has been successfully strengthened, the space range has been expanded, and the consumption has been reduced. Hint, this ability has reached the upper limit, and there is a high probability of failure if you continue to improve. Ding! Hint. Your ability Illusionary Altar has reached the upper limit, and the host will continue to improve with a high probability of failure. Ding! It has been shown for you, your current status. Name, Yan, male. Age, 18. Level, Late Golden Period. Symbiote, Indestructible Phantasm. Original ability, Indestructible. Symbiote characteristics, Indestructible, Spirit, Illusion, Curse, Fire. Ability sequence, God, Life, Spirit, Curse, Control, Devour, Phantom. God, to be unlocked 351300/100, 00, million. Life, homogenized parasitism, essential enhancement, essential change, biological origin fire, will evolution, perfect energy control. Spirit, spirit worm, illusory dream butterfly, dream weaving, mind defeat, spirit brain, spirit seeing, perfect sharing, advanced brain, spirit understanding. Curse, curse of abnormal status, devouring luck. Flame, fire bullet, fire blade, magma mushroom, life burst, fire immunity. Swallow, all things melt, illusory stomach bag. Illusory, illusory clone, existence erasure, illusory space, phantom altar. Overall good, enhanced pre-platinum. 99. It's over. Open one's eyes. Yan muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked at the sky, and directly summoned the mycelium to form a bed. Lie down on it and slowly fall asleep. Although it was broad daylight, it did not affect his sleep at all. A good dream day. Yan had never even been so comfortable. It wasn't until he woke up that he realized why he had a good dream. This man. I didn't even notice. It's because I'm too reassured about her that I'm not hostile or defensive. Or, I can't find it. Look at Wei Na who treats herself like a ragdoll. Yen was full of thoughts. Think back to when we first met. I didn't find her myself. It shouldn't be that she's unprepared, it's definitely her ability to be too special. Of course, no matter what. It doesn't matter. It's comfortable anyway. Just when Yen was about to continue sleeping for a while, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Yen was slightly angry inside. Who does not have such long eyes? He came to knock on the door at this time. But he had no choice but to leave the room cautiously. Wait until Yen leaves. Wei Na stretched her waist comfortably, and at the same time turned around to continue sleeping. But suddenly it hit the ground. Forehead. Hey? Why am I here? Wei Na looked confused. She remembered after acting with Yen yesterday. I suddenly felt sleepy. So I went home, fell asleep on Yen's bed. But what's the situation now? Wei Na looked carefully. He found that there was a bed made of Yen's mycelium beside him. I should have just fallen from here. There's nothing strange about this. When she sleeps, she often sleepwalks. Falling out of bed is normal. But I remember a pillow in my dream. And I slept in that bed. Now this should be Yen sleeping. In other words, I sleepwalked to this bed. Take him as a pillow. Wei Na thought of this. Suddenly a little shy. But that's about it. Then she climbed onto the mycelium bed again. Sniffing another breath, she continued to sleep with a smile on her face. She always felt a little bit worse. I have to continue to sleep for a while. Think about it. Wei Na quickly fell asleep again. Who is? At this time. Downstairs. Yen opened the door impatiently. Then I saw a wretched face. It's really you. Yen looked at Ren Jingsha and said with a sigh. Why, with a look of resentment, disturbing your good deeds. Ren Jingsha said with a wink. Yes, no. Yen rolled his eyes and said. What do you mean? Ren Jingsha asked. It's a good thing, but not the kind of good thing you think. I'm a clean, good young man. Yen explained seriously. Your words are just like a little girl. Then you can't even deceive a little girl. Yen retorted. Ren Jingsha was instantly stunned. Okay, I'm not here to mess with you. The thing you said. A few people were found for you and they were brought here. 39. Come with me. 35. Ren Jingsha patted Yen on the shoulder and said. Not waiting for Yen to agree. Just teleport away with Yen. After the field of vision changed instantly. Yen found that he had come to the office of the Dean of Tiangong Academy. It's here. He saw another acquaintance. The big guy in the Shattered Star territory. It seems that the last name is Li Lai? No, is it the king? Yen blinked, suddenly realizing that he had forgotten. Except for him, of course. The old dean, and several others, Yen was not familiar with. But at first glance, people of the rank of bosses are sitting there. Yen student right. Before Yen could speak. Someone immediately stood up, came to Yen, and held Yen's hand cordially. Although his cultivation is obviously much higher than Yen. But those present knew it. Yen is the person Dream Butterfly God Venerable wants to cultivate. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the disciple of this ancient great god. Don't say it's them. Ordinary gods have to give 3 points of thin noodles when they see Yen. After all, God is also divided into strong and weak. Dream Butterfly God Venerable, hitting 10 gods with one hand is trivial. You are. The other party was so polite. Yen didn't show any personality either. You can just call me Pharaoh. 35. Anyway, I'm mainly responsible for what you said. The others are all researchers, just say hello. You also know that these researchers have been in the laboratory for a long time and are reluctant to communicate with people. If you hadn't said you could solve this matter, I wouldn't have been able to invite them out. The self-proclaimed pharaoh explained. Yan nodded. This is really normal. Lu Ruhua told him. Some extraordinary people stay in the research room all year round. Although there is a strong power, but the social ability is basically cleared. Or stay for a long time. Very weird temper. Okay, that's not the point. Student Yen, you raised the problem yourself, and then said that you can solve it yourself. It's time to prove you. Even the gods are concerned about this matter. So it's important to get down to business quickly. 99. The old dean spoke in a serious manner at this time. Yen nodded. Then look at Ren Jingsha. Ren Jingsha beckoned, and a person was directly teleported over. The cultivation base is so low? Yen looked at the person who was suddenly teleported. Said somewhat unexpectedly. Not all people can fully embark on the path of cultivation. 35. Some transcendents aren't even. Of course, the most important thing is to take into account the issue of efficiency, and specially selected the bronze level ones for you to test. That way even if he subconsciously resists, you can't cause you much trouble either. 99. Ren Jingsha explained. Then look at the person who was teleported, are you ready? 39. Although this is an experiment, as long as you are good, there is no harm. So don't resist. Okay, I know. The middle-aged man nodded and said. Although he had just been sent over, he was a little stunned. But still reacted immediately. If you think about it, he is the same age as Zhao Qingran. Even if there is a difference, it is estimated that it is only a few years old. Looking at the middle-aged man, Yan sighed inwardly. At this time, Zhao Qingran was promoted to diamond, and he was still a girl outside his heart. This is already a greasy Mediterranean uncle. Then Yan instantly activated his psychic ability Mind Defeat. Seeing this scene, everyone did not have much reaction. Spiritual type abilities. Although Billy is rare, there are so many extraordinary people in the human race. All in all, there are a lot of them. There's nothing surprising. It was the big man, whose eyes were even more appreciative. At that time, Yan's performance in Shattered Star territory was sky-defying. Unexpectedly, he is so good at the ability of the spiritual system. He was even spotted by the dream butterfly god Venerable. Now watch Yan show his spiritual abilities in front of him. Naturally, he appreciated it even more. At this time, spiritual world. Yan kept going deeper. Do not make any stops. Compared with Zhao Qingran's simple layers, this one seems a lot. It can be said that life is not an exaggeration to describe it. Finally, Yan came to the deepest part of the opponent's heart. This is no longer a maze, but a normal family scene. He saw the man's wife and children. I also heard their laughter. So it is, the depths of my heart. In addition to the unwilling to face things, there are some beautiful things. But, it has nothing to do with me. Yan directly chose to hide himself. With the cultivation base of this family of 3, the possibility of discovering him is basically 0. Then Yan began to search carefully. Finally he found out. This strand of divinity actually hid in the man's only remaining white hair. My dear, this ray of divinity has become so weak. I suspect that men have bronze cultivation. Nurtured by the divine, not by him nourishing the divine. Yan not only complained. Then, unceremoniously, he directly tweeted out this ray of divinity. The man immediately covered the back of his head. He felt someone pulling his hair. But looking back, there was nothing there. Stinky boy, do you dare to lick your father's hair? 99. The man reprimanded his son, who was beside him with a runny nose. No one else, but the pain in the scalp is real. That was definitely something his naughty son did. So, in the depths of a man's heart, A boy's cries are earth-shattering. Hey, it's solved. This ray of divinity is very weak, and it is estimated that in a few years, it will completely die out. 99. Yen glanced at the man. Then he spread out his hand and showed everyone the wisp of divinity in his hand. Are you sure, this is divine? The man who called himself Lao Wang hurried over and looked at Yan's open palm. Said suspiciously. He obviously can't feel it. Can't even see it. It's all said, very weak. And the original spirit master's divinity was difficult to detect. Yan said in a helpless tone. Let me. At this time, a researcher came by and said. Then he took out a crystal and placed it in Yan's palm. This is a transformed crystal that can be used to hold and nourish the divinity. If anything, it sucks the divinity into it and starts nourishing. Wait, the color has changed. 35. It can be confirmed, there is such a ray of divinity. It's a pity that it can't be observed, just like those fragments of the spiritual master, there is absolutely no way. The researcher looked surprised. Then he looked disappointed again. I'll help you. Yan stretched out his hand, shaking his palm over the other person's eyes. At the same time, illusory power radiates out. Immediately afterwards, the researcher blinked his eyes uncomfortably. Then looked at Yan curiously. He knew that Yan could not harm him. But I also want to find out what Yan did. Look at the crystal again. Yan said with a smile. The researchers looked suspiciously like a crystal. This time, he suddenly saw inside the crystal. A strand of hair-like divinity lay quietly inside. And under the nourishment of crystals, it continues to grow. And the process is fast. Obviously exceeded the nourishing speed of the crystal. This divinity will actively absorb power, and it is extremely hidden, and its existence is also vague. 9. In addition to the feeling it gives me, it is obvious that it is the figure of the Spirit Lord. And then, gone. The researcher blinked. Looking at Yen. Certainly gone, this power I call illusory. 55. Not good not right. It should be said that no one should understand this power except me. Not to mention owning. 35. So for people who don't know, whether there is such power or not. If I want to see this power, I have to put in a lot of effort. Of course, it's not that you didn't have the opportunity to observe it yourself. That's right, wait for it to manifest itself. Yen explained. Although it doesn't really cost power. But it's always right to let others think you've contributed. Otherwise, how to extort, ask for hard work. Also, as Yen said, no one understands this power. So whether the consumption is big or not, no one has a clue. But Ren Jingshan knew. Yen is definitely fooling people. Excessive consumption? Why didn't you say that the consumption was high when you were in the Shattered Star territory 2 days ago? B. The students of their own college pit outsiders. He raised his hands in approval. Although it's a big thing. But it is not the study of divinity that matters. But other issues. Nothing to do with these researchers. I see, but I still hope you can help me. After all, this research is still very helpful to the whole person. Especially on the matter of destroying the spirit master. The researchers implored. I know. But for research, I am more suitable than you. And destroying the spirit master, impossible. Yen shook his head and said. Let alone God, it is difficult to truly die. Light is the form of existence of the Spirit Lord. It is destined that it is impossible for him to be found by a group of researchers to defeat him. Forget it. Now that things have come to this point, I won't hide them anymore. I will tell you all the information I know. 35. But one thing, don't reveal to ordinary people, or other people, that I said it. Yen looked at the doubtful crowd. After thinking about it, he said. After Ren Jingsha heard it. Just wave your hand. Send the greasy middle-aged man away. Don't worry, I can guarantee that no one will reveal the secret. At this time, a soft voice sounded. The phantom of the dream butterfly Protoss emerged along with a kind of butterfly. I have seen the dream butterfly god venerable. Everyone sees it. They all stood up. Respectfully salute. Dream butterfly god venerable waved his hand, and then looked at Yen. With me here, no one dares to say it, and no one can say it. 99. Mendi Shenzhen looked at Yen and continued. Then wave. A butterfly appeared around everyone. This is the spiritual contract I've studied. If anyone freely discloses this matter today, I will know instantly. As for me, you should rest assured. Dream butterfly god venerable seemed to see through Yan's mind. Said with a smile. Of course you can. Yan nodded. Joke. The oldest and most powerful god of the human race. If you still can't believe it, it's 100% your own problem. Actually, it started like this. With absolute guarantee. Yan started to tell what happened. Participate in the rookie trial yourself. Then met the spiritualists. After resolving the crisis by myself. Got the Spirit Lord's godhead fragment. Then he did not say that he devoured the divinity in it. Rather, he was stimulated. The symbiote begins to evolve. Then the phantom power was awakened. Are you sure that's true? It stands to reason that symbiotes should not evolve so fast. At this time, a researcher said curiously. Everyone glared at him. Good guy. The dream butterfly god venerable listened to Yan's story quietly. How dare you interrupt? My symbiote, from the very beginning, is the best for me. And the speed of evolution is very fast. Yan explained. Then spread out his hands. One with mycelium grew out and flew in his hand. This is the most primitive form, representing life, and my source ability is immortal, and it also comes from it. This is an illusory form, looming, and if it wasn't for me to actively stimulate it, you might not even notice it. 5. It's the spirit form, and there's the flame, and this is the power of the curse. In fact, no introduction from Yan is needed. Everyone can also perceive what these hyphae correspond to. Only. No one would have imagined that Yan had so many abilities and attributes. Somewhat outrageous. At this time, the eyes of Mendi Shenzhen looking at Yan were even more satisfied. More fiery. Your choice was right. This child is indeed the most suitable person to be promoted to God. And his symbiote is so excellent, the power involved after becoming a god is also extremely extensive. It is definitely a great blessing for the human race. He can become a god, and his role is comparable to 10 gods, maybe more than that. Show off your abilities. Yan started to flicker, make up stories, tell stories. At the same time, it is worth mentioning his own guesses about the ability of the Spirit Master, etc., and he said it all. There's nothing to hide anyway. After all, now the Spirit Master died early and detached himself. He also followed the early enjoyment. In the past, he was afraid that the Spirit Master would die early, so he could not get any benefits. But now he is the only one who knows and can illusory power. If the Spirit Master dies, then the benefits will definitely belong to him. After all, the human race lacks such a person to deal with the existence of illusory power. Although it is impossible for the Spirit Master to die now. 66.99. That's all there is to it. So the Spirit Master has always appeared, and it should be a clone. It's basically impossible to kill it. 35. Yan finally said. After hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. I have to say, the information that Yan said. Great impact on their perception. I thought that the Spirit Lord was a god who was greedy for life and feared death. Possibly from the Phantom Realm. Others, they really don't know. After all, the people who entered the illusory realm were basically missing, or Shilazi. Although Yen said all bits and pieces, there is more speculation. But indeed, it made up a lot of their understanding of the Spirit Lord. Yes, your news is extremely important to our human race. Next, you are responsible for finding out the group of people from that year. No, in recent years, where the Spirit Lord appears, you all have to find a few people to come and test it. We must determine when the Spirit Lord started this plan. Dream Butterfly God Venerable said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then the Dream Butterfly God clan took another look at Yen. You come with me first, I have something to tell you. Done. Pulling Yen directly into the dream spirit world. Everyone saw Meng Butterfly God Venerable leaving. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Although Dream Butterfly God Venerable did not have any heirs, he also restrained his own coercive aura. But she just stood there, even if it was a clone. There is no pressure here. It's just those brainless researchers. Probably not so stressful. There are no outsiders now. You can tell me what's going on. In the dream world. Dream Butterfly God Venerable Body looked at Yen. He asked with a faint smile. I didn't say. Are you sure, you're going to lie to me? Mendi Shenzhen looked at Yen with a half smile and said. Forward. Yen thought for a while. Dream Butterfly God Venerable is best at mental ability. Whether she lied or not, she probably knew by looking at her own mental fluctuations. Okay, I confess. But it's not really a big deal. Yen shrugged helplessly and said. The Dream Butterfly God Venerable continued to show a friendly smile. Don't worry, you are the descendant of my human race. I can't do anything to you. There's no need to hide tucks in front of me. Dream Butterfly God Venerable said. Yen nodded. Start telling another version of the story in earnest. This version. He is no longer stimulated by Godhead to devour Godhead. It was the desire to evolve that made him devour the Godhead. Then there is the matter of the phantom world. Including his ability to enter the illusion realm. Why, after others enter by accident, they either disappear, or they don't know the reason. Yen said it over and over again. No way. Even if he wanted to hide, he didn't dare now. And people seem to treat their own people with sincerity. Otherwise, with the ability of the Dream Butterfly God Venerable, he can directly read his memory. You don't need to talk nonsense anymore. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. Next, how about you take me to the illusory world? Dream Butterfly God Sun looked at Yen and asked.